holding back. This is where it goes down. Let's talk with Chris. True crime on the rise. Breaking news every time. Yeah, open your eyes. Get nice in the chat, or the mob's gonna grab you. Handle that. Let's talk with Chris. Subscribe, hit that bell. True crime family, we ring that bell. Let's talk true crime. Breaking news. Woo! Total estimated length. Total estimated length. Yeah. Let's talk true crime. Breaking news.
Well, good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? This is going to be an exciting show. Look at who's here. We have a special guest that investigates, gets to swing through.
Hey.
And my boy, Devil Dog, welcome. How are you?
Good. Welcome. Thank you for having me. Doing good.
Yeah. So, Devil Dog, Ted Investigates is here with us. Sweet dude Shibby is here with us.
Dog, what's up? What's going on, everybody?
We're about to have some fun. It's fun. So, how's everybody this morning?
Doing good.
Good.
Ted, you have an echo, I think, Ted. We hear an echo with you.
Okay, I'm gonna get off and get back on.
Okay. We'll be here.
Hey, this is my first chance meeting Devil Dog. This is Shibby. Hey, buddy, how's it going?
Let's go. Shibby, nice to meet you, buddy. Seeing you out there.
Yeah.
Quite a bit, actually, my friend.
Look at
Nice
you
to
out
meet
there.
you.
What are you doing? Fishing? Are you out fishing or something? What are you doing?
Yeah.
That's what I need to do.
I know,
to do.
right?
That's what I haven't done all year.
Me neither.
Me neither.
love
I haven't done it for a few years. Yeah.
Well, you better get going.
Same here.
Yeah.
Here.
So this is going to be fun.
We got a big old walleye run that we have out here, and when I first picked up it's like the biggest. They say it's the biggest walleye run in the United States. So,
Really?
Oh
Cool.
yeah. They spawn at the right time.
Yeah.
So I went ahead and I was looking forward to going out there because I usually record some stuff for just the guys that are fishing. But then I got to do it and threw on the waders and everything, and oh my God, it was like, dude, it was changing for me. It was peace. It was relaxful. I loved it.
Nice. That's the one thing I've never fished for is walleye. Never.
Ted.
It's good, man.
Okay. Sorry, guys. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. It's just for me coming out of the military. It's just very, very soothing and relaxing. It's all about just chilling and relaxing. And
I wish. I mean, right now, within the next, few months, I can chill and relax. Which what I'm doing. I'm just chilling and relaxing, doing whatever I want to do. But then, work will come back. So,
the last couple of years has been difficult to get out there. So it's been really rough.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. You do what you can.
Nice. So let me just stop by, again, thank you everybody for being here. Devil Dog, this is your first time on with me and probably Ted and Shibby. And thank you for making time to be here with us. So I've watched you. I've been on. I've talked to you through chat and stuff, but this is the first time we've actually physically met face to face, sort of. And your background, ex-military,
Marine, yes.
Ex-Marine. Now, any law enforcement or?
Not over a decade of law enforcement. Started out as a patrol officer, moved up to a sergeant into the patrol division. Had shift work basically. And then I worked 4 years as a chief. So,
cool.
Yeah,
wow. God bless you. Thanks for your service.
Thank you, man.
Definitely.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So I try to bring, when I go, do my lives, I just try to bring a different perspective, a perspective of what I've seen, what I have dealt with, and how I can process that information due to the fact that, everybody has a different spin, right? Everybody has a different opinion, right?
Yep.
But for me, it's like trying to utilize the little bit that I know. I say a little bit because I'm not one of these that pat myself on the back, but one of these little bit things that I know that may help somebody understand something just a little more clear. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's what I bring. I got 8 years of college. I got most of it is in criminal justice. Some of it is in social work, because when I got out of in the Marine Corps, I wanted to deal with things of helping veterans. It was a way to give back. Uh,
Nice.
and really, the only reason I really got back into law enforcement is kind of twofold. I had a brother that was in law enforcement. You got to remember, I come from a family of 19. Okay,
Wow.
I got 19
Nice.
siblings. Okay,
Wow.
and I'm the youngest. I'm the youngest at 19.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
no twins.
Nice.
One mom, one dad, no twins. Okay.
Wow.
So I had to learn quick. But one of my
Yeah.
older brothers were in law enforcement, and that's kind of what pushed me that direction of seeing a lot of what I would call unjustified. Today I would call it. Back then I didn't know, but today I would call it unjustified acts that I saw that now when you're in law enforcement you realize, man, that wasn't right.
Yeah.
And so my whole time was always been, if you want to make a change, put yourself in a position to make a change. That's always been my motto. If you want to make a change in something, put yourself in a position to make a change. And I chose that. And then when I got out of the military, I really missed the camaraderie. And so that was another aspect to it. But
Yeah.
other than that, love it, man. Love it. That's just my short of who I am. Been around.
19.
19 years.
Wow.
Yes.
That's incredible. Great. Great.
Hey, just for the record, I got 4 brothers that were in the service, 1 in the Marine Corps, 3 in the Army. I've
Wow.
got a shitload of nephews that were in the service and are still currently in the service.
Oh,
So
cool.
from the Marines to the Army. So yeah, I was
You
blessed,
have
man.
some
We were a
knowledge.
military family, and
Yeah.
I was
Wow.
blessed. So I speak
Okay.
from just what I know. I try not to get over my skis. That's just how I roll.
Yeah. Well, good. I bring nothing. So I was in the water industry. That's it. So I know nothing. So, but here we go.
Hey,
But
you're doing well, my friend. You're doing well.
yeah, we're doing good. Thanks to Ted and Shibby and now you and JLR and everybody. So it's been great. I mean, we went from a very, very small channel to now we have 1,000, over that. We're almost there. So it's
Got it.
going good. So, and hello to everybody in the chat. Thanks for being here. I think this is going to be an exciting chat. We're going to talk, as everybody could see on the screen. We're going to talk a little bit about Nancy Guthrie, and we're going to talk about Elena Moore a little bit. But I just wanted to get to know Devil Dog a little bit, and so that's cool. So, what I was thinking, we can start out with Nancy Guthrie, and I think there was a little bit of confusion yesterday about the note that they say they got new, which everybody knows it wasn't a new note. It was the first ransom letter that they were talking about, where I think in the beginning people thought the first letter had said that she was dead, which was incorrect. Everybody started reporting that yesterday, and me and Shibby were on live in the whole thing. And so just in case nobody's seen anything, there's no new note. The first letter just said that she was nervous and, they wanted the money. The second letter is where she's dead or buried with, I'm sorry, I can't think of the word.
Nature.
Yeah, buried with nature. So I just want to make that clear to everybody. There was no new note because that's what everybody was reporting. People are breaking news yesterday. They're going live. So it was a little hectic.
Plus, they conflated it with a bunch of random emails from some people.
Correct. That is
For some
correct.
reason.
And it definitely, we talked about it yesterday, Shibby. It definitely felt like a little bit of clickbait. You know what I mean? Like they were just like, well, somebody.
Something.
Yeah. So, right again, we're right back to square one. That doesn't didn't change anything, didn't help anything. So I'm glad we could just clear that up so everybody knows.
Also, Chris, with Ted and his, you don't have to mute Ted. Is my mistake. Devil Dog is outside, and he heard all the birds, and I assumed it was Ted's car squeaking. But when I zoomed in, it's actually beautiful birds in the background. So I love that kind of background.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you, buddy.
Me too.
So
yeah,
you, Ted. So you can unmute Ted. It's not you. It's my fault.
Yeah. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
No problem. I'm just getting gas.
Nice, Ted. You got your wallet, Ted?
Yep, I do.
Okay. Just checking, my friend. Just checking.
Pump and run, bro. Pump and run. If you can still do that, I don't know. But
hey,
he might not let you.
We like to have fun here too. It doesn't all have to be depressing, and So my goal for my channel was to, talk a little bit about true crime, breaking news, but then it was just kind of when I really started, it was just to come and have a place to you want to come here and talk about food? Let's do it. But as you can all tell, everything is Nancy Guthrie. So it's turned into a true crime Nancy Guthrie channel.
It is exciting to see people, when you mention a meal, everyone throws in what they're having for dinner, or just talking about an 80s song, and then everyone throws in their favorite. It's always a good palate cleanse.
Yeah. So that's how it kind of got started, Devil Dog. I knew JLR. I've been following him for a while. I deal with him, on a personal level. We talk, and then it went to Ted, and then for some damn reason I got stuck with Shibby. And he's so tough to work for. No lunch, no vacation, no nothing. I don't get paid. He makes it feel like I owe him something. So it's rough.
No, I traded you for a large bag of M&M peanuts, the peanut M&Ms in general population. I traded for you.
So yeah. God, Shibby. I love you, Shibby. You're the best. So yeah, we just like to have some fun. So
absolutely.
But listen, I want to talk about. I listened to you a little bit yesterday, and the interview room. I love him. I think what they do is amazing. But I did have some not issues, but I followed what he was saying, but I don't agree with what he said about the park, and it's 5.9 miles from here and 5.9 miles from there, and he was pointing out the used car dealership, saying maybe they borrowed cars. Listen, I know it's possible, obviously, and that park with the homeless people, yeah, that's where you get answers, definitely. You know that better than anybody. I just had a hard time following where he was going with it, and then I just disagreed, and I felt I didn't feel bad. I don't want to talk bad about him. I don't want to say anything wrong. I'm just not following his lead on that. Maybe you can enlighten us. When he was doing all that, is he saying, hey, maybe this is where the porch guy hangs around?
Yes. What I got from it, to be honest, was that what he was saying, at least what I was taking in, was that Nancy's not at the front door, okay? At her house. We know that. That's obvious. She could be somewhere in the back wall. She could be somewhere in her property. She could be in somebody else's property. That's all good. But I think what he was getting to, or alluding to, or trying to say, was that you got to go where you think there's a lot of chatter going on, okay? Where there's a lot of chatter, where there's a lot of communication happening. And when he said he stumbled over this park, he was talking about looking for the chef and the waiters, right? Or a place where you can get together, talk about what you're going to do, and yet still fit in within the crowd and not be kind of exposed, if you will. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
So what I thought and what I was taking is in law enforcement. The only way when you're stuck like what we are right now, when we don't have the information we're looking for, right? Because they're not giving us anything. I mean, let's
No.
just be frank. They're not giving us nothing. So you have to go and pound the pavement. And I'm not saying that it's not good or bad to go out like what Jim does and what AJ does as far as going out there and look. That's awesome because at least somebody's looking for her out there
Right.
in the desert. But what he was saying is in that place, because there's so many people that have had some bad luck in their lives and have become homeless, destitute, become very, in some ways you could say some people are hopeless. They don't have hope for what the tomorrow brings. And people there, they'll hear because the only thing they have that's important to them is what they own right there and then, right? Their push cars, their pull cars, the little car that they're sleeping in, that's all they own. So they're going to be in tune to listen to everything that's being said. Why? Because they're going to be visual because that's the only thing they got left, you know?
Plus, they become wary of police and they don't trust them. They would rather talk to regular people like JLR. And
absolutely. So very good point, Shibby. So that's what I took is that he was saying, go out there, show them these pictures. I mean, we got 1.2 on the table, right? These people are looking for any way to get out of the situation. I'm not going to say all of them, but I would say most of them would rather be in a different situation. And so you start offering some, or you start saying, hey, look, there's 1.2 on the table. You give them some water, maybe give them a burger or something, because you can see that they're really, not in tune. And then you start that conversation and maybe you show them a picture. What he was saying is they're going to hear things on what's going on. They're going to see things because they're visual. So for me, I took it as in, look, if I had known that place was there, I've been to Tucson, but I've never been there for this Nancy case. If I had known that place was there, man, I would have been all over that place, just to be honest with you, because it's another way of getting information. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to, why do you think they haven't gone there?
Well, honestly, I think one of the reasons is because
who says they haven't though? Wait. He just said they.
True.
Who says they haven't? They could have. It's been 4 months, right? Do we know this?
Right. Yeah. And here's the thing: the reason I believe that it's hard for me to envision Pima County Sheriff's Office or anybody going out there as far as them concerned. I'm speaking on them, for them. I'm not speaking for them. I'm speaking of them. Yeah. It's because I've seen a lot of mistakes that have been made. I've seen a lot of what I would call in my opinion, not the most wisest decisions that were made. And therefore
like poor choices as in they know to do it, but they're not doing it. It's obvious to them.
Thank you. Yes. And so what happens is when you got a lot of inexperienced officers, they're not thinking outside the box. You got to remember when the gentleman came out, the Sergeant Cross, I believe his name was, and he was talking about if you get a call, you're going to get a call. You're receiving an officer with about 10 months experience. Man, that's not a lot. It's great that you got somebody, but it's not a lot. And it's important to have experience. So,
but also, Devil Dog, you're leaving out Chris's favorite part is about the cars and this guy showing up in a different car each day to surveil.
Absolutely.
Because he's able to just pick up a free car and just drive out.
Absolutely. The other thing was these guys are probably not from that area, okay? These people are, these perp suspects, it's not like they live there. It's just a place where you can blend in and have that conversation with whoever's involved in this on how you're going to execute the plan.
Imagine going there from Boston or Toronto, where I'm up at.
Right.
They would love to sleep out there all year. In winter, there is probably the hottest summer day up here, right?
Right. So
and let me give me 1 second. I do want to say, prayers to the Montreal police for the officer that was killed yesterday and the civilian that
Amen.
was killed too. There was did you see that shooting?
I didn't hear about it, but amen. Anytime a law enforcement officer goes down, it's a bad situation.
Let me tell you something. I've never seen anything
Alicia, thank you.
in my life, because they were in a shootout with that guy, and he shot the officer that died. He obviously was shot, and then he died. And as he was crawling away a little bit, the partner, which was a female, she turned to look at the cop, and this guy walked out and came next to her, but he was a civilian. She turned around and shot him. She thought it was the shooter coming up to her. It was such a horrible situation, and I can't even imagine that. But now, I just want to say that.
Sorry to interrupt your great tribute, but on behalf of Ted and Alicia in his chat has gifted 5 memberships.
Outstanding. Thank you, Alicia.
They've gone to, let me read their names. It's Army Vet 420, Monica M73, Wars Edu something, Angry Titanica, and Bergs Lions has won 5 memberships. So thank you. Sorry.
Very nice, Alicia. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess what I would like to know from you too, your opinion. What do you think in your own in your head? What do you think happened here? Do you think this was a random or a revenge or just for money? What do you think?
I'm still to the opinion that this was literally, in my opinion, a ransom that went wrong. This was a kidnapping that went wrong. And I'll stick to that until, someone can show something different. Now, there's a lot of opinions out there on what and why. My reasoning for that is there's so much evidence that they haven't even been, we don't have it. They're going to have this evidence. The FBI is going to know some things that we don't know. Okay. Right. For example, they're going to know all the timestamps. They're going to know more pictures than they've given out. They're going to have been able to, my God, we can put people on the moon, but we can't go ahead and look at an individual and be able to decipher how he really looks. There's a lot of things out there. And for me, I just believe that if it was a burglary, they could have took whatever they wanted.
Right.
She would have never heard nothing. She doesn't have her hearing aids on. She's asleep. If this was a unaliving by a cartel, they would have went there, done it. They would have left. They would have left everything there because that's how they do things. So I don't buy none of the cartel thing. I honestly think they thought they were going to make some quick cash. And what Chris said that when he did his thing yesterday or Sunday was that, these people could have been literally talking. Annie's business is right there by the park. Someone could have said, hey, this is just a theory of mine. Someone could have said, hey, that lady in there, that's Annie Guthrie, that lady, she does all that jewelry. Or somebody could have asked about something like, hey, where'd you get that at? And then it went from that to, oh yeah, well, her sister works at so-and-so. She's this and that. They got money. Oh, that's right. Her mom lives right over there. And then you start putting these pieces. Now, I think it's, to answer your question, I don't want to take up everybody's time. To answer your question, honestly, I believe, in my heart of hearts, that this was a kidnapping gone wrong. I honestly,
I'm there with you. I think it was a random thing for money.
Yes,
but
I agree.
I also, in the back of my head from day one, it was just this big cover up. But I've never really been able to. Why? Why would they have to cover this up so bad? But I'm on board with the ransom now. I think pretty much. It's just, I don't know why. So
I mean,
another thing that came out yesterday too was that the FBI or Savannah, the family, they missed that little time period where they didn't pay. What did they put in the bank? $250 or whatever it was.
yeah.
Chris Devil, Ted. I need the breaking news. 1 second.
Wow.
DBI 8371 has gifted 10 TED memberships. Snacker Girl,
Wow. So
Brooklyn
grateful. Thank you. Holy cow.
1095, Red
Outstanding.
Hazel, Yartadale, Isabel, Uber Codes, Thomas Thompson, Army Vet. Tam Tam, and All Blue Bell have all won Teddy. You're all new. Welcome to being Teddies. Sorry to interrupt.
Wow.
You're
Thank
good,
you.
you're good. Thank you.
Much appreciated. My God.
What-
Thank you.
Why do you think they didn't pay?
I think they didn't pay because, in all honesty, I think the FBI told them they were following the lead. They were following or Pima County Sheriff's detectives or whoever was taking the case. It was them. Excuse me. But at the beginning, I think they were just doing what they were told. You know what I mean? It's like when you're in and I have never been in that situation, like on the other end, like there. But
You're right.
when someone is being ransomed and you've never gone through that, law enforcement, that's their role, is to come in and guide you through this process. Okay, that's their job. And I believe wholeheartedly that they said, no, not yet. Don't give them anything, and that could have been the beginning of the starting for the proof of life, because everybody, and I do mean everybody who does these type of crimes, know you're going to have to do a proof of life. That's without saying. Now, it doesn't always go that way, but that's usually what happens. And that's what you're taught in the academies, that this is what you can expect. So I do think it was law enforcement that was telling her, not so fast. Hang on a second. Let's see if we can pick this apart, figure out where this notes are coming from. Let's see where, and time is of an essence. Okay. Time. Now, in all fairness too, if Savannah wanted to, she could have said, I don't care, I'm sending the money. Okay. Because they have the money. She could have done that. But I think she was listening to the people that are supposed to be giving her that guidance. And that's probably why she didn't pay that money right away.
So let me say, so let's take the FBI out of it for now, and let's put you in as the sheriff. Would you tell her not to pay the money, or would you tell her to pay the money?
Well, as the sheriff, you don't really have a say-so. You have to understand that when you are investigating a case, it's the investigators that run the show. So when that crime scene happened and when all this has going on, even the sheriff, when anybody comes on that property, there's going to be a silent log sheet. There's going to be something that everybody's going to have to sign in, and they're going to have to go through that individual that's in charge, or individuals in this case, that's in charge of the case, so that they can log who was here. And if they have to go back and eliminate people, like they found something and then it becomes from somebody that was there, they can eliminate, oh yeah, he was here that day, that type of thing. So there's a misconception that because the sheriff, and I know it appears to me that he's very dictatorial, that he wants to be, the guy that pushes all the buttons. But in reality, it's the investigators that make all the calls. Now they'll advise him, they'll keep him advised, and he could tell them, because they're inexperienced. He could say, you're going to do it like this because I say so. Okay. And I'm sure that happened many times. Now, people with experience are going to say, hold on, Sheriff. We're handling this case. We're doing this. I'll keep you up to speed on everything. But if we don't follow the book on how this is supposed to go, this is going to come back to us, because then we're going to make mistakes along the way, and we're going to have to answer for those mistakes. And I really do think that's what it is. But I also know, in my experience with sheriffs as well, a lot of them on hands-on, and they want to literally, let's face it, they want that limelight. They want to be the guy that, the grand poobah type of deal, right? They want that.
Right.
They want that. So to answer that question, do I think that Sheriff Nanos, why would he told her not to? I don't think he per se would have told her not to. I know they're friends. I get it. But I know he knows the family, and it's been reported that he's friends with Tommaso and whatnot. The idea, I will say, is that if he did say that, well, yeah, that's on him. And maybe that's what Savannah got tired and said, you know what? I'm done. I'm not having you no more, because everything you have led me down this road has resulted in nothing in return. Therefore, and that's why he probably came out and said, I'm not talking, we're not talking no more. You know what I'm saying? It's very possible. Very possible. But do I think that Nanos was running the show from the beginning? Oh, of course. Of course. That's not how it's supposed to go. He may be the sheriff and he may be the leader of that sheriff's department, but he doesn't dictate when there is a case being conducted and there is literally like what we had there. It's the investigators there that rule. They call the shots. They decide how it's going to go, because at the end of the day, it's going to be their butt, for a better lack of words.
Right. So, I mean, I know we don't have, hours and hours to talk. So, we're going to jump around a little bit from
Spread it around.
spot to spot. Ted, Shibby, do you have any questions? You guys can ask away.
I thought that was a phenomenal breakdown on Devil Dog, on kind of being in the sheriff's shoes and giving us, because he's got the law enforcement background. I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me. So I'm speechless. That was a wonderful rebuttal.
Thank you.
Ditto from Shibby. And Devil, what do you like to be called? Is it Devil Dog or Angelo or Ange?
Devil Dog.
What?
Devil
Dog, Devil Dog. It's all good.
Dog. Dog works.
Man. It's
I
the
like
Marine Corps
dog.
thing.
You like dog? Yeah, dog
yeah.
works. Devil Dog or dog? I love
Dog
it.
is
Anything
good.
shorter is always good. Perfect.
Dog is good, brother.
I guess you can call me Shibby. It's ridiculous, but I chose this before I even thought I would talk to people, and now I kind of stuck with it. But
That's you see how it goes. Yeah, no, you're good, man. You guys are good.
it's so ridiculous. It's kind of working for me, I guess.
Hey, but I tell
thanks.
you what, I always remember Shibby because of the name Shibby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It stands out there. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's ridiculous, and I love it, I guess. Because when people are mad at me and they try to fight me and they call me Shibby, it's like I can just feel like they're trying to yell at me and they're saying Shibby, and they're like, I can feel their face cringing in that sense. So,
Well, I used to keep calling you Shippy.
yeah, you still do. You still do.
I can't pronounce it. I can't pronounce it.
Ted, one of the biggest questions I'm reading in this chat is, where is Ted driving to? Can you tell us where you're going?
And Ted, turn your camera down a
Going
little bit.
to,
Just to point it down a little bit so we can see. There you go. Perfect.
There you go. I'm going to Chicago. But
Okay, good.
Kinda,
Careful.
what I can disclose.
Yeah, be careful out there.
Chris said you might lose
And
your
I can't
hubcaps.
see the chat, so thank you, everyone.
No problem. Don't stop at the light. You'll lose your rims, I think,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's dangerous. So, all right. So, what I think one of the biggest questions, Devil Dog, for me is, why do you think nobody is speaking? Family, friends. Why do you think it's just zero? Gag orders? Or they don't know what to say, and why is the family not doing anything? Do you have any idea, any thought?
I do have a thought. I don't know if it's correct, but I'll share it with you all. And it's just what we heard yesterday. Okay, the second note that came out, and I'm just gonna read that, and then we'll go from there. The note claimed she had died shortly after being abducted. It reportedly said she was buried in nature after her death. That was the second note. I do believe this is one of the reasons. Now, I can't, I just my opinion. This is one of the reasons I believe that Sheriff Nanos called off the search right away. He pulled back all these people. I think they had that information. Now, is that credible? I don't know. Maybe they found it credible, and maybe in that process, Sheriff Nanos decided I'm not going to go ahead and put any more people out there because it's for whatever reasons they had more information. It probably fed into the narrative. She's gone. So now it becomes about literally a recovery, like trying to locate the body or whatnot. Well, that's a little different than trying to bring somebody back from a kidnapping, you know. And I do think that's why why the family would have said nothing. Well, what else was there to say? I mean, I think that Nanos very well could have told Savannah for sure. This is the note, and I'm almost guarantee you Savannah seen that note. I don't know that for a fact, but I bet you she's seen that note, and that's why she said there was 2 notes that she believed was legit in her opinion, or for better lack of words, she said that she believed 2 of them were credible. Okay, I do think that at that point, what did you see from the time when they came out and did the interview with all 3 of them? You just started seeing everybody walk back. You started seeing everybody not say nothing. And I think it's because in their heart of hearts, they realize mom is gone. Now it's a whole different animal because she could be anywhere. And because these abductors who did this, in my opinion, because they did this, I believe that they knew they weren't going to get any money. So at this point, it becomes, oh my gosh, now if this comes out that we were involved, we're not talking small time sentence for, you know, taking somebody and doing some fraud and getting some money. We're talking about literally we're going to the pen for a long time. Okay. And I think at that point it became one of those things, and for better lack of words, it never happened. We bury the body. It never happened. Let's move on forward. I think that's why the family didn't say a whole lot. Because look, we all know here, I believe, and probably 95% of the people believe that if it was their mother, they would have been hell and high water telling Nanos, what the hell are you doing? Why are you calling back these people? Why are you stopping Cajun Navy and EquiSearch and so forth and all these other people from coming and searching? My theory why on that is because he would have to disclose to them from the get-go that she's probably unalive. And he didn't want that to get out. He didn't want that to get out. He didn't want anybody to know, because we just found out this, even though the note was there, no one had passed that information out. Follow me? And I think that's exactly why everything's shuffled. And I think the family just came to the realization that, you know, that's like Savannah said, hey, we just want her body back, right? We want to celebrate with her, with either, you know, a life well lived or whatnot. You know, that was, to me, that was the main reason. If I was a sheriff, I wouldn't have pulled back so much. You know, it's that old thing they always tell you, you know, in law enforcement. When you arrive at a scene of a situation, and I'll just give you an example of one of my personal. When you arrive at a scene and you have a drowning victim, and you get there before the ambulance gets there, you better perform. You better act. You better do something, because the eyes are on you, and you better make something happen, right? Not that you're going to bring this person back to life from their drowning, but show the effort that you're doing something. And I think in this case, you can apply it to the same thing. I think it would have been better for him to just let people out there continue, let EquiSearch. But here's the other downfall to it. If he does not disclose this to EquiSearch and to all these other Cajun Navy and whatever, and someone gets hurt looking for something that's not alive, you're talking about a liability issue. You're talking about a liability issue because you knew, and yet you had these people go out looking for something that they're thinking they're looking for somebody who's alive. In reality, you knew all this time they weren't. You know, so you got to look at it from both perspectives.
Yeah, I never thought of that. That's a great observation. Yeah, I didn't never even cross my mind like that. So
that's what I thought.
Thank you for that. I mean, it makes sense. Definitely makes sense. So moving a little forward, as I'm sure you watched the other night with the Zach interview with JLR, and he was on Alex show. Zach, your thoughts on the people that were detained? Carlos, Luke, Zach. Zach is out of the question for me. He wasn't in the country. He was back in wherever he was from. I'm sorry, Jordan. Yeah, your thoughts on? I'm going to leave Carlos out of it because I don't even think he's part of it either. Your thoughts on Luke?
Well, Luke, and these are just my opinions. Luke is at the top of my food chain, not as a suspect, but as a person of interest. And when I say a person of interest, I just mean, and this is what I tell my chat all the time. When I say person of interest, I'm saying I believe the FBI has gathered, or Sheriff's Department has gathered, more information that they need to go back and interview him again. Okay, that's what I mean when I say person of interest. I don't mean that he's per se a suspect. We don't have suspects. There is no suspect. So the reason is because there's too many things out there that I cannot get an answer to. You know, one of those things that I cannot get an answer to, and it's just me. And I've looked across the board. I have done all my what I would know how to do. Is the fact that I don't know when Luke crashed that vehicle, that blue vehicle. I don't know when he crashed his Charger, that blue Charger. And
I don't know.
And when you ask me why I say that, well, because there was a person who saw a lady screaming at almost the same time frame, almost the same exact time frame when Nancy was reported taken. Okay. And the idea that I don't know when his car was totaled, it makes perfect sense that it's a possibility that maybe that could have been the car. Now, here's my role play on that. Let's just suppose this lady screaming. You have a lady out there, she's screaming because it was reported to 911. You have a lady that's out there standing there. She sees the scream because she calls it in. Now, I've always asked the question, I want to know from the time the 911 call came in to the time when that vehicle was stopped, because Nanos did say they stopped the vehicle, okay, that they did stop the vehicle, and that had nothing to do with it. Okay, well, explain that to me, how it doesn't. I mean, I need to know more. That's not good enough, because here's the thing. If they stopped him, let's say 20 minutes or 10 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever, look, if the lady saw them, you can assure yourself they saw the lady. Okay. So my theory is it possible that when they're in this car and everybody's kind of like, oh my God, she's unalive. What do we do? Blah, 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 blah. They take her real quick in some spot right where they're at or very close to it. Hurry up, throw her under some tree, put her under some tree or whatever, and get the hell out and dodge. Because they can always come back later, because you don't want to get caught with an unalive body in your vehicle. So my thinking was that if that happened, and it's a big if, I'm not saying it happened, but if that happened and they got stopped down the road by some other officer or deputy, and it was 20, 30 minutes, that's more than enough time to clear that body out of your vehicle. Now, I'm not saying they dug a big hole. I'm not saying they did any of that. I'm talking they just got it out of the vehicle. So now I'm the officer, and I come up, and I stop this vehicle, and let's just say it's, I don't know, 10 minutes later, 15 minutes later or more. I call headquarters, and I said, dispatch, this is 23 headquarters. Go ahead. Be advised, I got that vehicle stopped here. Going to be making contact at such and such location. Clear. I go over there, take out my light. Hey, what's going on, everybody? How is everything going? I'm shining my light in there. I always believe there was at least 3 to 4 people involved. I do. And I always believe there was a woman involved. My opinion. I could see him looking in there and seeing a guy in the front seat, a guy in the front seat, a girl in the back seat, or one guy in the back seat, the girl in the front seat. I can see him seeing that and going, So we got a report that there was someone was screaming for help in the vehicle. Oh no, it's just my boyfriend. Or if it was all guys, it's just my buddy being an ass. We got into an argument, but hey, everything's cool. No one fought, no one got into a fight, no physical contact. Folks say nobody hit each other. No, it was just a verbal argument. But everything's cool now, officer. Okay, all right. And I look like this, and I look like this. I don't see nobody else but those three people. And you got to remember, Nancy wasn't known to be missing at that time. So it's not like they're looking for Nancy anyway, because at that time, no one knew she was gone. So
True.
now this car takes off, 2:30, 50 in the morning. This car takes off. Now, you're going to probably have the license plate number, more than likely, because the officer's going to call it in, okay? You're going to have that information, you would hope. But the idea, I have seen officers work, and I have been there to work that late of the hours where, man, you're like everybody else. You're struggling just to keep your eyes open, right? It's just not normal. You're tired. I could see some things being overmissed. So the car takes off. Officer gets back in his car. He hauls ass, takes off wherever he's going. They come back about an hour, 2 hours later. Still no one knows she's missing.
Right.
Get her, put her in the car, haul her ass somewhere. Now they got time to bury her, take her wherever, and do whatever. That's always been a plausible theory for me. I'm not saying it's a correct theory. I'm just saying it's a plausible theory. And because no one has been able to say when Luke Daly crashed his vehicle, well, yeah, it's a play in the game. Of course it is. For me it is, because when did you crash it? During that time? Did you crash it before? There's not even a accident report number. When you get a hold of Pima County Sheriff's Office, there's not an accident report number. But yeah, I'm supposed to believe that there was and is a insurance company that's going to pay for an accident without a report number. That doesn't happen. They got to be able to equate the money to the report number, because that's the checks and balance. Okay, there's things called audits. There's things called, you got to have all this verifying why you're paying this money out. Okay, and in my line of work, I have never done an accident where I didn't have to go, even on private property. If it was that bad of an accident, you say, well, it's on private property, you shouldn't need a report. Yeah, but the insurance still is going to want a number. They're going to want a number if they have to pay out. All right. So that is why my thinking is, I cannot get over that. How can there not be a report number? How can we not know when that vehicle, literally, when that vehicle was totaled? I mean, think about it, guys. It's at nighttime. You're hauling ass. You're going through the washes. Next thing you know, kapow, you hit something. I mean, there's so many ideas of how this could have happened. And my thing is, I haven't got that information back. And then you go to the Brittany Whitney, who did the interview with LD, did the interview. That man did not do himself any justice.
No, he didn't. Not at all.
Like he sank his own ship, And when the officer stopped him at Culver's and issued that search warrant, what did he say? The first thing he said, is this about Nancy Guthrie?
Yeah, probably not the best
Nancy
thing.
Guthrie. The very next thing he said, has been reported, is, do you want my cell phone? Do you want my cell phone? Because I didn't have it that night. It was on my dresser in my room. We're in a social world, everybody.
Guilty?
We're in the media world. Saturday night, and you're not going to have your phone with you?
Yeah, probably not.
No, I bring my burner phone when I'm committing crimes, officer.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? It just makes no sense. So because of those things, and then the idea that he goes on Brianna Whitney's, he goes on her interview, And then she asked him that same question. Luke, did you say that the first thing you said was you told the officers, is this about Nancy Guthrie? And he said, yeah.
Mhm.
And she was like, okay. And then she says, and right after that, you said something, the very thing about you can check my cell phone. And he goes, yeah, I didn't have it with me that night. I mean, it's not like we have to confirm it. He confirmed it. So until I get that information, he will always be at my top of my list, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. But I think until we get that, now they did say when the car was stopped. They did give that. We can get that.
Yeah.
We just don't know how long it took. You follow me? And,
Yep.
and so because of those factors, you got to look at that. And I tell my chat all the time, you got to know the time the call came in to the time that they went ahead and stopped the vehicle. How long did it take? How long did it take? Because there's got to be something there. And I'm not saying, I know the lady said it was a Chevy Malibu. Well, you know what? At nighttime, in the dark, very well could be a blue Dodge Charger, in my opinion.
Could be.
Let's just be real. So that's why he is on my top of my list. Sorry for taking your time, guys.
No. Hey, man, I'm enjoying this. This is what I was hoping for. This is great, man. More for somebody that knows the business a lot. It's great to have you here.
Well,
It's wonderful. Yeah,
before,
it's
before you
amazing.
move on, hey, oh, sorry,
Yeah.
go on, Ted.
No, I just said it's amazing to hear his point of view from his background.
I've got two things I'll add to it. Was about the phone. At least if they had half a brain, they would say my battery died, because saying you left your main phone at home is a major red flag to me.
Right.
And
Right.
B, with that police report, yeah, those insurance companies, they also want to recoup their money. So if they can find somebody else that's at major fault and stuff, they want to look them down.
absolutely.
They'll pay for you. They'll pay for yours, right? But then they'll
Right.
go looking for people to
to blame somebody else.
Yep.
Absolutely. But
Where
you
they
know,
go, they go to the reports.
yeah, Chris, that other thing too is that in that idea, in that little synopsis I just gave you guys, that has been stuck with me from literally, I would say, I don't know, 6-7 days into the case. And it's only when I heard about a woman screaming. I mean, let's be honest. We talk about, and I know my chat talks about it all the time, when we say, when we ask that question, is everything a coincidence? Was the coincidence that the guy just happened to be driving in that area with a woman screaming out of a car, a blue car at that, or the white Kia Soul that was hauling ass down the road that later is seen at another area not that far away? Is that a coincidence? You follow me? And I know you guys have seen these videos. So
Yeah.
my thing is,
Love that. Yeah, yeah.
so that's a coincidence. And then, well, I mean, it's like everything that you throw out there, you're like, not you all, but you're like, the person's like, it could be a coincidence. Look, we can't have coincidence that would last us a lifetime, okay? And call it a coincidence. At some point, that stuff comes together and it starts to become facts. That's just how it works. Okay. And yeah, we don't have any facts, but it's not because we're not putting things together. We don't have any facts because we don't have that little nugget, that little thing that may be what Pima County Sheriffs and or the FBI have. We don't have that little nugget that would piece that together. Okay. That's why he's up there. And then, of course, I think this very well could have something to play even with a family member that I'm not going to mention. You all know who it is. I do think that there is some questions that have to be answered there that are not being answered. My opinion.
Yeah, I mean, there's two things I have, because this next topic I'm going to bring it is way out there. But
okay.
We talk coincidence. How about the night with the 84-year-old lady in the helicopter going to the hospital?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Another coincidence, and then they're on their way to Rio Rico to serve search warrants. Just
right
coincidence, like everything. So because I still have questions about the whole helicopter thing. I mean, it's probably way off, but when JLR left, he left Nancy's house to go to the hospital because they heard about that. And when he got there, Fox and one of the local news stations and somebody else, they were already there. How did they already know to go there, right? You know what I'm saying? But I know they all carry scanners. They all have scanners and hear the calls, but it was just odd that happened. And it was an 84-year-old lady. And that we could never find out about because that's the HIPAA stuff. Nobody's going to give you information, but that's just very, very odd. So
go ahead.
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, just that there's so many things that happened that night, just in that night, during that time frame of everything that was happening,
Right.
There was so much that happened. I mean, I heard, people say, well, what about, the son-in-law, I don't think Nancy ever made it home. And so my thought was, well, you know what? All they need to really do is check the telemetrics of Tommaso's car and then combine that with the timestamp of the garage door opening and closing. Now,
how long does that stay in the car? At least 4 to 5 years, right?
That stays a long time. Yeah, that's like you're going to know everywhere that car has been. So it's going to tell you how many people were sitting in the car, what windows were rolling down. It's just like a computer. This telemetrics is like a computer. So the idea that we don't have that information, okay, we're not privileged to have that information, but I guarantee you that the FBI knows because they pulled that information out. There's no doubt in my mind. And so they're looking at that going either, and this is what I tell my chat, either they know that he was there or they know that he wasn't there. We don't know that, but they know that.
Right.
I mean, so it's one or the other. So if he has nothing to do with this, it's going to be because they were able to substantiate that. And then when I looked at all that information, I was looking at, well, can it be off some? Well, yeah, timestamps can be off seconds, minutes, up to even an hour, okay, or hours. So it's not like it has to be exactly a match. It just has to fit within that time frame. You know what I mean? And I think that's why, once again, I don't know if he had anything to do with it. I don't know. But I'm sure as hell not going to say the family is ruled out like the sheriff did. There's no way in hell you can't do that in that short amount of time. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. And at that point, they really didn't even have the telemetrics, all that information yet. And he's over here going, yep, the family is ruled. It would be awful for anybody to think other and blah, 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 blah. But that's not how it works. Okay?
Right. So if you clear, so I'm in trouble, right? And something happened and I was involved, but I didn't do anything wrong, and you clear me. But later on, you find out that I was involved. You just come back after me anyways.
Absolutely.
You want.
There's different terms. There's different terms in cleared, and there's another one where it's not completely cleared, but there's two ways to say it. I forget the terms.
I know that you're only cleared until you're not cleared in law enforcement. Okay,
right?
You're only cleared until you're not. So
there's one term that's where you're cleared in a sense, but you're not 100% cleared. And I know there's just a wording.
Well,
in the Delphi case I covered.
Yeah, I've heard that before, Shibby. There is another word. I can't think of it offhand, to be honest. Otherwise, I would tell you.
I'll remember. When I remember, I'll jump in.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You're only cleared until you're not cleared. So people go, well, the sheriff cleared him. That doesn't mean a hill of beans. No. A lot of times what law enforcement will do is they will say, yeah, you're cleared, because they want you to stumble, because they want you to drop, make a mistake, maybe make a phone call, That 9-second call from the guy from out there in Hawthorne, California, to that 9-second call to either A or T, that's not by accident, folks. That's not by accident. And I'm just telling you right now, that's not by
Yeah.
accident. Okay,
No.
you can't just go out there and say, I'm going to look up their name and I don't buy that one bit. I think they have crossed paths. That's be for another channel time, but
Right.
there's no doubt that that's not by accident. After you just sent them both a text message about, hey, we're ready to make the transition. Really? I mean, you're going to call that, you're going to say that in a message to both A and T, because that's been verified. And then you're going to call a 9-second phone call right after that. They're not saying who received the call, but right after that, you're going to make a 9-second phone call.
Yeah.
For me, it's simple, man. It's simple. I send you a text and I say, hey, we're ready. We're ready to make the transition, And then I'm like nervous, man. I'm like, man, I just send it and I'm like, oh hell, I'm gonna make sure he got it. I call and go, hey, why are you calling me? This is just an example. Hey, why are you calling me? This is the other person on the other line. Why are you calling me? Did you get the Bitcoin? No, I'll let you know when we get it. Don't call me again. When I did that with my chat and we timed that time frame, it came out to roughly about 9.5 seconds. Okay. And then we were just testing it. Like, what would it sound like? What could have been said in that short amount of time?
Don't call me no more.
Exactly. Don't call me no more. And, that type of thing. So I know these are a lot of assumptions. I get it. But assumptions lead to details. Details, if you can verify, lead to facts, right? You can either disprove or prove a detail when someone gives you a detail. You just go follow up on that detail,
Yep.
Richard Nolette, I'm sorry throwing him in here. Richard Nolette says, hey, he gave you the who, what, when, where, why. Okay. All those factors. He tells you how and where they put this person. Okay. So all you got to do literally is send some divers in here and go check. If it's not there, then he becomes none and void.
Yeah, easy to verify it for sure. Yeah, they got to verify it.
They're going to verify it. That's how you take a simple detail and show what it can be a fact or not. That's
right.
pretty much.
So one last thing for me with Nancy, and then we can talk about Elena Moore for a few. Because this is so high profile, if she was found, if the body was found, do you think it has to be announced on the news and to the public that the body was recovered and blah, blah, blah? Or do you think the body could be recovered and kept so quiet that nobody ever knows?
I don't think that's possible, to be honest. And I'll tell you why, is because you got a lot of people out there looking for her. And the misleading of the people that are out there trying to do the good thing, the right thing by going out there and trying to find her, whoever that may be. I think what happens is you put yourself in a liability situation. You really do, because you knew these important details and you elected not to say something. Now, I mean, they can say, well, we wanted to protect her life, therefore we didn't want to come out and say anything. Okay. But it's been 5 months later. It's been 4 months later. It's been 3 months later. You got people out there that are looking and literally looking, could get bit by rattlesnakes, could get bit by different things, could be attacked by someone else. We don't know that. But if that happens, that's a liability. So I don't think that's plausible to hide that. I think maybe for a week or so, maybe if that. But at some point, you got to go, hey, we recovered it. The body has been recovered. And now we're processing it for DNA and for anything we can get off the bones or whatever's left of it, for better lack of words. And at that point, that's where we're at. No need to check. It's already been found. And even though they have safe houses, right? So it's not like she's in jeopardy, because let's just say she was alive or they had the body, they could put her in some safe house. So I don't think there's a justification for that. And I think you're looking for a lawsuit if something like that happens.
Yeah, it was playing in the back of my head over the last week, just saying, it's so quiet, nobody's talking, blah blah blah. I was like, what if behind the scenes they were able to work out something where they were able to grab the body and they just kind of did it quietly just to. But then I'm saying, well, Jesus, if they didn't tell anybody, that would be worse than anything, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
the entire world. I mean, we're talking about the world. This just isn't happening here. This is in every country. I mean, it might not be the tops all over the place, but everybody knows about this. It's absolutely insane. So that's why I kept saying no to myself. But
You're right.
Anyway, well, that was great, man. I understand things a lot better. I'm sure a lot of people, now understand a few things better than we did when we got here. So, if any, Ted, Shibby, you guys got any more questions before we move on to Elena Moore?
I'm good.
You're good, Ted. You got any questions? You say no.
But I take that as a no. Yeah.
So,
All right.
Elena Moore. Oh,
What did you say?
What'd you say, Ted? He's good.
I think Ted's muted.
Yeah, he is. So, as moving on to Elena Moore, I had a presentation I was going to do, and I was waiting for the autopsy report, and that did come in yesterday. But I'm waiting for the next report to come out for the alcohol, drugs, whatever. But were you shocked yesterday with no injuries? No,
Yes.
nothing?
Yes, because I was, I can't say shocked because of the fact that we don't really have a whole lot of information there either. Okay?
No.
We have
No.
a lot of speculation and no information. The one that's going to make the big difference is the toxicology report.
I'm waiting.
And that's what I'm waiting for, like you guys.
Yeah.
But I will say that, was I a little bit taken back? Yeah, because
Me too.
well, as they said, no visible trauma, no signs of gunshot wounds, stab wounds, strangulation, blunt force injuries, bruising, lacerations. My God. So here I'm thinking, okay, if she fell over the bridge embankment, let's just say, she would have to have some type of scrapes or bruises, right?
You'd have something.
Something happened. So
Guys,
I was shocked. Yes, very much so.
Go ahead, Ted. Or not. Ted, you there?
sorry, can you hear me? Oh, Elena Moore? Yeah, sorry, I'm in bad reception. But Elena Moore, just give me up to speed. That's the DoorDash lady, correct? That walked up and grabbed the DoorDash?
Yeah, she was the lady from South Carolina who went missing. She was at her Planet Fitness, and then she was seen walking, and then she ended up at the door with the DoorDash, and she picked up the food, and the guy opened the door. Who, want to talk about coincidences, his last name was Moore.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Really?
Incredible.
Yeah, his last name was Moore, who was getting the food. And then she tried to enter his house. I mean, not like forcefully. She just kind of walked in and then stepped back. And then she ended up going to another, down to where the mail is, and she was seen going through people's packages. And then she ended up walking away again. You know, it's just, that was like a week before she went really missing. And then long-term, Ted, she ended up walking towards the woods when that was like the last time somebody saw her. And then they got a tip that there was a body down in the ravine near the water, and they went and they recovered her body. Now it's, you know, what happened. So I
Foul play or any?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's everything that she was doing was kind of out of the ordinary for her. But so when the DoorDash thing happened, and when they found her going through the packages, the police were called. The police came. They took her to the regular hospital, and then the hospital, whatever they did, they immediately took her to the mental institution. I apologize. I forget the name of the place. Where she, I mean, we can never find out
Was
what happened, but
evaluated?
yeah, but it seems they put her on medication, but it seems like she may have signed herself out of there. I don't think she was let out. I think she just like, you know what, I'm done. But there's a lot of unknown. Like, what did she stop taking the medication, or is the medication making her delusional? Which they did say that sometimes can happen depending on what medication she's on, which we'll probably never know. But very odd. And as far as I could see and what I could find out about her relationship with her husband, which I found out yesterday, something that I didn't even know, they were iffy in their relationship. They were talking about separating, but they kind of held it together. But he was a sheriff for that county that they lived in. And I did not know that until yesterday. So, and now he's a private investigator. So, which is just kind of an odd thing. But I think Devil Dog knows a little bit more about this case than I do. I just find it very odd the way she was acting. And for her friends, that wasn't her. Definitely not her. She was a strict go to the gym, go here, go home. It was the same routine for her every single day. And, you know, they say that they've never seen anything like this from her ever. And, you know, Brian Enton, and I'm giving you guys a quick rundown for anybody that doesn't know. Brian Enton did an interview with her friend, which I'm disgusted with her friend. They were at a dinner and lunch, whatever, and they were talking. And when they were getting ready to leave, Elena stood up, hugged her friend, and said, "I'm scared for my life." But she said, "I don't want to talk here in front of everybody. Let's make a time to meet and talk." If that's me, I'm saying, screw that. Let's go outside. Let's talk right now and find out what the hell's going on with you. And then that was it. And now she's gone. And if I was that friend, I don't know. I mean, that was, to me, that was the one of the biggest red flags for me. Is I would have grabbed her by the arm and said, "Come on, we're going outside. What's the deal?" So let me let Devil Dog jump in here, because he's been on top of this, talking about it for the last few days. So what do you have for some thoughts here, Mr. Devil Dog?
Well, I mean, it's you said it well. Everything you said is spot on as far as everything. For me, you know, I had some feelings at the very beginning when I didn't have much, and I mean, my mind was running in so many different ways, dealing with possibly, you know, and I'm just going to put this out there. I'm not saying that this is what happened. This is just the thoughts that were running in my head, the ideas. I was thinking, okay, was she helping? Because what I saw, and I'll just go to the apartment where the DoorDash incident.
Yeah.
What I saw was somebody that was looking for some evidence of something. I don't know what it was, but I find out later that she is on her husband's business as an investigator, which that would make sense why she was probably looking for evidence of some sort, because she took the receipt, she looked at it. On one occasion, she said, "Oh shit." And that could have been very well that she saw the name with the same last name. Very possible, right?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
she could, but then she also said something else that was very hard to understand. Now, I have my own theories on what it sounded like to me, but that's just me. But she goes ahead and she's looking for evidence. Okay, she she brings the doorbell. The John Moore, I think that's his name, opens the
Yes.
door. He opens the door, and she goes, John Moore, and he goes, yes, and she gives him the order. And then when he goes to turn around, she does this number. She actually just bends in to look like who else is in there. That's what I got out of it. That she looked in to see who else was in there, and then realized, like, oh shit, this is not my house. So she pulls back because he made it so obvious. And then as she turns away and she's kind of doing this like nonchalantly, then she says, just that order, just those orders, or something to that effect. And he says yes, and she's like, okay. And then of course he closes the door. She acts like she's going, but then she circles back, looks at the door again. So she was, to me, was looking for some evidence for some reason. Okay.
Well, you're talking, hey, Devil Dog, you're talking about Elena. When she left, she kind of peeked over to make sure the door was closed, and she knew what she was doing. She
Absolutely.
then realized, turned around and went back, like,
Absolutely.
and then she did a side eye again to make sure she wasn't being seen. So she was aware. She wasn't.
Oh yeah, yeah. So
confused.
she was looking for something. Whether she
Yeah.
was looking for a friend, like, hey, go. At first I thought, well, maybe she was looking for a friend that works with her.
Hey,
that said,
maybe she was hungry. Maybe she was hungry and she wanted to go in and share that guy's food.
So
Go ahead.
let me understand. So do you think she was in the right state of mind at that time? Or do you think she was a little?
No, she was off. No misunderstand me.
Okay.
She was definitely off. Her mannerisms and her demeanor, she was way off. She was just like, almost like when you're unsure of yourself, you're like trying to do 100 things at once, and everything looks like, what the hell is wrong with this person? Like they're all
Right.
over the place, right? That's what she looked like. Now,
The sign of confusion for me was when she looked up to see the number of the apartment, kind of at that one point.
Right. Well, apparently she did that. She also went down to somebody else's apartment and was looking
really?
through their stuff. That was reported. Okay?
Yeah, she was looking through their packages.
Yeah, and somebody
Yeah.
came out the door and said, "Who are you?" And she said, she said something, and then the person said, "Well, why are you going through their stuff then?" And it was kind of one of those brush off type of deals. So,
is there any chance that her building is the same like setup as that, and maybe she thought she was at home?
it's possible. I don't know where she lived. I know that. Yeah, I don't know where she lived. It is very possible. That's a good point. That is a very good point, Ted.
Because
It
I've
could
heard
be
where
that-
people, they end up on the wrong floor and they go into 418, but they live in 318. Remember that girl that got shot? I forget her
Right.
name.
Yes, I do remember what you're talking about on that one.
She got shot in her own apartment. She got shot in
Yes.
her own apartment because the person was in the wrong apartment.
Right. I do remember about that. And I think that was, oh God, where was that at?
Brianna or something.
St. Louis or somewhere out there. It was,
Yeah.
I do remember that. But the idea that she went ahead and was not all there, I'm not sure if I buy that at the beginning. Like when she was walking from Planet Fitness, going down to the public grocery store, then going down towards behind of Lowe's, and then the last time they saw her was up at by the woods, but it's really not woods. It's just a few trees. It's not like, because when they first said that, I thought, okay, maybe she was like in some wooded area, but no, it was just a small amount of trees that they called the woods. It's actually more of a business area than anything. So,
Right.
so I took it as in, and this all incident, you got to remember, this incident happened on the 4th. On the 4th, it happened. She went missing on the 11th and was reported on the 12th by her husband.
Right.
Okay? So
A day later.
yes. So for a fact that for anybody to think that she might have not been out there, I don't think that can be proven at the point, because she seemed to me like she was looking for information for somebody, whether it was her husband, whether she was working on a case with him, because she is on his business license and everything. So what for whatever reason, she was looking for something. And at first I thought maybe that cost her life, you know. Uh, but then again, then on the somewhere after that, she must have went home, right? After the 4th, she must have went home because you didn't hear about her from the 4th
No,
until
that's
she
when she
didn't
went
come
to the
home on the 11th. Right,
The
right.
fourth-
Well,
the fourth
and that
is
could
when
be
they-
right. Yeah,
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, she had to be in the mental hospital for a few days because they were able to get her on medication and all that
right.
stuff. So I'm thinking between the 4th and what do you say, like 5, 6, whatever, that following week she was there, and then I believe from what I could find, it almost seems like she may have just signed herself up and said, okay, I'm done. And the person they were talking to had said, listen, a lot of the times people get out of here and they're perfectly fine because they're on medication.
Right.
And
That is
then they
true.
get home and they're there for a day or two and they're like, you know what? I don't need that shit. I'm back to normal. And they stop taking their medication. And that could explain why the 11th, because it's only a few days later after getting out of the hospital. And then if she stopped taking that medicine, then she fell back into that, who am I? What am I? What's going on? And there she is. But I need the toxicology report because she wasn't injured. She didn't have a scrape. She didn't have a bruise. She had nothing. She was just laying there. Was it? You know what I mean? There's no strangulation. There's no nothing. So
Well, I think she could have been off her meds. Not to cut you off, she could have been off her meds. We know that there's always, when you're taking meds for certain things, there's always some crazy side effects.
Yeah.
I know that from my military. You get off your meds for too while, and next thing you know, you're like, you're having episodes that you never thought you could have. So,
And-
so yeah, that's a very good point. And it was the Three Rivers something mental ward or mental hospital.
Three Rivers. Three Rivers something. Yeah. I've looked at the husband. There hasn't, as far as I could see and what I could find, there doesn't look like there was ever any abuse from the husband or her. I know they weren't perfect. They were talking about separating, not getting divorced. They were just talking about separating. And I don't, obviously there was no foul abuse to her from anybody, it seems. Obviously from the report. So, I mean, I'm not saying anything because obviously it's just my opinion, but I don't think the husband's involved unless he was messing with the medication. You know what I'm saying? But
Absolutely.
I'm thinking it's going to end up being, maybe she overdosed on her meds.
Although it felt like the husband took a while to call in, right? The next day around noon, I think.
It took a day. And, I said to my wife the other night, I said, if you were missing for 5-6 hours and I didn't know where you were, I'm calling. My wife didn't answer. I haven't heard from her in 5-6 hours, and she should have been home 3 hours ago.
Right.
I'm calling. Hey, listen. Yeah. And I know a lot of the police stations, it's got to be 24 hours before they really do anything. I mean, I have enough friends on our police department. They would come right out and look, but it's got to be 24 hours.
He was a sheriff. He knows people. He was a sheriff. He knows people.
Right. And he's the so he did go find her car. He's the one that found her car at the where was that?
Publix.
Yeah, Publix.
The parking lot.
The question that people were asking yesterday was, did he find the car, go through it, touch the car, look through it, and then call the police? Or did he find the car, call the police and say, hey, I found her car at Publix? Because if anything comes up crooked about her death and he was the one that went into the car, that poses a big problem.
Honestly, the only thing I've heard, Chris, was that was that he had that car towed to his
Yes.
home.
And that's the problem.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And we haven't heard anything about whether they did search the vehicle, look for anomalies that would kind of like speak to something that could have happened. We didn't hear anything other than that he had the car towed.
Yeah.
And I know some people say, well, maybe they didn't have a second pair of keys. I don't know. In today's world, man, I mean, it's possible, but everybody has a second pair of keys.
He shouldn't have had the car towed in the first place.
Right,
He should have
absolutely, because it is a part of the
911.
evidence.
Hey, I found the car. Come and get it.
Absolutely.
And and like you say, he knows he shouldn't touch it.
Yep.
And I know he's got a lot of friends on the force. I know. I don't know why he's not a cop anymore. I think he got fired, actually.
I don't know
True.
I don't know what happened with him. I do know that he was a deputy at that sheriff's department for, I believe it was 14 years.
Yeah, and I think he got let go, is what I read.
And then his friend, who is now investigating this case for the family and his friend, the friends of her and his family, meaning the Elena's family, they hired him because he knew the family. And he worked with the husband when they worked at the sheriff's department together.
Yeah.
Except that the guy who's doing the investigation, he had I think it was 30 plus years.
Yeah.
And before he retired, and then after he retired, he became a private investigator. Now, I mean, I don't know what the whole situation about why he left or not. I do know. I will say that, because they were friends, he probably told him, man, you need to become a private investigator, take your knowledge, yada, yada, yada. And it's possible that that's what got him in there, because he was working for a law firm doing investigations for them.
Yep.
So it's no telling. And you're right. It's a good point. He could have been terminated for something inappropriate. We don't know. But I did find it very suspicious that there was nothing wrong with her, which tells me that if she was taking her medications, like you said earlier, and she either stopped or took too much. And you know how people who work out, a lot of them, they take all these different types of drinks to enhance protein shakes and all this crazy stuff. It could very well that she didn't get no water, and it could be very well that she walked and walked and walked until she dehydrated and her body just shut down. It's very possible, but we won't know that until the toxicology report comes out.
Yeah, and I know they said maybe sometime this week, but they said it can take an extended amount of time to come back with some of the stuff.
Toxicology reports take anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes even up to 8 weeks. That's what I'm waiting to hear back from another case out in California that I'm looking at as well, that we've been on it as well. And that should be coming out any day. But it takes over there, it took them 4 to 8 weeks or 6 to 8 weeks. I'm assuming it's somewhere in that ballpark, but they do a lot of their stuff in-house, from my understanding. They do a lot of the testing in their own facility. I guess it's that big of a facility, so it could be a little bit quicker. I don't know, but yeah, it was very interesting. This case has kind of got me thinking in more ways than one, even to the point where I finally said, I told my chat, I said, you know what, we just don't have enough information to make really anything other than we can make assumptions all day long. We can make guesses, but that's not doing anybody really any justice. No. So I'm trying to wait to see, like you, Chris, I'm waiting to see exactly what that toxicology report comes out. What does it speak? What does it say? For all we know, she could have just, her heart could have just gave out.
Right.
Very
And I'm waiting to see, if there is lots of medication in her to where it was an overdose, do I don't know, man. That's a tough one. Like, did she commit suicide by overdosing herself? Or so Melly, one of my tremendous mods, had a question, thinking if her partner was in control of the medication, maybe he overdosed her, which I wouldn't doubt that if that's what it ends up being. My two questions would end up being there. Did she do it herself or was she helped? So
it could be either or, honestly. And it's going to come back to, this is one of those tricky ones because, in law enforcement, you got to go where the facts take you, right? So if she has X amount of medication, in her system that would have been an overdose, well, who's going to speak for Elena? Nobody, right?
no.
Elena can't say, well, my husband gave me so many pills and I thought I took them, but then he said, no, honey, take these here, that type of thing. So Elena doesn't have anybody to speak for her. So basically you're just going to hear it from the toxicology report, from the forensics, and then from literally whatever the husband says. I'm not saying he has anything to do with it. I'm just saying that at this point, this may be one of those tough cases that may really end up being an unknown self-inflicted, right, if there's a lot more medication in her system.
Yeah, and I think, and that would be, if it was just going too much in that head and it just got to her and she was like, dude, I can't do this anymore. It's not me. But what doesn't scare me, what worries me is that she said to her friend, I'm afraid for my life. What the hell are you afraid of? And that friend, the guilt that must be running through her right now has got to be just incredible. You had the opportunity right freaking in front of you to say, whoa, come outside with me. Let's talk. And you didn't do that. I don't understand.
So I listened to the investigator with Brian Netton, the investigator that's actually handling the case. All right.
Yeah.
And he said that Brian was asking him some questions about that. And it's interesting you say that because Brian asked him exactly this. And I'm trying to remember your call real quick. He asked him that there was a lady, which is the lady you're talking about, Sandra or something like that, that she asked, she had made the comment that she was afraid for her life, that there was problems in the marriage, yada, 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 that she was getting a divorce. This is what she was saying.
Yeah.
And they asked the private investigator, they said, well, what can you say about this? And he said, and his exact comments were, if she was her best friend, why haven't law enforcement talked to her to get her story?
Exactly.
And I was like, holy shit, like I just assumed they did, because who would come out if they hadn't? Now, I'm not saying they didn't do it after the time when he gave this reporting to Brian Netton, but I was like, wow, like, and then he said, this lady was also sick because she even told you she was sick.
Yep.
So Brian that. And then Brian said, oh, okay, and then he said, well, it was reported that she was in a mental facility, Three Rivers mental of health or whatever.
Yep.
And this is his exact words were, I cannot comment on that. I think we need to leave that to law enforcement until they make that facts.
Yeah.
So basically what he was saying is, yes, she probably was there, but I'm not going to say it. But once law enforcement says it is factual, then we can talk about it.
Right.
Because he might have known something. The family might have said, yeah, she stayed at this Three Rivers facility because of X, Y, and Z. But he wasn't going to say it. And he didn't. And he just said, I think we need to leave that to law enforcement until they make it fact. And then we can go ahead and discuss that or something.
Yeah. And then I forgot about this next point, but Kipper, Sandra did miss Elena's phone call on the 4th too. She didn't answer.
Yes.
So, good point out, Kipper. I forgot all about that. But yeah, I mean, so it just, what I mean? I'm looking here and I'm like, Jesus Christ, it's like it's another missing Nancy Guthrie case. Like, here we go. We have a missing lady that is delirious and going through people's stuff, and she's walking around and she's, and they said she had such the routine. It was every day. It was the same thing. Planet Fitness, when she worked at CVS, bing, bang, bang, home. Next day, same thing, bing, bang. And then when they saw her walking, and they're like, wait a minute, that's just not her. She doesn't do that, So, again, unfortunately, now we have to sit here and wait for that toxicology report. And, I don't hope for anything, but I want to know what the cause was. But again, like you just said, we're never going to know unless great. They can say, well, the cause of death was overdose. Right. Great. But was it her or was it somebody else? So we're never going to know unless if it was somebody else, they find some evidence that points in the direction of that person. But if not, poor lady who, go ahead, Ted.
Oh, I was just going to say, what position did she have at CVS? Did she work at the counter or the pharmacy?
Pharmacy. The
Pharmacy. So that's the other thing too.
Oh.
Like, whoa. But I haven't seen anything about, CVS saying, hey, we had some stuff missing or not, but she did work in the pharmacy.
The other thing, Chris, on this case is that now when the toxicology report comes out, it's going to list everything that was in her system. So let's say that they found some other type of pills in her system.
Yeah.
Now, the way they could put this back to, and it could be directed back, and I'm not saying that he did anything wrong. I'm just giving a different perspective here. If it could go back to the husband, is if they find out that, let's just say for all sake of purposes, she had so many ecstasies in her system. Let's just say hypothetically, or so many, whatever you want to call it. And they then go back to her house and they start searching her apartment, and let's just say that for better lack of words, the husband denies, no, I didn't give her anything. She just takes this. But then they're looking for that specific drug in that house. And let's say they find it in his car, or let's say they find it in his, somewhere hiding. And let's say that his fingerprints are all over it. You follow me? Then that could lead and open more doors.
I would say if he wasn't upfront about it before they found it, that would definitely be sus for sure.
So that's in my opinion, that'd be one of the very few ways that they could solve this. But honestly, from what I'm seeing, and it looks like he's got a lot of support, the husband, from people in law enforcement, as you stated, along with this private investigator who worked with him. And he said they were both outstanding people. It is very possible that you're right. It'll be hard to justify, did she do it or did someone else do it? Because you just don't have that other person speaking for themselves.
Yeah. I mean, I saw a chat come up. We're not saying that the lady was an angel. I mean, she obviously had her issues, but I just, when you see somebody like that and the way that she was acting, it's just like, whoa, you know what I mean? You can see it in the face. You can immediately tell something's off, right? And, I hope, what I wanted to ask you, have you heard anything from her family?
Nothing.
I have. Yeah, I've heard nothing from the family.
Well, now I will say I did hear that when she moved, because she was adopted, she was from Russia, and they adopted her. Her family adopted her, and I did hear, and I can't going to quote you on where I heard it from, and it could have been it could have been even the lady Sandra or whoever was doing that thing with Barnett, but that she wasn't, once she moved away and got with this guy and started doing her own thing as she grew up, she wasn't very close, I guess, for a better lack of words, with her family. Like it was a family. They raised her, and I could be totally off. She could be closer than heck with these people. I just thought that, if I'm not mistaken, and I have to go back and look, that she had stated something about that her and the family, like they were family, but they were like anybody, right?
Yeah.
They're over there, I'm over here. You know, you want to
Yeah.
come see me? I'm over here. You know where I live. You know, that type of thing. You know.
Yep.
So it very well could, but you're right. I have heard nothing from the family.
Yeah.
Nothing.
And you know, one thing that stood out about with me, and it doesn't mean anything though, is like I've seen a lot of pictures of her. Lots of pictures of her. And she's a beautiful lady. But she looks completely different
Yes.
from 7 months ago
Yes.
till this past few weeks.
Night and day.
Night and day, but she's a personal trainer. She doesn't look like a personal trainer right now. She doesn't fit that. It looks like, unfortunately, it looks like she went downhill a little bit from what she used to look like. That could mean nothing, but that also means, yeah, I know makeup, obviously, but that, to me, that tells me something changed
She was
quickly.
going for the ringer, no doubt about it.
Yeah,
You can see it. You can see
you know, so, but I'm, like I said, I'm waiting for the toxicology report, and then, you know, see what we can find out there. And then, you know, again, there's three things that stand out to me here. One big one is what the hell happened, obviously, with her. Two, the husband should have never touched the car, because that puts guilt, not guilt, but now they're going to look at you. What the hell did you touch the car for? You brought it home. What'd you do when it got home? Did you clean it up? Did you take stuff out of it? What did you do? Right. And then the other one was just, you know, her friend. Her friend. What the hell? You missed the opportunity twice. The phone call, which you can't be blamed for. Maybe you're working or doing something. But not pulling her outside that day that she told you she was afraid for her life. I'm sorry. That is a big miss right there. It is.
I agree.
It is. I mean, you know, but I mean, it's a sad story. It's a sad situation, and we can only see what happens from the tox report, you know? I mean,
Well, the other thing that I want to note is that she did have also, as a private or as a personal fitness trainer, she also had an Instagram. And if you look at the Instagram, I mean, it is night and day from what she looked like on that video during the DoorDash incident to where you look at her on her Instagram. It's almost like, I mean, even when I saw it, I was like taken back, because I was like, is that the same person? You know?
yeah.
And so you knew she had to be going through something, or maybe she just wasn't she was working behind the scenes, meaning she was probably gathering information, or could have been doing. The idea is, do I think it could have been, it's either I'm really leaning to this was either a self-infliction on her end, or the poor lady was just going through a lot of different emotions, took her pills, couldn't remember when she took them again, maybe, and then took them again, and then just kept going like a, you know, anybody. You go and go and go and go. At some point, your body will shut down, and it's very possible that could have happened. So
maybe she found another apartment to deliver the food to, and that person let her come in, and they took advantage of her in a vulnerable state.
Well, and that was the thing. She wasn't necessarily a DoorDash driver. She wasn't a DoorDash, but she
was trying something.
Right. Absolutely. And that's a good point. I mean, somebody, well, you know, that's the other thing that bothered me in this case, though. They said that she walked into the woods, that they found her in the woods, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then when I hear the private investigator, Brian Ennett, asked him, he said, is it fair to say that she wasn't found in the woods, but over the embankment?
Mm-hmm.
And he
but
said,
also did go on. Sorry.
No, and then he said, yes. So she wasn't really in the woods.
No.
She was over where that overpass bridge is at, that little bridge. Like, I think it's like 8 to 10 feet height.
Yeah.
And they found her right down below.
And did they have video of her walking herself there?
They had video. The last place they had video is where she was going towards the woods.
Right.
I say the woods, a tree line going.
Yeah, that's all it was. It was just like a 10-foot section of woods.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
it.
you
It
go
wasn't.
through- yeah,
Yeah, it wasn't like 5-10 acre land. You know, it was just
Right.
a very small. For a better lack of words, just like you said about 15, 20 trees.
yeah,
But there was some
also-
brush there too. There was some brush.
yeah.
What if she walked herself there, but then bumped into somebody there too,
Well,
and
that-
so it looked
well,
like she went
you know,
herself?
Yeah, and that's another thing. Good point. Good point. Because in the beginning, I thought that maybe when she walked through the woods, somebody was following her, and that's what I thought from the get-go was that somebody followed her into the woods and could have actually done something to her to take her
Right.
out. So you're right on that. But it was the idea that they found her laying laying by the water next to the they said the curb, because that's where the curb would have went down, straight down, on the bottom. And
Picture one guy with a little green tent living there or something. It
Bro,
wouldn't
true.
have to be a full encampment. You wouldn't even know one guy would be hiding out in those woods.
You're exactly right. That's a very good point. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. It's very possible. I just didn't like the fact that they made it seem like the last time they saw her was in the woods. But really, technically, that really wasn't the last time they saw her, because when they discovered her body, it wasn't in the woods. It was on the embankment. It wasn't in the woods. So
How soon after the video was it exactly?
oh,
I don't even know
I
how
want
long.
to say they just found her. So she went missing. She went missing on the 11th. The husband called on the 12th, and they found her. I think it was the 19th. I could be wrong, but somewhere in there, it was like 7 days, 6-7 days. So
But
maybe
the video though, was the video also that 7 days or 7 days prior?
Oh no, that would have been when she was first supposedly headed towards the woods. They never specified that timestamp. They never gave that timestamp on when exactly they picked her up on that. I'm sure the investigators have that information, because it's probably going to have a timestamp.
Right.
But they didn't release that.
For sure. Yeah.
They also got a tip about her being in the woods.
Right.
They got a phone call or an email or something, so that's why they went there.
So it's just a lot of
Somebody-
we just don't have enough.
No, somebody found her. Somebody saw her and called and said, "Hey, there's a body on the embankment," and they went there and they retrieved her. So
I'm surprised more people didn't call to say there's someone in distress, someone confused, someone tried to walk in my front door and deliver my food that was already paid for and tried to collect payment or something like that.
Right, but after that, Shibby, when you saw her turn left and then look at the door again and then go back to the right, she went downstairs and went through somebody's packages. They called, the police came, took her to the regular hospital, and then immediately from the regular hospital they brought her to the, and I hate to say mental hospital, but I can't remember, Three Rivers.
Yep.
And where they admitted her, and then she was there for some amount of time because she got on medication, and then from what everybody's saying, it looks like she signed herself out saying, "Hey, I don't really need this anymore."
They do a 24 or 48 hour hold, right? And then she passes
like
all
that.
that,
Yep. But they
That's that place that keeps calling me. I was wondering what Three Rivers was.
Ted, are you coming back or what?
Ted, you see that on your call
No, it's
display a
a bad
lot?
reception.
Ted,
Well, the other thing too on that is that the husband had to have known she was at that facility,
Yep.
right? Because at some point she got out and came back home, because at some point she got out of that facility, came back home. And the reason I say she came back home is because she wasn't reported until the 12th.
Right.
And this happened on the 4th with the incident with the DoorDash. That happened on the 4th. So cops come, take her, they get her evaluated. They go ahead and take her to the Three Rivers facility. She checks herself in. I'm thinking maybe whatever time, I don't know how long she was there, but she gets out. She has to go home because the husband states that when she didn't come home on the 11th is when he called. So somewhere before the 11th, she came home. Right.
Plus,
That
with
would
many
be
of those
fair to
mental
say.
with many of those mental health illnesses, people would know what to say to help them get out, to like just how to play it off and pass the tests to get out.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is very true.
Yeah.
Tell them what they want to hear,
Yeah, it's just
Yep.
another strange case until that toxicology report comes in and we can get some idea and go from there, and just put it to rest. But I mean, I just the amount of cases that we've been with throughout the last year, I'm just saying now, for all the big ones that have happened within the past year, there's so many unanswered questions. And then all the other cases from, years and years ago that Ted's working on, like the missing kids and all that stuff. It's absolutely insane. And not being able to know, obviously, is killing everybody. Like, I mean, not knowing about Nancy is like, what the hell? I mean, we're talking 4 months later, and what do we know? I said this the other day. Seriously, Devil Dog, I want your opinion. Out of the 4 months that Nancy's been gone, what do we know for sure about the situation? And then I'm going to tell you what I think, and then you can say what you think.
Okay.
What do I know about Nancy? That there was a perp on the front porch and she's missing.
That's it. That's all we know.
I know.
That's all factual we know.
Right.
I mean, when it comes down to Nancy, that's all we know. She went missing. I mean, really, they can say that, well, she, went missing or was taken involuntarily, but we don't even know that. I mean, she went missing, and yeah, there was a perp in her front door. That's all we know. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, and this is what drives me crazy is there's so much that they know. Like you said at the beginning, there's so much that they know. They know how do they know she was ripped out of her bed in her jammies, right? Just from the kid saying, well, she wore jammies to go to bed? Great. But how do they know she was ripped out of her bed? Is there video from inside the house? Which I believe there is.
There was cameras inside her house.
Exactly.
And probably a messy bed, too. A messy bed, because she's the type who obviously, if she did it on video, would make her bed always. So if it was the comforter was ripped across, the comforter dragged across the bedroom floor would be a very indicative of what happened.
Right. And, they found the blood on the front porch. Is that new blood or is that old blood? How long's that blood been there? I mean, I'm saying it's going to be new just because of the situation, but is that actual blood coming out of Nancy as she's being carried away, or is that blood that was just kind of planted there? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so crazy. The same thing. Again, we know two things. That's it. How many theories do we have? I don't know, maybe 200,000-300,000.
Right.
I mean, Ted, why you have good reception? You've been there. You've been boots on that ground. You've been to her house, and you've been by Annie's house. You've been all over that area, looking, searching, talking, helping. What are your thoughts right now, Ted? What do we know? What do you know? And what's bothering the most you out of everything about Nancy's case? Not including the streamers, because before we end this live, I'm going to talk to you guys about the streamers. I want your guys' opinions. I know Ted's opinion on the streamers because you are one of them. I know Sweet Dudes, but I don't know Devil Dog, which I'm really interested in hearing because he brings in our end, which is true crime, and he also brings in law enforcement end, and I need his opinion. But Ted, the stage is yours, my friend. What do you think about this whole Nancy thing? And pay attention while you're driving and telling us. All right?
Yeah, it just I think the biggest thing, you said it earlier, blows my mind how devil dogs, like we can land a guy on the moon and we can't find a body. And with today's technology, with the cars that we kind of disregarded, we can't find where those cars went. When I was around that area, there is a lot of commercial buildings that have audio video recorders of that whole area. There's only a few ins and outs where then you're getting on major highways where you're getting video cameras constantly, no matter where you go. So that's just what blows my mind, that as of month 5, we have the
Not Ted.
perfect video of, oops.
You're good. You're good. Just keep talking. Yeah, he's got bad reception. Yeah. So what I really wanted to ask Ted when he can connect again, and we have good connection with him, is that I've heard a few different things about the roads in and out of Nancy's neighborhood. I've heard that there's, it's just the one way into her street, and then there's 2 ways out that drop you back onto the main road. But I've also heard that if you keep driving straight through, you can get out on the other side. And I don't know that, but that's what I thought. So
yeah,
that's
there's many ways in and out of there. DGL explained it all. I think the first time you go there, it might look confusing, but for Chris and them, like, remember Chris and his wife drove through? It looks confusing at first, but once there's ways to get in and out, and it's pretty. The guys all know their way around easy.
Yeah, I don't know, anything about that neighborhood. I don't know where anything is or how it looks. It just, to me, it seems like there's more than just one way.
Oh yeah,
they could have got out. There's not just
three or
one
four good
way.
ways in and out of there. Yeah,
yeah.
Sure.
So, but that's good. So now, moving on, seeing as that we lost our buddy Ted.
Oh, Ted's gone. Oh, he's texting me now. I'll update you.
Yeah, he's in a bad reception area.
No, his phone's on fire. 1 second. My phone is on fire. So it's melting. He's in the sun. Nice. He's streaming, and he's probably using it for GPS and all this stuff. So poor phone is going to melt on him.
Okay. So what I need, Devil Dog, is you are retired law enforcement, and I need your honest opinion. What happened to the streamers? I need your opinion. What you think? Was it? Yeah, just give us your opinion on what you think of what happened to the streamers and what you think will be the outcome. If it was you, what do you think the outcome's going to be? And let's hear your opinion, my boy. I'm excited for this.
So, if it was me, in all honesty, if it was me, there'd be a lawsuit. Okay. Violation of civil rights, etc. Okay. If that's what you're going there with the arrest that some of these streamers went through. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, everything.
Chris?
Yeah. Yep.
So,
everything.
So what do I think of the streamers? Well, I think they're doing a job that they have every right to do. And I think that they're not breaking the law when they're doing that job as covering what happened to Nancy. Okay. What do I think of the streamers as a whole? I think they're giving a lot of attention to this case. I think this case probably would have become unalive a lot quicker if they weren't out there putting in their ideas and covering. I don't honestly think they did anything wrong to be arrested. None of them.
Right.
Do I think that I've always said in the past, for me, that if I was covering a case and it got to the point that it is now, I would go there maybe a couple hours morning. I would go get something to eat, maybe do something else, come back and afternoon maybe for an hour or so, take off, go back, come back at night. If I wanted to stream from there, that's what I would have done. Only
Right.
because it's a simple fact that you're keeping all three times of the day, you're showing yourself there. You're not living there, but you're showing yourself there. And that's a good thing, because you want people to see you so that they know why you're there. They already know why you're there, but you want them to see you so that it's always on their mind, in my opinion. Now, I don't have uh, anything bad about any streamer. I have different views because obviously my position that I have held and things that I have done in my law enforcement career. I am, to correct the record, I am not retired. I just spent over a decade in law enforcement. So I'm not retired from law enforcement, but that's another thing.
Okay.
I will say, I want to say that because I didn't want anybody to think, oh God, he spent X amount of. I did my time, and and that's where I get my knowledge from.
Right.
But the other thing is, I think that we all really need to understand, as streamers, we need to understand that we need to also respect people that live in their neighborhoods. We need to understand that, because these people, this is their home, this is where they live. Now, I get it. No problems with people being there. But if you give anybody any reason to complain, maybe you're too loud, maybe you're doing something like whatever.
Right.
I don't want to go too detailed, but if you're doing something other than covering Nancy, and it becomes just a sideshow, then you're really defeating the purpose. And I think we all know that. I think deep down inside we all know that. So I don't have problems with streamers. I do have different views, different opinions of streamers, uh, but that's something that's no here or there, because we're all different. We carry ourselves different, and as law enforcement, I've always had an open mind for everybody. I
Yeah.
have had an open mind for everybody. That's what's got me to climb the ladder so fast. Is that when I got out of the military, man, I listened to everybody. I always had an ear to listen to the people that didn't have a voice or felt that they didn't have a voice. So that is none of that. Um, I don't know what you really want specifically, because you got to ask me. If you want something specific, you got to ask it.
Basically it was just your thought about them being arrested and
Okay,
charged.
so the arresting part should have never been arrested. Okay, first of all, there was no right to arrest anybody. Okay, that was ridiculous. And I know that sometimes you poke the bear, and sometimes the bear's going to get you, and that's what happened. The bear got them, right. At the end of the
Right.
day, what do they say? The pin's mightier than the sword, right?
Yep.
Writing a ticket is a lot easier than going ahead and So it's just that. But was it done fairly? Absolutely not. Was it shameful? Absolutely, in my opinion. Would I have done that? Not a chance. I tell you exactly what I would have done. If I was the officer that was going there, I would have literally, if I am told that I have to go ahead and arrest this person because they did X, Y, and Z, and I go to talk to this person, and I am telling this person, hey, I need you to stand up. You know, you're being arrested for this violation, this violation. I'm going to know what those codes are, and I'm going to know that before I get there, and I'm going to explain to the person. But I'm not going to just arrest that. I may not even arrest the person. I may just say, hey, look, this is where you got to understand where your position is in law enforcement, where you stand, and the rules and governance that you need to also, you got to follow.
Yeah.
And because we all answer to somebody. But I always have felt that if it was me, for example, I'll use Alex as an example. I would have went to Alex and said, look, man, I know these guys told you. I know we've told you guys before. Now you cannot be out here. I know that you're right and everything, but they're cracking down. They're cracking down hard on everybody, and they are going to the rescue the next time they see you. So do me a favor, man. I don't want to see that happen, but please do not come out here. If you do, they're going to arrest you. I'm just letting you know. Just want to give you, so you can't say you didn't hear it from me. Okay, because every officer says something different. I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen. So do me a favor, please do not stream from out here. Stream from over here, stream from the sheriff's department. Do not stream from here because they will arrest you. Then I can feel comfortable that I went ahead and I covered that base with that individual, whether it's Alex, whether it's 857, whether it's the Deuce, whoever, or Juice, the Juice. The idea is that I would have explained that to them. And then when they're out there and they're saying it's our civil right, okay. Sometimes when you fight for something, you don't always get the greatest result for yourself, right?
Yep.
I mean, good trouble is good trouble. Okay, good trouble is good trouble. But not always does good trouble bring in fairness. Let's be honest. You have to literally, like, if I'm going to stand up for my principle and what I believe, then I have to know that I'm putting myself in a consequential situation where I can actually may have to deal with the repercussion. And that's just the reality of life. So I think that once you go down and you understand that, now you put yourself at the position to say, hey, I go out there because I have a right to be out there, which they all do. Everyone does.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But I also know that when push comes to shove, pins mightier than the sword. I am going to probably, something may happen where I may get arrested. And if that happens, well, then my response is, well, we're going to go to court and I'm going to file this lawsuit. I'm going to do this because they violated my civil rights. And this is how we're going to roll. But I already know that going into it. Okay. So I'm not pissed off. I'm not mad. They come to me and they say, if I was Alex and they came to me and say, hey, stand up. Can you guys tell me what I'm being arrested for? Just stand up. You got it.
This is what I said because unfortunately, we were on live and we were watching Alex, and so we saw it happen at that moment, and it was horrible to watch because when you know the person, it's different when you know somebody than somebody that you don't know, right? So, but all I said from that moment on is if those two cops approached Alex like they approached Juice, and it would have been over and done with in 2 seconds. He would have put his hands behind his back. He would have went to jail. There would have been no problem. And then tell me if I'm wrong here, but this is what I've been saying with Alex. They have Alex for resisting arrest.
Right.
It's not resisting like every day that you see resisting on TV. All he did was hold his hands together and prevent them from putting his hands behind his back. But I'm pro cop. But to an officer, not being able to put the hands behind your back, it's resisting arrest.
Absolutely.
It's just not with violence. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And the cop didn't. Alex didn't trip the cop. The cop fell over his leg.
That is correct.
Got it. And then the other thing that didn't help was that little 4'5" cop that came running out of the pickup truck saying, stop spitting on me, stop spitting on me. And what was happening, it was either when Alex was talking, yelling, whatever, what am I going to jail for? It was just a little bit of overspray that came out.
Numerous times, yes.
Yeah, or it's sweat just rolling off the head. So, in my eyes, the sheriffs caused this whole incident with Alex. and I knew it. As soon as the first cop pulled up in that pickup truck, he rolled in fast. He stopped quick, jumped out, grabbed them, and I was like, uh-oh. And then, all hell went loose. And, look it. I love Alex. And I'm not saying Alex resisted. I'm just saying when you make it so the officer can't put your hands behind your back, that is a resisting arrest.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Even standing in front of the cop that's saying, hey, turn around, put your hands away. When you back away, you're still resisting. It's just not violence. So I think myself, I would rather that resisting where I was making it so you couldn't put my hands behind your back than me fighting you. Because if Alex fought them, the freaking cops would have been in the trees and shit. Alex isn't a small dude,
Right. And
but
so
yeah.
to answer what you're saying, you're right. You're 100% right. Resisting under the definition is literally that. I'm telling you, put your hands behind your back. You are not allowing me to do that. That's just resisting. That's just resisting. There's no way to put it. I mean, that's just what it is. Now, when the judge looks at the video and he hears Alex saying, what am I being arrested for? And you as the officer are not telling him why, the judge may look at that and say, well, you could have just avoided this by just telling him why. Did you not know why you were arresting him? Right.
And if you have a normal judge that's not under Nanos' control, you're probably going to get that, right? I mean,
absolutely. But the other thing here, I'm sorry, go ahead.
If he had Judge Fleischer from Texas, he wouldn't even find probable cause. He'd be like, dude, you're out of here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just what the sheriffs, and I feel bad for them too, right? And here, let me see if this makes sense to you.
Okay.
And you touched on it, but if I was a sheriff, I took an oath, right? In different ways. I took an oath to protect and serve, and the Constitution too. You took a goddamn oath, right?
Yep.
So Devil Dog, if you're my sheriff or my chief and you tell me to go arrest Alex for standing on the side of the road, I'm going to say no, because he's not breaking the law. And if I say no, you're going to get mad. If I stand up and do the right thing, they're going to get in trouble, right? They're going to get in trouble by Nanos, because that's who he is. And I can understand why they're not doing it, because they don't want to get in trouble and lose their job and not get paid. They have a family. But you took an oath. That cops should have went there and said, just like you just said a few minutes ago, God damn, I'm not arresting you. I'm not taking you to jail. I'm not giving you a ticket. I'm not taking you to jail. But dude, they're making it so hard. They want us to take you away. Just give it a break for a few days. Let it rest for a few days. That's what the cops should have did. The sheriff's deputy should have said that and said, I'm not taking you to jail. I'll deal with the shit later on. They could have stood up for the right. They're right too.
Especially
so. Go ahead, Ted. Go ahead.
Sorry. Go ahead, Chris. I just said because because I'm pro cop for sure, and just because he's sitting there and then it's not a major threat, it's not a bank robber, it's not like an assault going down. No. To not even know what he's being arrested for, I think, like Devil Dog said it, what am I being arrested for? Just tell me, okay, this is what you're being arrested for, this is the code, and then boom, you got to put his hands behind his back. And that's what caused it.
Yeah, and I agree with you 100%. And I think this is where the problem lies in two different ways here, right? And it may vary from state to state. I don't know, but as much as I know, it's unfortunately when you're being arrested here in Massachusetts, if they come to arrest you, they don't have to say to you, hey, you're being arrested for this right away. They can cuff you, frisk you, put you in the car, and then say, okay, and then read you your rights. They don't have to read you your rights first. They have to get you in custody, and then they read you your rights and they tell you, or vice versa. I don't know if that does. Do you think that changes from state to state, Devil Dog?
I mean, no, rights are rights, right? So they got to be consistent, obviously, across
Yeah.
the board. And you're right. They don't have to. And I looked even up to Arizona, but you don't have to read a right. What you
Right.
have to do first is secure the individual so it
Yeah.
doesn't get out of hand. So if you secure the individual, you take him to the car, you put him in the car. Now you can go ahead and tell him what you're being arrested for. Tell him if you want to read his rights, the whole 9 yards, whatever the case may be. But you don't have to do that before you put the handcuffs on him. The whole
Right.
idea is to get that individual so he doesn't harm you or he doesn't harm himself in a
Right.
secure situation, because once you put that handcuffs on him, you're responsible for him. Okay, whatever happens to him after that, he gets up and starts running to the highway and he gets hit, it's your fault. The officer's fault. So that's the first thing that has to happen. And then you go ahead and give it give every other thing that you're going to give the rights and tell him why he's being arrested in the whole 9 yards. Now, here's the difference, though. You said this earlier, Chris, and I want to touch on this. You said if you were the sheriff and you said if they told you to arrest somebody, blah, blah, blah. This is the difference between new age and back in the day, okay? And there is a difference. Back in the day, for me, would have been, look, Sheriff, what are we arresting him for? Just tell me what I'm going to be doing this for. Because he's not listening. Okay, but he's not really doing anything other than standing there. You got to give me something, because this is my ass is going to be in a sling here. So you need to give me something, a reason, a valid reason. Now, this, you know what this is? This is communication. This is having communication skills. You need communication skills in law enforcement. This is what, and your leaders, they may say, you'll just do as I told. That doesn't fly. Today, that really doesn't fly, because it seems like everybody kind of makes their own decisions anyway. But to go for that, it doesn't fly, because no, you're putting me in that line of fire, and I can't do that. You gotta give me something. Did he hit somebody? Did he spit on somebody? Anything. Give me something that I can arrest him for if you want me to arrest him. I have to know. That's why I said I would have went there and I would have said, hey man, look, you got to work with me here. They're going to arrest you, and you can file civil rights suits, you can do all this stuff, and that's going to take a long process. But here's the thing you got to remember: you're still going to jail. You're still getting arrested. So work with me here. You guys can't be here, and if you come here, understand. Kudos to you for what you guys believe in, but understand there's always consequences for your choices of actions. That's just how it works in life. And so what I'm getting at, Chris, is that communication, to me, is the biggest problem, what I see in today's law enforcement and what I see in Pima County Sheriff's Office. There is no communication. There is no trying to de-escalate the tension down. It's called that verbal judo, as they call it. You're giving me a hard time. I gotta bring it down and escalate it down, so that I can get you to want to go ahead and do what I'm asking you to do. And at some point, it gets to a point where you're like, okay, enough's enough. Now, I gave you the warning, I told you, and you're still coming back here. The judge is going to say, the officers told you not to come back here. Why would you still come back here? Well, it's my right. It's my right, Your Honor. How do you plead? Not guilty. Okay. Not guilty. We'll go ahead and have this trial later. And yes, you can go ahead and file a civil rights violation. But here's the thing. That shit doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen overnight, right?
No.
People will probably become more unalive before it even gets settled. That's a long-ass process. So you got to ask yourself, do I want to go to jail, even if it's for a day? Or do I not want to? Do I want to hold my ground? And that has to be each individual that has that inside of them that tells them this is what I'm fighting for, is for the rights of people to be here. Then fine, great, that's awesome. Hey, kudos to you. But some people would say it's just not worth it.
Right.
that's the best way to
Well, how
handle
about
it.
we get the FBI do a RICO and sweep in? Remember, there's that thing called the Constitution for you guys down in the United States. They don't have to follow orders. They could resist. Like, I know it's be hard, but I would rather deliver Uber Eats than violate my fellow citizens' civil rights.
I get you. No, and I'm
No,
not saying, and you're right, Ted, and I'm not, or Shibby
Like,
or Ted.
we're
whoever
becoming
said
too
that.
accepting of this too. This
You're-
bad
you're-
behavior is
You're right. The one thing that I'm saying is that, and I need everybody to really understand this, is that anytime you go and have good trouble, sometimes you
Mhm.
don't have good
Right.
outcomes.
no. I
So
hear you. I hear you.
if you're wanting to stand on principle and your ground and the law, then hey,
Right.
I go there every day and twice on Sunday. Okay.
Like, I understand
But-
with the cops, they're in between a rock and a hard place, right? But there's
They
some
really
that are
are.
obviously violating civil rights, and they know it.
Yes.
Most of the time, their qualified immunity would protect them, rightfully so, because they're rushing in to harm and
Yes.
save us. But there's quite a few I'm seeing that are knowingly violating civil rights, and that's
Without
when
a
their qualified
doubt.
immunity
Without
should
a
be
doubt.
ripped right off of them.
No doubt.
Right? Without a doubt, spot on.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, Devil Dog. And so in the end, after everything is done with the boys in court, Alex, Juice, and 857, if they all get together and they do file against for civil rights violations, let me ask you if I get this right. I believe I do. I'm sure Shibby has told me yes, and Ted's told me yes. If they file, we're filing against Pima County, the state of Arizona, the sheriff, every single deputy that was involved with the arrest, and then at the end, this is also a federal thing. So you're talking a major lawsuit with all of them. Do you think that happens? What is your thought on that? I hope they do it, but like you said, it's going to be a long time.
Absolutely. If they do it, yes, it's going to be a long time. Should they do it? If they feel strong in their principles, I would not hesitate. However, you got to look at the bigger picture here. Okay. It's that old thing. Sometimes you got to pick and choose your battles, right? Sometimes you got to pick and choose on what you're going to stand on. Not because
Sure.
you shouldn't be able to stand on everything, but because of the fact that sometimes you're just not going to get that outcome that you want. Okay. So
Right.
Do I say that they should file? They should do whatever they feel they have to do to get their point across. Okay. Yes, that's what I say. And would they win? Well, you got to look at who represents you, and you got to look at all the other people that are going against you as far as the attorneys, the state, and these guys are no jokes, right? They're like top-notch prosecutors. So
Right.
they're going to throw everything at you. Your world is going to be topsy-turvy. I mean, you're not just fighting
Right.
civil rights here. You're fighting livelihood. You're fighting potentially loss of money because you have to pay somebody to do this. So in the big grand scheme of things, it's easy to say, yes, file a class action lawsuit. That's what I would do. On surface, that's the right thing to do.
It's
Reality-
becoming more possible now. It's more possible now because these guys are having fundraisers for each other. Before,
Right.
the individual would avoid it because they can't afford the $10,000 bill for a defense lawyer, a good one.
Exactly.
Now,
And you're right.
Juice and them can. So we're getting
Right.
the upper hand back in that sense.
Yeah.
And you're right, about that. It's just that once again, you also have to look at where you live, the county that you're in.
True.
You have to look at how they perceive, how they look at their law enforcement. Do they stand behind that? Do they not? I'm not saying that people are in favor of rights being violated by no way means. What I'm saying is people will look at that, and you're going to have your pro-police on one side, and you're going to have the people that are saying my rights have been violated. Then you're going to have the other people saying, well, but if you had just done what you were told, this wouldn't have happened. You follow me? And so it really.
Right, but if
I
there wasn't
think-
a lawful order, should you be obeying? These aren't, they
I
have
mean,
this
no,
extraordinary powers when
No.
we break the law. They're not lording over us too in that sense, right? And they're
right.
starting to get to the head and do that.
That is
So,
correct.
Shibby,
That
can
is
you
correct.
turn your mic down a tad bit?
oh, I was getting close to it because somebody told me my mic was low. So
Yeah, no,
Okay,
yeah.
it's okay.
Good. No,
I was
you're
close
good.
to
though. You're
getting
good.
close.
Oh, there
Someone
you
said
go.
my mic was low, so I'm
It sounds
back
like
where I
you're
usually
sitting
am.
next to me.
No, I was getting real close to it
Well,
because people
He is
told me it
kind
was
of
low.
close to
Sorry.
you, right next to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you are right next to me. I should be. So, I mean, that
I'm in
whole
your head. I'm in your head, Chris.
well, I know. You know what? It's funny you say that. I would love for all of us to, at some point, meet like our own crime con. That would be fucking amazing.
I agree.
Really,
Yeah.
my French. That would
agree.
be something else. I mean, that would be great. Everybody together, just like this. This is a special group right here, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
and whatever you think of any streamer, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I don't dislike anybody for anything. What JLR has been able to do in the past 3 weeks for everybody. The amount of money that they raised for these guys to get their lawyers and get themselves representation is absolutely amazing. And one of the ladies that he helped out last night, JLR, by allowing her to get her channel on his chat, and they got her over the 1,000 mark. And she said, if there isn't a trophy big enough in the world to give to you, JLR, and I second that. That man and what he's able to do with his platform to help out all of them. Do you realize that they've raised, I think it's just about 30 grand in 3 days. And if you put the amount of time that they were on to get that, it's probably not even 3 hours. And the amount of people. So Devil Dog, the first time that I watched you, I didn't even have a channel. And it took the three guys that took me to do this. They took me out of my shell was JLR, and Shibby and Ted. The two guys that are here are the reason this channel is here. I didn't know how I was going to be talking and being live and trying to do this. Right? I'm 55 years old.
Chris, I know this. Ted has made that very clear to me. I'm just kidding. I'm only kidding, Ted.
So I'm 55 years old. I didn't think I was going to be doing this. And then, I'm looking at people like you have a channel and I'm like, all right, wait a minute. And then talking to JLR, and listen, I had 105 members, like 105 on my channel. I called JLR one night just to chat. And he's like, give me your channel. We're going to throw it out there. I had over 1,000 in 20 minutes, not even.
He's been having fun with that lately, eh? Just watching real time people get double their subs.
I love it. This is so fun. And you know what? I don't mind coming on and showing video clips and showing, I love this pot right here. I love the lives. This is what I want to do. I want to have a panel. I got my boy Shibby. I got my boy Ted. Now I got my boy Devil Dog. This is great. And you can say what you want about all of us. I don't care what you say. I'm just here. I'm not law enforcement. I'm not a lawyer. I know a little bit about everything and a lot about nothing. So
Amen.
That's it. And I'm just telling you how I feel. And from what I've learned and what I hear. And that's why I am so ecstatic that you are on this channel today and you agreed to come on this channel. You don't know me. You've never even seen my face and you came right on. And from what I've seen in the chat, we did great, and this is awesome. We should
Guys.
do this all the time. I had Ted on my chat yesterday, on my live yesterday, and we talked about a little bit of everything, and we laughed, and we had a good time. Look at, like I said to you in the beginning, we don't need to be here every second of our life talking about killings and deaths and missing people. We can talk for a few minutes about whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? It's just a place to come and chill.
Right.
But man, this has been great. I don't want it to end. We can keep going.
Honestly, this is like,
Okay.
I did little things back in the day with TikTok, but I got out of it because I didn't like the direction it was going. So I started with the YouTube, and I've been doing YouTube a little bit, like I said, more fishing and everything. But I will tell you this, that I enjoy being with you guys. I enjoy every one of you. I have no problem with any streamer. The thing for me is that, you know, I'm a deep thinker. I think a lot about the possibilities, and not that anybody else doesn't, but that's how I roll. I think a lot about reacting to the situation, trying to role play that. How could it have come? Kind of like what Chris said when he went to Nancy's house, and he said, I had to get out there. I had to look at the house. I had to look at the door, and I had to put myself in that perp's eyes. I knew exactly what he was saying. I knew exactly, because you know what? When he started talking about other things, I was like, damn it, man. And I told my wife, I said, that is what I need to do, because that is what's really like preventing me from really seeing the everything right in front of me. So to say, everybody who's here on my channel that are listening, subscribe to every one of these. Chris, Shibby, and Ted.
Yeah.
I know you guys got maybe more than I do, but you know what? Subscribe to them. They're good people. Just subscribe to them, because I am going to subscribe to them. I don't know these people for Adam, but you know
I
what?
know you now. I know more about you now than I ever did. And that's good. Yeah, chat, everybody, all the mods in this, I see it now,
Yeah,
but
please
every
put their
mod,
links.
put the link, throw them all up. Everybody go subscribe, do whatever. Listen, if you guys are down, we can do this once a week if you want. We can make
I'm
this.
down.
We can make this an every week thing, and we can talk offline and say, hey, you know, what do you guys want to cover? Or we can just jump on here and we can just talk about whatever. There's so much stuff. Ted is doing all kinds of missing person stuff, and we can just all be a team. I mean, whatever. And we can have as many guests as we want. I just think right now, this is where a channel needs to be. On a live, right? I hate having to look at I hate to have to look at a video, which obviously you're going to have to show a video once in a blue moon, but can I play this okay? Or can I not play that on here okay? Am I going to get in trouble doing this? I'm not going to get in trouble doing what we're doing right here.
No.
Right? And man, we have a chat going, and I've seen nothing but love in the chat. And I want to say thank you to every single person that joined this chat. And I want to say thank you to all of our mods from every channel here. All of our mods are amazing, even though a lot of them are the same. They're running three chat.
Yeah, they're doing
amazing.
double, triple duty. I see that.
Yeah.
They're amazing.
And please, because I can't see the chat, drop the link to Devil Dog, Shibby, Chris.
They are.
Okay,
They're
cool.
really cool. I mean, let me see. I know. Look at JLR has the most amazing chat in the world, but ours is better. Our chat is better. We have the best mods that put on this earth, and I had a blast today. I don't want it to end. I could talk to you guys all day long. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody, pick a day. Pick a day. Let me know. Go ahead.
It's easier to read. It's easier to read our slower chats, eh?
Yeah.
His is fast, boy. His is fast. Hey, look at some point when we look up, we're going to see 35,000 people too.
Oh,
that's all.
wow.
You know what I'm saying? And again,
Right on.
if there's action so Devil Dog, I'm in Massachusetts. I'm right outside of Boston.
Right.
And
So where's Devil Dog?
Ohio.
Ohio.
I'm up here in Toronto. Ted's in Chicago. I'm in Toronto.
Yeah.
We're
So we're a good mix. We're all over the place, right? You know, Ohio, man. I was in Ohio. I went to the Ohio Zoo and Aquarium.
right.
Beautiful place. Beautiful place. But anyways, so I'm the one though, like in this area, if there's something big going on, I'm gonna go live from there, just like the boys did down in, at Nancy's house.
Right.
But and then, yesterday on my live, we were talking about Boston because I'm 10 minutes from downtown Boston. So now through the chat and Ted and Shibby yesterday, now I have to go bring a live to Boston and take everybody around Boston and show them the North End and show them Paul Revere's house.
Good places to eat.
Places to eat. Well, wait till we go to the North End. It's only places to eat. And
Nice.
we're going to have a good time. I am so excited. I never, ever expected that I would ever be able to do something like this with a group of guys like you. And yes, I saw in the chat, yes, I get excited. And yes, I get loud.
That's
I'm
good. That's
Italian
good.
and Irish, right? I'm Italian and Irish. And the Irish, I don't really take the Irish part. I'm Italian. That's it. If my last name wasn't McLaughlin, it would be Camelli. And that's what it is. But I'm having fun. I enjoy this. You guys are great. And we got to do this once a week, whatever day. I don't care.
Pick a day, pick a time on it once a week. Pick a day that you want to do this on. You count me in.
Yeah, and we can all, like I said, you can bring up your cases, everybody's case, whoever's working on whatever, and we can just do it.
Absolutely.
So,
sounds good to me. I'm in.
Yeah, me too, because I think this is the way we figure stuff out. You know what I mean? We don't have to be boots on the ground. We can do all the hard work from here.
I
think that the technical term is free balling. We're going to let it hang out, bro.
Yes, free balling. And then if Ted's on the ground live, then, even better. Because at some point, he'll be somewhere live. And, hey, if it's on this live, that would be great. I mean, whatever. I'm here to do whatever. I'm easy.
Hey, I'm with you all and whatever you guys want to do, and any other streamers that are out there that want to have a conversation. And I always tell everybody on my channel, I always tell them, look, the more people we get in, the more we become more smarter because we're hearing more opinions and we're hearing each other and we're talking about things that's only going to make us smarter, irregardless. Yeah. So that's what I always push and promote. You guys have been great. Once again, I appreciate you all. I didn't know what to expect, but I was like, just go with the flow like you always do. Yeah. Hey,
you never do know, right? I knew what to expect because I've been on your channel. I know how you are. I know what you talk about. I see your chat, and I already know these two guys over here, so it's easy, right? And you made it easy just to flow in right away, bang off and what I like is Shibby knows a lot.
Yeah.
Ted knows a lot.
Chris is one of my favorite groupies for sure.
I work for Shibby for free, no lunch, no anything. But and Ted knows a lot, right? And he loses his wallet, he can't find his car. I mean, he makes the whole goddamn day. I love Ted, and it's just this group. We flow together. It's easy. And Devil Dog, and you with the law enforcement background, you can answer the questions that nobody has an answer to. Like, and today, man, you killed it on this show today, man. This is amazing. Yeah, I can't thank you enough. And we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it once a week. And we'll set up a time, and like I said, we can freeform, we can come on with stuff, whatever. We'll do updates, whatever you want. I don't care. And
hey, I'm retired, so I'm open whenever. I'm retired.
Hey, there's Ted. Yeah.
I am literally retired, so I'm game whenever you guys are.
Yeah. I mean, look it. I don't plan on ending this live yet. Maybe in a little while. If you want to hang out, you can. If not, you can jump off. You got something to do, but well, I think we're just going to sit and chat and yap about whatever. I mean, it's up to you.
Give me a second. Let me go inside because I got to get some juice put in the computer.
Yeah, juice is a perfect thing. Ted, What's doing with
sorry.
you today, my man?
Sorry. I've been I'm in the middle of Wisconsin, so the service has been terrible. But I obviously have to be more vocal. And if you could just let my chat know, I can't see anybody saying hi, so I can't. If anyone's saying hi, I can't read the chat. So
Yeah, we got you.
all right, thank you.
We got you.
Yeah, no, this is great. I mean, I'm enjoying this, and I can't wait to see you get out to the Boston area and show us around. And we'd love to meet up too.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do the live from Boston. So we got some bad weather now. We got some rain, and it's going to be cloudy. So I'm gonna wait till next week and hopefully get a good day. I haven't decided if I'm going to drive into Boston, walk, or if I'm gonna
helicopter.
Well, yeah, I wish. Or if I'm going to take the green line in and walk, or if I'm going to mountain bike and take you guys on the mountain bike too around Boston. So I'm not sure yet, but I'm going to try to hit. So I'm going to try to hit all the major parts. I'm going to try to hit Fenway. I'm going to hit, Kenmore, which is Fenway, and then I'll go to the finish line of the Boston Marathon. I can show you guys.
Cool.
Yeah, I can show you guys all the memorials in Boston. It may be a 2-day thing. I don't know if I can fit it all into one day.
Chris, maybe contact Exploring with Jim and hook your bike up like his. Starlink on the back, couple iPhones on the handlebars, GoPro on the head.
Yeah. So I'll hit them all. There's a bunch of memorials in Boston, and I can show you the finish line where the bombing happened. There's 2 memorials for each bombing spot, and there's a whole ton of stuff. I can take you to all the graveyards that have all the famous people, and then we'll hit Faneuil Hall, the waterfront, North End. We'll do it all. We'll see TD Garden, whatever the hell his name is, So it'll be fun. It'll be a lot. It might be 2 days worth of work, so we'll get it done though. It should be fun. And then Shibby's going to do the same thing in Toronto. He's going to go around and show everybody Toronto. Ted shows us everything any day, and then Devil Dog can show us his backyard with the birds again. So hey, we're down, man. I mean, it's all good. We don't have, like I said, this isn't all true crime. We're gonna have, we're gonna do tours and everything. I can show you.
What's the name going to be, Chris? What's the name? We should start coming up with that.
What I got to do is I got to come up with a name for the members and in my channel and subscribe.
Let's have you do that now.
Let's put it in the chat. Anybody come up with an idea what my people can be? So we have Teddy's, right?
Ooh,
but Ted,
the Boston
Shibby
Cream?
Sweethearts or Shibby's
Shibby's Angels. Shibby's Angels. That could change. My Chicka from Fat Redial.
Oh yeah, there you go, Chicka. Yeah,
that's better. I'm going to change it to that in honor of Fat Redial for sure.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, what's today? Tuesday. Ted, I know you travel all the time, but does Tuesdays work for everybody?
Good for me.
Yeah, Tuesday's good, and I'll make sure I'm remote so I can. Yeah,
whatever. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so
any day's good for me. My recliner works all hours of the day. My recliner's great.
So I'm thinking Tuesday at 10 a.m.
Right on.
Sounds good to me.
Tuesday 10 a.m. We'll do it every week. Yeah, it'll be cool. But so yeah, definitely next week I'm gonna do the Boston tour, and then maybe I'll try to do a weekly thing. I can take you guys. Ted, I'm being asked to ask you to unblock Analyze. Is that a thing?
I don't know how to unblock any. I don't know. When I get on my desktop, I can.
He'll figure it out in a few. I don't know. They asked me to ask you.
I don't block anybody. Yep. Okay.
So, but yeah. So I think even after that, we'll do another tour. I'll take. Ted wanted to see Gillette Stadium, so I can take you guys up that way and see that. And it's a pretty big facility there, man. They have 4 practice fields, 1 indoor, 3 outdoor. It's a huge place. So, and then there's everywhere else too. I can take you guys to Salem too, to the Witches. So, and I just come up with another good one too. I can take
Whitey
you guys.
Bulger.
I can bring you to Whitey Bulger's. I can bring you to the liquor store that he stole from the guy just by saying, "Hey, it's now mine. See you later. Have a good day."
Yeah, right.
But I can show you all that. I can show you where they lived. But then there's George's Island too, which has the fort from back in the day. Take the boat over. Oh, you want a boat ride? See, you guys got me thinking. We're gonna have fun here. I'm telling you, it doesn't end.
I love it.
Yeah. I mean, hey, whatever. I mean, everybody does it. Look at. I'm excited for JLR today.
That's what I was going to say, Chris. I was going to say it's good to see us old guys be able to get excited about things again. So hey, I love your enthusiasm, young man. Keep it going.
Fun. Yeah. Well, hey, it keeps me young.
Contagious.
I guess it keeps me young. Gets me out of the house. You know what I mean? So I'll have to buy like 1,700 battery backups. But yeah, we'll be good. Yes.
I know what Jim does. Exploring with Jim. He's got it set up.
He does everything. So. I know it's a true crime channel, but we're going to do a little bit of everything.
No, it's your channel to do what you want, Chris.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't want to travel with me out into Boston, then you can, hang.
I think it's easiest to say where if you don't go on, Ted.
Well, I was just going to say, Chris, I can help you put on the center console too. So if you need help with like the lick it and stick it thing.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. You got any extra Gorilla Glue, Ted? Gorilla Glue? You got extra?
If I take the mountain bike, I have one for the mountain bike already. But yeah, no, I might need your help, man. So, that's funny, man.
Well, Chris, I think what you're trying to say is if you don't see something you like today, come back tomorrow. You'll see something. There's something for everyone, and maybe not everything, but Chris is going to cover everything, I think.
Oh man, you see, now you guys are getting me going. They're talking Martha's Vineyard. They're talking Provincetown. They're talking Nantucket. Like
hey, go big or go home, man.
That's what I'm saying, right? I mean, that's the thing about Boston. If you're not from Massachusetts and you haven't been here yet, Boston is a small city. You could fit Boston in like probably a park that's in Chicago, right?
What's the population of Boston?
I don't even know, but it's tiny. You can get from one side of Boston to the other in about 5 minutes. No, I mean, I'm exaggerating, but downtown Boston, on the outskirts of Boston is, Dorchester, Roxbury, all those little things, but that's not where the action is. The city itself is tiny compared to everywhere else. But it's got so much to offer, though. You have to come and experience Boston at least one time in your life to walk around and see what's here. Faneuil Hall. And Faneuil Hall is like original. It's been there since, the wars and stuff back in the day. It's beautiful. So, and they got all the memorials. It's insane.
Yeah.
The Holocaust Memorial. Wow.
They got my alma mater there,
Harvard University.
Yeah. They had a tea party there once too, didn't they?
Yeah, and that's what I'm going to show you guys. They have two replica tea party boats.
They dumped the tea in the thing or something because they were the British. They were resistant or something. They dumped all the tea.
Party,
yeah, and they have the two replica boats that are in the water at the tea party thing, and then you can actually go on it and you can actually throw tea into the water. It's it's not real, but it's
seeing those old boats and the old bells from like the Philly has that bell.
Oh yeah, and then then the U.S. Constitution's here. I got to take you guys over to see that. And we have a warship here.
Take a photo of it and send it to Nanos. Take a photo of it. Right to Nanos. Remember this thing you swore an oath to, you jerk?
Yeah. We have. So where the USS Constitution is, there's the Navy base is still there too because they're still legitimate Navy soldiers because she's still in service. So she gets, the Navy people are still there. That's one of the most wanted naval jobs is to be stationed here in Boston at the USS Constitution, which every day in the morning and every day in the night, they shoot off the cannon. So at dawn, when the sun comes up, when the sun goes down. And then right there's the USS the U.S. Coast Guard station is there with all the big, huge. It's great. Boston's little but good. You know, it'll be fun, man. You guys will like all the stuff
I'm
like
all in.
the.
I'm all
Yeah,
in.
I'm down for it. I'm in.
I'm all in.
Yeah. Yes. Massachusetts. That's where we are. But yeah, it is. But hey, we're lucky. So around here, there's 1, 2, 3. There's 4 different sheriff's departments, but only one of them has only one of the sheriff departments actually work an area, right? They cover a city or two. All the others, all they do is handle the jails and transport. So we don't have to deal with the sheriffs. We just have the local police, right? So, and luckily, I know all of them in my town. So thank God. Everybody that you could possibly think about in high school that was a troublemaker and in and out of school, they're all cops now. And all the good people that you would have thought would have been lawyers, judges, they're all the bad people now, right? So, and it is funny how, you know, times like that change. Like everybody you thought was going to be just a drunk troublemaker in jail, they're all lawyers, judges, cops. It just amazes me. And it's Boston is awesome, definitely awesome. It's fun. And I can take you guys to the fish pier where the fish come in every morning. You can see it live happening. It's great. They throw all these fish. It's amazing. Boston's that's what I like about it. It's small, but you can see everything. Like in like a matter of minutes, I can show you the dry dock and the fishing pier and the convention center in about 4 minutes because it's all like right there. And if you're lucky,
condensed like milk, right?
Yeah. And if you're lucky,
like
I'll get a lot
condensed milk.
And if you're lucky, I'll get a lobster roll right from the boat, right? Lobster in a pot, cooked a pot into my roll, and I will eat it with you guys live so you can enjoy a lobster roll. It's great. So
seafood and eat it. Seafood and eat it.
Yeah, man. They got some great lobsters in here. And that's what's nice. We have a few restaurants that when you go there for lunch or dinner, they're pulling the lobster out of the water that they just got off the boat. And they cook it up, and there's nothing like it around here.
All the way up the East Coast to Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, Cape Breton, all those places up there in Canada.
It's beautiful. To Maine. I can take you
hungry. You're making me hungry, everybody.
I can take you and see Harvard, and I can take you to see MIT. Ted's alma maters. Ted was at Harvard for 3 years, transferred out, went to MIT.
Yeah,
only 3 years. I think Ted spent 6 years there. No, I'm just kidding.
First 3 were like, what the hell are you doing here?
He had the extended program there at Ted. He did them twice. He was so good.
You know what the biggest problem was when Ted was there and why he was there for 6 years? For the first 3 years, he couldn't find his dorm. So he had to stay in a hotel every night, right?
It was like me in high school. My marks, my absences were higher than my marks. So 1 year I switched the columns, and my parents thought I was a straight A student because I switched it with my absence numbers.
Yeah, this is great, man. This is fun. Yeah, I can't wait to do that. It's going to be fun.
I always joke that high school was the best 7 years of my life.
It was the best 6 of mine. Boy, I'll tell you that.
And summer school too.
No way. No summer school for me. Let me ask you guys a question. Is there anything from your first day of high school till your last day of high school or the last day of your college that you would change in your life? Would you, if you could go back and do it all over again, would there be anything you would change?
Yeah, I would. I would take it more seriously myself.
Yeah.
I would have taken it more seriously.
Me too. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of things.
I can honestly say the only thing that I would change in my life was the drinking that I did because I was an alcoholic. I was an alcoholic from the first day of high school till like 90 something. I'm like legitimately. I went straight on my own.
Good deal.
Oh, I was a lush. Oh my God, I was lush. So the last day I had a drink, I was in Boston with my buddies. We were at a pool hall. We were playing pool, drinking. Oh, I got livid. I woke up in the farthest part of Connecticut, which is almost in New York. And I didn't have a wallet, a phone, or anything. I had me and my clothes. And here's the bad part. I had no idea. It's almost like you in Arizona, Ted. I woke up in this dude's house. I didn't know anybody. I had no idea who they were. Nobody. Don't know how I got there. Don't
That's
know
being a
anything.
regular.
Yeah. Called my friend, said, "Hey, dude, I'm 4 hours away. Can you come and get me?" That's the last day I had a drink because I was like, man, I mean, what the hell? It scared me a little bit. I was like, well, okay, we're done. So yeah, that was it. My
problem started a little differently when I turned 16. My old man bought me a Camaro. Then I blew the motor up, and I got a Mustang 5-liter, and I blew the transmission up, and he helped me fix that, and it was all downhill since.
Yeah, but no, I mean, I honestly, that's like the only thing that I would change. I had an amazing school time. I had after school. I had it was just great, right? I mean, I did all my troublemaking when I was in school, right? All the police stuff was in school, not after. So I mean, it was my high school time was crazy. We made our own fun around here because where I live, there's nothing here. This city closes down at 6 o'clock. At 6 o'clock at night, there's nothing here for anybody to do. There's no place for kids to go. There's nothing. So you had to come up with your own fun. And that was drinking at the park or the playground and getting thrown out and then having to go somewhere else. And at one point, the cops were like, listen, go to another city or we're going to have to take you home to your parents. So we would go to Waltham, or I'm around Waltham and Watertown and stuff like that. But if anybody knows that, which probably not much, but yeah, so we would have to move on to other cities, and it was pretty good. But back in those days, the cops either kicked your ass, they took your arm and put it behind your back and said, if you come back to this park tonight, I'm going to beat your ass. They were legitimate cops. They didn't take you to jail. They didn't take you home. And our community cop only dealt with us kids. And he would come, and if we got in trouble, he would come and find us, and he would say, I'm giving you 15 minutes to go hide. If I find you within that 15 minutes, I'm taking you home. If I don't find you, you can go about your night. And I'm like, we're like, oh, okay. My damn bastard found us every goddamn time. Every time. And then he would drive us to our house. He wouldn't take us into our parents. He would just drive us and drop us off and say, have a good night. But he found us every time. We hid in dumpsters. We hid everywhere. Guy could find us no matter what.
They get to know you. The ones up here in Canada, they would catch us with hash, and like I said the other night, they would make us break it up in pieces and put their flashlight on it and make us throw it like into the woods and stuff, and then they would leave us alone. They just make us get rid of our drugs.
Yeah, no, our cops, when it became to the alcohol, put it in my trunk. I'll dispose of it at the station. Sure,
yeah, that's true.
I've done that. I have done that.
I know you
have done that. Yes.
They would confiscate it. They would confiscate it for our own good. Yes, they did that too.
Yeah, I mean, I would do the same thing. Why get rid of something good, right? I mean, hey.
But not file a report but they didn't want to file a report to get us in trouble. So they did us a favor.
This is going to save you. This is going to help you in the long run.
It's a good compromise. You take that home and enjoy it, and I won't go to court.
You almost wish that today it was still the same way.
Yes.
So my biggest problem is, as right now, there is, when I was growing up, and I'm sure all of you the same way, you respected the cops. There was respect. And throughout the years, that respect has been lost. There is no respect for any cops. I do, because I respect cops and I'm pro police. I don't none of that defunding police shit and all that crap. Because when it comes right down to the bottom line, that first person that's yelling, get rid of the cops, take them away. When they need you, they're gonna be the first goddamn person to dial 911. Come and help me.
Yep.
So why do you want to defund them if you're gonna need them? There's cities and towns, not really cities, but there's towns, and I apologize, I forget the name of it the other day. They just abolished their police department.
Oh, wow.
Who the hell takes care of you? The next city over is expected to help you. The next city over said, well, we can maybe afford one cruiser for you a night and one for the day. What the hell? Like, why would you abolish your police department? And then the cities, I watch these stupid videos on YouTube about the when they get together and they're like, well, we can't approve your money for next year. And like all the cops walk up and hand out their badges. Like, okay, we're done then. See you later. The whole entire police department put their badges on the desk and said, yeah, we're done.
Yeah,
And they're just like, oh, okay, it was nice having you. What the hell? So the times are way, everybody's crooked about their thought. And look, I'm not saying every cop is good. There's bad cops. They've done some horrible stuff, but that doesn't mean every single one of them is, right? I mean, my closest friends that are cops, if they could retire out early right now, they would leave. They would leave in a second. He's like, I talk to them all the time and they're like, I don't even want to pull anybody over anymore. It's number one, they don't roll their window down anymore. They just hold their license up. They don't talk to me. And all I'm saying is, hey, your taillight's out. You know what I'm saying? You get the attitude immediately. It's not even hello. It's just, what do you want? You know what I'm saying? It's like, there's no respect and it needs to be brought back. And I don't know how you could bring that back. And, for all the bad cops out there, I don't know what to say to you. I don't know what to do. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but
for me, it would be refreshing if we saw a few of those good cops call out the bad cops more. Yeah. I do like seeing that every now and then. You're like, no, I'm not doing this.
It's like the Floyd case.
It's hard. I know it's hard.
Yeah, it's like the Floyd case. The other cop, the rookie cop that was prosecuted too for doing what his sergeant said, which was nothing. I'm torn right there because you have an obligation to hold up the law, and you knew what was going on was wrong, but your sergeant told you to stay there and shut up. So you did what your boss told you to do, but you do have an obligation to stand up for what you believe in, and you didn't do that. Do I think he should have been prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law? Me? I don't think so. Do you think that, Devil Dog? Or do you think he should have been off because he did what he was asked to do?
No, I mean, everybody you have to uphold the law even when someone is doing it. It's easier said than done, I can tell you that. Right. Very easier said than done. But no, I don't think he should have been held to the same standard as everyone else by no way means.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, it's you're right. It's the change over the course of time when we were younger. Hell, I remember when I was in high school as a freshman, we were throwing 5K parties. Freshmen throwing 5K parties every. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like one time, it wasn't like two times. It was like, you talk about being a lush. That was, hey, right here. But the idea is that, cops would go, we'd go to a back road, dead end back road, and have a big old ass party lined with cars everywhere. Cops wouldn't even bother you because they knew what you were doing.
Yeah.
Can't do that no more. Now it seems like everything's about a statistic, And so everybody's trying to validate why they need to get more funds, you know, or why they need to whatever. But I will say, there's not nowhere near as many. There's not even a fraction of bad cops over how many great officers do their job. I mean,
Yeah.
you're hearing
Right.
that really
Sure.
small percentage because
Minuscule.
I agree. I agree.
it makes the news, and people,
Yeah.
you know, they know they can run with it, and they can, the news media, the mainstream media, they know that they can literally get attention from it. But
Right.
in reality, no. I mean, have I lost my cool sometimes as an? Yes, absolutely. I can't think of anybody who hasn't. But in the same token, you also understand, and this is the thing that always helped me. You know, the thing that always helped me was that I knew at the end of the day that my kids were more important. My family was more important than anything. So at the end of the day, when I made a decision, I knew what I had to do for the better of my family. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't lose my cool. Yes, I could have had a temper. Yes, I had, you know, in the Marine Corps, coming out of the Marine Corps, the whole 9 yards. Yes. But the idea that always was in the back of my head, you just cannot drop the ball because there's no room for error.
Right.
You know?
It's
And
go home safe at the end of the day.
yeah,
You go home
absolutely.
safe.
Absolutely.
Which I think plays a big role in today's cop, because everything that's happened in the last, I'm going to be short, but I'm going to say in the last 5 years, because it's been longer that we've been in this,
Right.
you know, the
Right.
cop, no respect. But what's happened in the last 5 years with all the stuff and all the cops that have been shot and killed, not even doing anything wrong, just because they have a badge on, right? What do you think is going to happen to all the other cops? They're now going to be like, whoa, am I going to check? They're going to come with an attitude because they're afraid now. Maybe not afraid, but they're more like, whoa, what's that guy doing? That's how it's made. So the people that go out and kill cops for the fun, you're the ones causing the problem. Because now the cop 3 months ago didn't have his hand on his gun. But now, today, his hand's on his gun. He's waiting for you. He's waiting for the next car that he pulls over, somebody to pull out a weapon and try to shoot him. And that's the day that we live in.
Yeah.
And it's not just because, right? It's because of what has been happening. And I fear for my friends every day, because I live in one of the safest cities around. And it's when something big happens, it's very strange. So we had a double murder 2 years ago, which was a kid that I went to school with. I didn't know him well, but I knew of him. He just one day out of the blue went into this old people's house and killed both of them. Threw all the bloody clothes and stuff in the schoolyard. That's where they found all the stuff. But that never happens here, ever. And when something like that happens here, it's like, oh my God, you know, you whatever. It's just crazy. But this is the reason life is how it is right now. Stop killing cops. And then the cops won't be that have to have that attitude. This is why they have an attitude, is because all they want to do is go home safe every night.
Yeah.
And it's being made to where they can't go home safe. This guy yesterday in Montreal, it wasn't like he brought a pellet gun. I don't know if it was an AK-47 or it was a high-powered. What for? What for? He's just out shooting people. This is the problem. And we all know that, but we can't stop it. There's nothing we can do about it. And, you know, I get angry when I hear, oh, well, we got to do away with guns. Great. I can go get a gun tomorrow, not even from a store. I can have a gun in a couple of hours. I know the right people to call. It's never going to change. They're always going to be there. It's just
plus as an outsider looking in with the guns, to have one state not have rules versus the other, and one can just go over here, this and that. It does kind of work against each other in senses too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
And you know what's even more sad is these cities and towns, the way they treat things. So 4 years ago, we had a guy that lived upstairs in an apartment up above a jewelry store. He went downstairs. He robbed the jewelry store at knife point. He took some jewelry and some money. He went back up into his apartment. The cops are called. It becomes a standoff. There's 2 cops upstairs, right? From Newton. I don't, well, whatever. I don't care. I live in Newton. I don't care. You want to come and visit me? Say hi. They went upstairs, right? So there's 2, one at the top of the stairs and one across the hallway in a little doorway. There's 4 state troopers behind them. The guy opens his door. He has the knife. And he's like, if you don't get out of here, I'm going to stab you all. Was there for about 2 hours. At the end, he charged. Both officers shot. The 3-year veteran and the rookie. The rookie was the one that shot and killed him. To this day, they won't allow him back on the force. Do you know why?
Why?
Image. The city is afraid.
That's terrible.
Both of those officers.
You got to make a life and death decision that quickly. I mean, if they're charging at you, if they're 10 feet away, they can get there so fast. You got to. Yeah. I think
he was nuts. He was on crack. He was a crackhead. He was on crack. So he's 55 times stronger. But here's the issue.
And faster.
Both of the cops were off duty because they shot somebody. And the 3-year veteran was able to get through it, and he got some help. He needed help. I don't have a problem with that. He came back. The other guy, because he was a rookie, and everybody started saying, oh, you couldn't have tased him or something like that, so they won't let him come back on the force. How does that make sense? And nobody stands up for him. And I had brought up this point the other day with the sheriffs, and Shibby kind of set it straight, but the deputies in Arizona, they have a union. And I said to Shibby, I said, we haven't heard a word from the union on what do they think about the situation. But like Shibby said, they really don't have a reason to say anything yet, right? Our police have a union too. And they said nothing about this. One of their officers, your officer that pays you to be the voice for them, stood up nowhere. And this poor kid had the mental thing. He's through it. But they won't let him on the force. It doesn't make any sense. These days, this is how the cities work. Oh God, no, they're going to talk bad about us. No, you're not coming back on. We'll just keep paying.
This is the politics, man. The politics at play, and that's really what has hurt law enforcement for so long.
Yeah,
is all the political BS that you have to go through. I mean, it's almost like you have to validate, and literally, you're the one that has to prove that you're innocent as an officer in a lot of ways than the bad guy himself. You take appropriate action and you follow because every department has policy and procedures. Yeah. You better follow those policy and procedures because they're there for a reason to protect your ass.
Yeah, because you're liable for everything.
Absolutely, everything.
You go to jail in a matter of freaking months.
Yes.
Right?
And so if you follow that, you're going to have some saving grace. And I can tell you that so many times, man, people, they'll follow it. But what happens is it just becomes political. Like you said, they'll look at it and say, well, if we put this guy back here, it's going to make us look bad. It's going to bring more attention. It's going to draw more this and that. When the reality is you pay him to do a job, and and why would you discourage that? I mean, it's just a politics. That's really, to be honest, that's really why I started going ahead and getting away from law enforcement, literally, because of that reason. It just became so political that it just got to the point where, man, I can do a lot of things in life. I have done a lot of things in life. I tell my kids every day, if I die tomorrow, I lived a good life. I have no qualms. I lived a good life. Okay.
Yeah.
So that problem it becomes is that all of a sudden now, you're dealing with so many. I have worked a lot of different cases. I have worked. I mean, I won't go into detail, but I have worked hit contracts on DA agents. I was the interpret. I had to interpret a family that was there was Spanish, and I had to interpret everything that was going on, the whole bells and whistles, the vans, the scopes, and everything that's decked out, and you got your informant going in there, and I'm really just like, you have to listen for the cues and what's going on, because everybody else, they don't understand Spanish. So you have to be able to give them that information. So I was privileged enough to work with so many different entities and groups in law enforcement. And I tell you what, man, it's just crazy, because you do so much, you give so much, and like in a drop of a dime, I see it with people. In a drop of a dime, they lose everything. And
Yeah.
I just, for the life of me, I'm just like, yeah, I love my family, man. I can't. Sometimes you just tell yourself you can't take that situation, you can't take that chance, because something could go wrong. And I always told my officers, I always said to my officers, you get to a point where people become a burden to you. Literally, when they become a burden to you, get out, because you do nobody no justice. Nobody no justice.
No.
Get out, find something else you want to do in life. So
Yeah.
that's how I roll, man. I love everything I've done. I've done a lot. I've done engineer work. I've worked in the oil fields. I have traveled the country. I have done everything. Believe me, that I have. I won't say everything, but I have done a lot of things that, like I said, if I die tomorrow, I lived a good life, and I'm happy with that, and I'm okay with that.
You
But
can see you're happy though.
yeah,
You're happy. Sitting right there where you are. You're happy.
And I am retired, not from law enforcement, but I am retired, literally. So I kick back. I now enjoy my kids. We had 6 kids. I enjoy them all. They're now adults, and I get to see my grandbabies. We do things. So it's just the idea that, yeah, I paid my dues, and the reason I do this, it's starting to really dawn on me. A lot of the reason I do this, not because I understand a lot of the concepts when it comes to law enforcement, but it's also the camaraderie. You start building bonds with people like yourself and Shibby and Ted and others. You start knowing people, and they start knowing you, and that's the camaraderie, man. That's what you're talking about. Why you love this is the camaraderie, for a better lack of words, and I enjoy that, and that's just me, man. I don't. I give everybody, my communication skills are, and I just tell you straight out, off the roof. I love communicating with everybody. Love talking to everybody.
Yes, you can sure talk. That's for sure, right, Chris? I'm just kidding.
I get you.
I'm only kidding.
No, you're good, buddy. I love it, man. It's just
Yeah, it's
and
good.
so everything you said earlier, Chris and Shibby, about how this like these cases and stuff, man, to me it's not even like, I never look at it like as in work. I look at it like is just something where I enjoy, because if I can get somebody else to understand something that maybe they wouldn't have understood, that's a win-win all the way around,
Right.
So,
that's why I like this, because you know the law. I know a little bit from what I've just learned and have seen, but the law, Shibby brings a lot to this because he's very smart and I like his opinions.
Right.
And Ted, the same, right? Ted's on the ground doing things. He knows about the missing kids cases, missing people case. It's great. You know, so if I say something wrong, again, I'm fresh into this. This is my what, Shibby? My first 5 weeks, not even
Right.
4 weeks doing this. And, you know, I don't want to be wrong. I mean, the first time I did a live, I said a couple of things that were incorrect. I followed it up with hey, I was a completely wrong video. You know what I mean? To apologize.
The first mistakes are always a lesson. If you don't repeat it over and over again,
And
people will
I'm
understand.
sure I'll make others. But what I think the biggest thing about this is, for a perfect example, was yesterday. This bogus crap about a new letter. No new letter. Everybody. Oh my God, there's a new letter. Everybody's going live. News is CNN, blah, 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 blah.
Right. Clickbait all over.
Not me, Olivia. I heard, you know, and that's why I was like, wait a minute. And me and Shibby were on, and I had said, Shibby, something just popped up. It looks like there was a new letter. And we went and looked, and I went to TMZ, and I'm like, let me play this video. Shibby played the video, and it wasn't. He's like, I just want to let you guys know. And I'm like, wait a minute. It's not new. It's just something that they're talking about, a new piece that they may have let out. So we wanted to get rid of that. So that's what it is. This is how we figure everything out. Hey, I could be wrong. You could be wrong. Anybody can be wrong.
Absolutely.
And this is how I'm going to learn. I don't know about that piece of the law. Let me call Devil Dog. Hey, man, what do you think? This is why you are perfect to fit in here, and Shibby and Ted, and you know, I mean, you know it all. Like, you've done a little bit of everything. You know what I'm saying?
I know enough to what I've experienced, but yeah, there's people out there. Like, I look a lot up to Chris McDonough because and others because they've done more, you know.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that when they talk, I follow that lingo. So for me, it's I grasp it, you know.
That's why I was like, you know, again, I don't have to like what he says. I don't have to agree with what he does or what you think or what anybody thinks.
Sure.
But asking you about that this morning, it made a little more sense to me, but I still think he was stretching on a couple of the things. That's just my theory. And I think I think he took some heat too that night because the video he made yesterday, I don't know if you saw the one he made yesterday, was kind of like he brought up, if people don't like what I said. I think he took a little too much of, hey, we thought you were really going to bring something to the table and you really didn't, but you brought us a park, three Walmarts, and a used car deal. So I really think he took some heat, and that's why he made that video yesterday, which is good because that shows that, hey, maybe you guys didn't understand what I was trying to get at. So now I feel a little bit better, but I don't have anything wrong with it. I'm watching tonight too. I'm going to see what he has to say tonight. Right. His panels are phenomenal. He has the other people that did the same thing he did, and he has the doctor guy here from Boston. Yeah. He's good. He's down the street from me. And so that's what I'll do. I'll never not listen to him. I don't have to agree.
No, absolutely. And that's
he doesn't like that, then that is. But
there's some things I don't agree with some things that he says, or maybe some rebuttals that he has, along with others as well. And I'm sure that a lot of people don't agree necessarily with some of my takes on certain things. But that's what makes everybody learn. That's what helps everybody learn is you're hearing different perspectives. And it's like that. Somebody told me a long time ago, they said, it's like eating the chicken, man. When you eat chicken, you eat the chicken and you throw away the bones, literally. And that's always stuck with me. You eat that chicken, but that bones, just throw it away. What you don't like, just get rid of it. Don't worry about it, But what you do makes sense to you, take it with, a grain of salt, So I really like a lot of, I don't have any issues with any streamer.
No,
zero.
I don't like the troll guys.
I think what you guys are trying to say is is like if you talk to someone on their channel, it's not like you're condoning and agreeing with
Right.
everything they say. And
Right.
just because you're not guilty by association, we could
Right.
talk to each other and still,
Absolutely. Well said, Shibby. Well said.
I have been on Chris's show. I've called in, I've talked to him and his panel. They were picking on me about the Red Sox and we were laughing and we were having a good time. If I was talking to him straight right now on the other end, if you were him, I would be like, hey, I don't agree with some of the stuff you said. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm just going to be straight with you. Doesn't mean I'm never going to watch you again. And I think he's great and they're great. And his wife too. Like they do a great job. I think the difference between us is when you look at Chris and he's like this well put together show. He's professional. And we're a bunch of dudes hanging out talking what we know. Right. You know more than I'll ever know, but we're just straight. I'm going to swear every once in a while. He's not going to swear, right?
Right.
And he's very professional, and that's what makes the difference. I'm just a straight telling you how I feel. That's all.
Straight shooter, man. Straight
shooter.
I
mean, it is what it is, and I think that's what makes. Look, I've been reading this chat. There's some people that have been asking, why are we talking about everything? Why aren't we talking about Nancy and stuff? Our Nancy and Elena Moore stuff stopped a while ago, and we said, hey, if you want to hang out and just chat, Devil Dog, let's do it. We'll talk about whatever. That's what we're doing right now. We're talking about whatever. You want to talk about your grandkids? Let's do it. You want to talk about whatever. That's what we're doing right now.
If you stay enthused talking about these other things, we'll be more effective when we get back to our Nancy discussions too.
Yeah, exactly.
Stay enthused and excited and invigorated.
Yeah. So, it's great. Like I think this is what I've been wanting from the get-go, right? And I never, ever, ever thought that I was going to be able to say, hey, so-and-so, do you want to join my show tomorrow? Yeah, why not? I'm like, whoa, wait, now I'm feeling like, hey, this may work out. You know what I mean?
Hey, I've heard nothing but positives about you guys, nothing. And my channel is constantly telling me, hey, Devil Dog, you got to get with Chris and be on his panel. We want to see that. We want to hear it. We think it'd be awesome and great. And I debated in my head, from the first time you asked me, I debated like, God, do I really want to do this? Do I really? And then,
what it's going to be? I mean, is he going to ask you, why do you like this? And what,
and I'm like, golly, do I really want to be put in this situation? And then at the end of the day, it was like, of course, all the mods and people in my channel were like, hey, we really want you to do this. And I thought, all right, screw it. Let's make it happen. And I don't regret it one bit. I think this has been phenomenal. I think looking forward to Tuesdays, at 10 o'clock a.m. Looking forward to the fact of talking to you guys.
Save the date. Save the date.
But every Tuesday, 10 a.m.
Also, can I jump in, Chris, with one thing? I think we overlook the benefit we receive, even as men who our whole life have been bottling things up, just being able to talk with our chat. I hear Exploring with Jim says it best, where he gets so much from his chat, even though he feels he's giving to them, he receives. It's just talking and getting things out is it's like free therapy here, I always say.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Well said.
That's the other thing too, is like, I would never be in depth with, 726 about my personal family, kids, wife, what things. I showed my son last night on the chat. Come on in, say hello, right? But the one thing that I did do is that, and you weren't around yet, Devil Dog, is that, and it actually helped because there was a lot in the chat after I said it. I had kidney cancer last year, and luckily I was the sick. Wood everywhere. I was the luckiest person on earth. I didn't need chemo. I didn't need anything. They took my kidney out in 5.5 hours, and I was home the next day on the couch. And you don't realize how much just hearing you have cancer plays with this head. I had sleepless nights. I had just not depression, but it was like, what the hell? What if I wasn't okay? What would have happened to my family? How would my family survive? How would my wife survive? And I didn't need to go get medicated or anything. I just needed somebody to talk it through because I thought, I'm like, does everybody think like this when that happens? You know, you feel kind of like, whoa. Unfortunately, my sister's husband's sister, who I've known longer than him, she was diagnosed with breast cancer last year too, a little bit after me. And one day I was on Facebook and she just said hi, and I said, "Oh, hi, how you doing?" And she's like, "Well, that's why I'm writing to you." And I'm like, "Well, anyways, my doctor said find somebody else that is going through the same type of thing with you and talk to them, because they're like, you're usually going to have the same question." The first question she says to me is, "Do you ever stop thinking, oh, what the hell was that pain? Or why is that bruise there?" Or, and you don't. I say every day in my life, "Oh, what the hell was that pain? Is it back?" And that's what you worry about. So now we talk because she's asking the same questions, and it's comfortable to talk to the, and that was great. And now I'm much, much better in the head. Just, I don't worry about it anymore. And so, yeah, it's just crazy having to deal with that. Yeah, I don't, when you get it, you think it's over, right? And the only thing I can say, people, is if you are the one, which is a lot of people that don't go regularly for a physical, go. Because if you catch it in time, you're good. And most people don't go to the doctor anyways. And I've been trying for the last year to come up with some idea of how to get like a foundation of like, don't wait, just go type of thing. Because I said to my doctors, I have an amazing team of physicians that I still will have for the rest of my life because I have to go all the time for scans and everything. And, I said, hey, how is it that you guys find the cancer? Because it's not like, the dude walks into your office today and says, "Hey, doc, man, I think I got cancer or something." It's not like you have a cut, and he's like, 85% of cancer is found by accident. Doc, I've had this bruise for like 6 weeks now, or this pain in my leg, and that's how they find it, by accident. So he's like, it's because people don't go. They don't think it's something. You get just these pains and you just keep, I'll be good in a couple of days. And I'm like, you got to go. You just got to go. Whether or not you like it or not, nobody likes it. Because why don't people like it? Because you're afraid they're going to find something.
Exactly. Yes.
Understood. I mean, I went because I've had kidney stones my entire life. And at some points, a lot of them pass on. There's a little pain and then they go on. But sometimes they get stuck. I mean, it's common. So it was a Friday night and I was like, oh man, I think I have a kidney stone, blah, 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 blah. And usually they've been passing for the last couple of years. By midnight, I was like, oh boy, this is going to hurt. And anyways, I went to the hospital at 4 a.m. because I couldn't handle the pain anymore because they're painful. So that's when they find the guy comes in, right? He's like, I have, you have a kidney stone. He says they took the CAT scan. He's like, yeah, you have a kidney stone and it's stuck. So we'll give you the medicine to break it up and you'll pass it. I'm like, okay. He's like, but, and then as soon as he say, but, you're like, uh-oh. He's like, we found a mass on your kidney. And I'm like, okay. You don't know what to say either. Like, yeah, all right, cool. Okay, what's next? So, but then, my amazing wife who's sitting next to me, as soon as he spit out, it's cancerous. She was like, can I give him my kidney? And I'm like, babe, you don't even know if it matches. What do you do? My wife's amazing. I have an amazing wife. And anyways, but yeah, everything worked out. And some people it doesn't work out for. And I feel bad because you waited too long. Don't wait, people. There's 731 people in this chat. Don't wait. Go to the doctor and get your checkup. It could save your life. And I was one. I never wanted to go either because I was afraid something was going to be found.
Well, what you're saying is if you think it's uncomfortable now to get your ball, it'll be much more uncomfortable losing one or
Right.
having, half of your whatever taken out, so.
Yeah, it's just
good advice.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to go. You want to live, you want to be here for your kids, your family, whatever. Whether or not you have that, you still want to be here. There's so much to live for.
You know
Just
what, Chris?
don't get checked.
You know what, Chris? It's ironic how everything happens for a reason, but here about 3 weeks ago, my wife had gone through something with cancerous, and it had to be taken out. And I heard everything you just said. Everything you just said. This was
Scary,
like
man.
3 weeks ago. Maybe 3.5 weeks ago.
It's
And I was hearing what you were just saying, like constantly. I could see the worry. I could see the look. Like what's going to happen, what to expect, being depressed, down, and yeah, I mean, yeah, right. And now everything is great, and like you, I got the greatest wife in the world, love her.
Yeah.
So that is, I know exactly where you're coming from the other side of the coin,
Yeah.
looking at and going, someone that obviously you love dearly, and you're seeing the different mixed emotions and whatnot. But I'm also the same guy that you just said. I'm the guy that, like, hey, if I die tomorrow, I'll live a good life. I'm not one that likes to hear the unknown. I love to study the unknown. I like things that I don't know about. I like to read. I like to process, and new things really fascinate me. New things like that. Like you guys, I'm sure you guys have heard of all the Webb telescope. We're seeing all the different colors. I find that amazing. Underwater, the exploring. I find exploring amazing. I love it, and that's what I would have did in high school. I would have paid more attention to science and biology and all that, because I love that. That's my niche. However, saying all that, I do really enjoy the fact that I don't want to hear negative. I've been through a lot in the military. I've been through a lot in my law enforcement career. I've seen a lot in many different fashions. That, you know what? I dodged a bullet so many times when I was a kid. I dodged the bullets all the way through. So now I look at it for me as an, hey, you know what? I don't want to know nothing's wrong. I don't want to know if something's wrong.
Nobody does.
Just let me go. I lived a good life. But you're right. The one thing, and this happened to me with my meds, when I was telling you earlier in the stream, sometimes when you're off your meds, things happen. Something happened on a reaction that I stopped trying to not take my meds, because I was trying to wing myself off. And my wing is cold turkey, right? That's just a Marine Corps thing. You just power through and overcome and adapt. And it kicked my behind. And when I was at the hospital and my wife came in and I was taken in an ambulance, I was like, oh my God, like, who's going to take care of my kids? Who's going to take care of my wife?
It's immediate.
Tell you what, it was like kapow. And at that point, I realized, my Lord, like, everything came into perspective. Even though it was something that I could have caused myself, still that fear, always worrying about who's going to take care of these people. I am the breadwinner. I am the sole one who brings everything to the table as far as when it comes to income. My wife did a great job with our kids. So for me, it's one of those things where I'm like, okay, so the buck stops with me. So what happens if I go down? The ship sinks, and so there's a lot of worry. I know where you're coming from, and
it's immediate though. As soon as he said you have cancer, back, I'm dead. It's as soon as what I said. That's the first words that come out of my mouth. I looked at my wife and I'm like, I'm dead. And because the emergency room doctor that tells you, he knows absolutely nothing about the cancer. All he knows is, oh, we looked at it and it's definitely cancerous, because they can tell by looking at it because they've seen it enough. But other than that, he knows nothing. So he's like, yeah, you got cancer. Unfortunately, we found the mass. But so the oncology guys will be in later. Hey, it was nice meeting you. I'll see you later. And he's gone. And I'm like, all right, guys. So now I'm looking at my wife and I'm like, I'm dead. That's it. I'm dead. And she's looking at me. She's like, calm down. We don't know nothing yet. And then, like I said, everything worked out. But like you immediately, what the hell's going to happen to my kids? What's going to happen to my wife? Who pays the bill? Well, my wife works. She makes more money than I do now. But it was just bang, punch in the face, solid, just boom. Let me talk about medicine, right? Let me show you. Talk about worrying about.
Also, Chris, before you get too far into this, if I get to do anything at the end, we'll take questions from all our fans. So while you're talking, I'll collect some questions for you to see if anyone wants to ask you guys stuff. Okay, yeah, I'll let you know. Type it in chat, guys, and I'll ask these guys for you. Okay.
Yeah, and all I want to do is just tell you, I had the cancer. I'm a type 2 diabetic. I have high blood pressure. I've had high blood pressure since I was born. I was born with it. You want to talk about medicine? This is what I take every single day of the week. Look at I take 12 pills a day.
Does that fit in your pocket, that box, or is that?
Yeah, right. I don't think so. And then
you got a big backpack for that, eh?
Yeah. You should see when I travel. They're like, excuse me, what is all this? You got to go through each medication.
Right. You'll be rattling.
When you speak about, taking yourself off of medicine or taking I've panicked because I've taken my morning medicine at night by mistake that I need the next morning. And I'm like, oh shit, crap. What am I going to do? So then I got to call the doctor's office and be like, yo, I did it again. What do I got to take and what can I take? So it's a lot. I mean, I got my pill box, morning, noon, night, day, whatever the hell, but it's scary. And this medicine here, it took about 3-4 months to get my medicine correct because, you need to take this for the diabetes, but I can't because of the high blood pressure. Oh, yeah. Or you need to have this for the high blood pressure, but I can't because of the diabetes. So it took like a long time to get it all figured out. And for the first time in 14, 15 years, my blood pressure's in the 130s over 85. And my blood sugar, my highest blood sugar reading, and probably should have been dead, was 14.5. And the good level is 6. For a diabetic, 6.4. My last check, thank God, luckily, was 6.2. So I'm below the, so it hasn't been like that in a long time. And I was saying this on another chat. I feel better now than I ever have in my entire life. And I'm 55 years old and I still mountain bike. That's my thing. I mountain bike. I just built a brand new mountain bike. I love it. And, I've been always in the 300s. No, I'm not, always in the 300s, right around 290, 300 I've been to. Right now, I weigh 235. I haven't weighed 235 in 700 years. I mean, it's like, and dropping the weight, I'll tell you, is the most important thing.
Sure.
I have never, ever felt this good. And,
I dropped weight and I was only able to do like my front lawn I'd have to rest. Now I can do the front end, just go straight to the back and cut them both. Nope.
Yeah, that's what I
up the stairs. Going upstairs, I jump up the stairs really fast too. So.
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing. Just, when things get right finally, when you get on the right medication, and again, some of the medication that I take isn't really good for you. But for me, if I want to be good, I have to take it. So, and unfortunately, I'll never be off of it. I have to keep it because high blood pressure, every person that ever had anything to do with my family had high blood pressure. I was born with it. I've had high blood pressure since I was born. And, it's crazy. But, talking about
medications, I've got sweet opinions on the screen. So she just wanted to remind us, can you imagine how Nancy felt without her meds? Scary.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean,
listen, when I leave the house in the morning, if I didn't take my morning pills, by the time I get to the end of my driveway, I can feel my heart is up because my blood pressure medicine isn't there to help. So my blood pressure's up. And I can't imagine not having that. right?
That
I
whole
can't imagine.
placebo effect, even in your own mind, is so powerful. Thought, you know, you can really freak yourself out.
I mean, can you imagine Nancy just being like, did you guys grab my medicine?
How am I
mean,
going to get through this? How am I going to get through this? Yeah.
right, because now you're like, without my medicine, I'm dying. And that's, you know, that's horrible to have to think like that, you know? But yeah, I mean, being able to talk like this. Look, I don't know any of you from a hole in the wall, right? Nobody in the chat. My mods I've talked to and Shibby and stuff, but it actually helps. It makes you feel better. Like, I don't care. I have nothing to hide. So I had cancer. Great. I don't anymore for now. Knocking on wood. But you know, it's nice to talk about it. And again, you know, it's comfortable. That's what I think's good about this group that we have here. We're good.
So we're getting some questions, Chris. Either you guys could answer. Humphrey is asking, is the interview room talk tonight?
Yes. 8:00.
8:00.
Okay.
It's the second episode of his, episodes of the
8
Arizona.
PM. What time zone? We need to go when we're talking about it. We are using
Eastern time.
East.
Eastern.
So 8
Yep.
8 East, 7 Central, 6 Mountain, 5 Pacific.
Yes.
Yes.
Cool. And so the next question is from Judy. It says, where do you think Nancy is in nature?
You know, I thought about that. I have thought about that since it came out the other day. And I haven't really processed that, but I have thought about that. It could.
I would hope she's at least at one with it now and in a better place if she, you know.
Yeah, right. No, I mean just the nature. There's got to be some common denominator with that, you know, of what you would anticipate. Like, I don't think you would look at nature and say the desert. You know what I mean? I see something. I see something that no one would think about outside that box. When
Trees, grass,
trees,
bush,
grass, flowers.
flowers.
You know what I mean? Who
Yeah,
knows? I mean, but it's a very good question, no doubt about it. Very good question.
it's a hard one to answer.
It
But,
is. It really is.
It all depends on, do you think she left Arizona? Do you think she's still in Arizona?
That's
Did she
another
go
one.
through the Indian reservation into Mexico? I don't count Mexico out at all.
Right.
It's close. It's close.
I don't think, but yeah, you're very right. I mean, I look at something when they said that, it was almost like, for me, it was almost like it was somewhere like, sorry, we can't give you the remains back that you want, but no,
Right.
we put her in a great place.
You know, also what you're saying, like at least if there's a burial, they get the bones 10 years later. But
Yes.
if it's something where they do that, like you see on Breaking Bad, where they use the vat of acid in a barrel, there'll be nothing. So at least finding the bones would at least be for the family would have something to bury and get back to, and or have a place to go to or cremate, whatever they want. But they'll have the physical stuff somewhere.
Totally agree.
That's why I asked you earlier your thought on, do you think it would be possible that they already have her back and it was just, we don't know because it was quiet. I wanted an opinion on that, because I mean, that would kind of be like, no wonder why they're not saying anything, because they already did it. But I think, like you said, it's too big of a thing to keep it a secret.
A big liability, no doubt.
Yeah. And I think when that we're gonna find her. It might be, tomorrow, it might be next year. But when they do find her, it's gonna be the biggest news story ever. Yeah. Ever. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah.
It's gonna be breaking news from here to the freaking moon. And it's going to be incredible. But there's a little bit of me right here in my heart. There's a little section of my heart that still is praying for some God she's alive.
Yeah,
that would be, that would be insane. But why so long, and why? There's nothing.
The only way the only way she could possibly still be alive is if it was like a where they're hiding in witness protection for some strange reason, and they finally got the persons that were a severe threat. It's the only way I could see her still being like. Imagine she walked out and we had to hide her. Sorry, we had to lie to you all, but we had to do this for a really important reason.
Yeah,
I thought about that too. I did think about that, but like, and you know,
one of my many thoughts.
Yeah. So Devil Dog, one of my first thoughts, and I said it a lot on JLR, and I had said, hey, what do you think about, she was a very, so she couldn't be perfectly happy because of the pain that she was in 24 hours a day. Right. And I was like, you know, what if she said to the kids, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. I don't want to do it anymore. And I had said to JL, I said, what if it was like a Jack Kevorkian thing? Help me be comfortable. I don't want to be in pain anymore. And either she did it or they helped her. And you can't say anything if you did. It's against the law, number one. And so that's where I had said, now they would have to come up with something, right? And that would be a lie of some sort. And now they have to cover it up. So the only reason I said that is because when this happened, the media, nobody expected the 5,000 media people that showed up at her front door. They didn't expect that.
yeah.
Nobody did. And then they didn't expect them to stay for months. And then when the big time media left, the YouTubers stayed.
Yeah.
They didn't leave. Now what? So now you're going to keep carrying the lie on and on and on, because then they're like, well, you know, they'll fade away. They didn't fade away. Our streamers, they stayed. They're still there. Now they're in jail. You know, now they're out and they're got their lawyers and stuff, or getting their lawyers. But we're still there covering it. So you know, I get it. Anything is possible. And just, I thought that for a while, because that was only the one thing that really made sense to me at first, is because there's nobody talking. Where's her friends? Where's her friends that played cards with her? Where's the church people? You can't gag order everybody. You're going to tell me they went in and gag ordered the whole neighborhood? Don't speak to anybody? All her friends, all her family, everybody? Doesn't sit well with me, that whole thing. But it was just a thought I had, and it just kind of fit well, they would have to keep it going now until it all died out, and then, oh, hey, she passed in her sleep at home. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just a theory I had, but I mean, I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? Is it way off?
I mean, I think it's a little off, to be honest. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I think it's one of those things that, unfortunately, it was a statistic, man. It happened, and I think she is unalive.
Yeah.
I believe that that there's a good possibility now that we'll probably, this could take a while before it's resolved. I do think that it's going to be the people that are talking, that are hearing what's going on. Somebody's going to get drunk someday. They're going to get, stoned someday.
Bragging is
brag. Yes, absolutely. They're going to say something that's going to trigger something, and that's, to me, is going to be really, in my opinion, that if the FBI or Pima County Sheriff's Office don't know yet, that will be how she has found her remains, will be by somebody talking. It won't be from the sheriffs or FBI unless they already have it. But if they don't have it now, I don't think they're going to get it. I think it's going to be someone hearing something and saying something that's going to solve this whole debacle, in my opinion.
For me, the most likely for me is that that night they got halfway to where they were taking her, and she realized she had passed and aborted the mission, and unfortunately would have disposed of her in one of those mine shafts or something.
Very,
Similar
very
in
good
that sense.
possibility, no doubt about it. That's a
I think
good.
that's-
That's a good possibility, no doubt.
So, Chris, we have a question there or comment from Sunset Park Girl. She says they showed Juice the map where he can sit, and they showed Juice and Alex the maps where they could sit, and they both were arrested for sitting where they were told to sit. Or Juice and Damien, because remember that beforehand when they were looking for Alex, they said to Damien 857, "You're fine." The ones, do you know Alex? Yeah. Have you seen him? No. Oh, you're fine though. You can stay there. You're perfectly. No, you're not doing anything wrong. The guy says to him.
And that's the day they got arrested.
Right.
And that's why it's not going to fly. That's why that, in my opinion, will be what seals the deal.
And what seals the deal also Sue Ellen's statement on Alex and Juice's camera.
Right.
About how she did 10 times more than what they did, and her felony, I think, is the reason why Juice was out in his predicament in the first place, because she admitted her crimes forced him on the street in that sense.
Yeah.
So,
well, and you're right. You're right, definitely on that. I mean, it's going to be that why this and not this? What's the
them saying it's okay, and also Sue Ellen admitting to 10 times more crimes than all of these guys put together, while speeding around in her car, not wearing a seatbelt, stopping in the middle of the road to harass strangers for just,
I agree.
and
remember,
absolutely.
Well, that evening that he was having that head-to-head with Sue Ellen, the cop came before that. Remember the other lady was parked there talking to him in the black car, and the lady cop came up and said, "Oh no, you're fine there. Do you want some water?"
Yeah.
Right.
What changed freaking a day later, right? So you can't do it one way one day and then go back and do it a completely different way the next day.
Even the same day, you can't say you're okay doing that and then going to give them a citation for doing just that.
Well, that's the bottom line is you can't hold somebody accountable for something that you gave them the okay or the permission to do.
But they already had the permission because Damien wasn't even touching the road.
Yeah, that's
an easement, a public easement. So
that's what I'm saying.
He confirmed it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why it'll probably get thrown out, that part of it, because of that reason. You can't go ahead and they can't tell them you're okay and then give them the okay that they're okay to do what they're doing and then come back later and arrest them and cite them. That's not going to fly in any normal court system. It's just not going to fly.
You know what gets me too is that when they got Alex at his house, if we remember what Nano said on his interview, you've now pushed our hands and now we're going to start taking you to jail. First, you'll get a ticket and then you'll be arrested. Alex didn't get a ticket. They went to his house, and I believe this is what Alex said. And if anybody knows and I'm wrong, please let me know. When they arrested him, I think they issued the ticket at his house.
Well, it wasn't a warrant. Yeah, they tried to get him to come out of his house because it wasn't a warrant in that sense. So once he got out of his home, then they arrested him. They kind of tried to trick him, but he knew something was up, and he's kind of just, I'll go out because he kind of knew what was going to happen.
They arrested him? He hadn't had a ticket yet. So
they could easily look back in his videos. They could make up 10,000 things. They could have made up just from one of those videos.
I think they said you're under arrest for what did they call it? Not impeding a roadway or whatever it was.
Or public nuisance or disturbing the peace. I don't know.
How can they do that? He wasn't even there.
Well, but they could cite it from any of the last.
Can you look back?
He's there. Oh yeah, there's no statute of limits. Yeah, if you break the law on camera, it doesn't expire after unless it's like 30 years or whatever.
Normally on a misdemeanor, you would never go to someone's house and arrest them on a misdemeanor because Normally, when that's done, it's because the officer is in your presence and he's making literally like he's seeing it literally right there and then. So he could arrest you.
Alex
But
has prior felonies though too, so he's there might be different things
right,
applied to him
right,
too, right?
very true. Very, that
a
is
felon.
true. That is true.
Does that still play into this?
Does
I
what?
think they could use it. They wouldn't care, but they could use it. They could milk that. They could cherry pick that as an excuse. They could
What
add,
is it?
Well,
Well,
like being a felon.
yeah, if they arrest Alex on public nuisance, does his old record
Of course,
affect
yes.
the way they prosecute him now?
Depending on the severity and how many times and stuff. Yes, the judge's discretion when he goes and talks to
him, and that's closed and stuff. That they shouldn't be able to use that again.
No,
right?
because he can't he can't get handguns. So there's stipulations to this being a felon.
That might be a lawyer thing, maybe. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah,
But I mean, go on.
No,
You know
I'm just thinking that once again, his prior convictions could play a big role in a similar prior conviction. I'm not sure that they could use the idea that he's been a menace in life per se, and I'm just using those words.
No,
that he was a
one
menace
that's on the felonies. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, like
Now the actual what they could use now. I think they're going to throw a lot of these out. In all honesty, I think they're going to get these thrown out. A lot of these.
Sure.
I think the tough ones are going to be will be the resistant arrest will be a tough one, and I'm only saying that because the idea that now they could all say everything was done. They could definitely look at it. The judge could say everything was done illegally, so therefore everything is out.
Right. I hope they see it that way.
I hope they see it as well. I don't think anybody should have been arrested.
It's like 50-50 when you get these judges. It could be this, just like a flip of a coin, pretty much.
You know what I'm wondering too? I know that nobody can say it, like the governor or the mayor. They can't say anything to the sheriff. But what I'm asking is, obviously the governor can say something to the attorney general.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Say, hey, wait a minute.
The attorney general's the top cop from the state, right?
So I'm like, I can see maybe that's why she called Mark Kelly, because he's the governor, to say, hey, see what you can do with this. And obviously he can't do anything. But I'm wondering if Mark Kelly can say, hey, Mr. or Mrs. Attorney General, whatever, don't do any of this. Throw it all out. Don't prosecute. The
prosecutor would look at it and say, what are you guys doing? You're creating such a liability for us.
Yeah.
Let these guys go. Drop these charges.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Shibby. That's what's going to probably come into play is the prosecutor, although they have him, apparently, I heard that they had him saying that they deserved that, right? That he was on board with it, is what I heard. I could be wrong on that, but that's what I heard. But I will tell you, it's the prosecutor that normally would look at that and go, "Oh no, we can't do this.
This is unwinnable. You're going to create, you're going to get. We're going to have to pay them $20 million in civil,
absolutely
lawsuits afterwards." So.
But
I would hear, the sheriff could put heat on that attorney, right? He could, the prosecutor, right?
No,
that's the state
attorney is the one that does it.
Yeah, okay.
The prosecutor's the state. They decide. Right. All of it, it's their choice.
All the sheriff and deputies can do is present their case to the prosecutor. Prosecutor is going to be the one that's going to look at it and go, we have something valid or we don't have something valid.
But also they call them up in real time. That's probably what they were doing for that half an hour, calling up the prosecutor and talking, saying,
that's what I'm saying. I heard that the prosecutor was on board with what they were doing. Oh. That's what I heard. And if that's the case, then this is why when you talked earlier, Chris, about going ahead and what would you do in that situation? We know it takes a long process for like a civil rights violation, but the reality is that is literally what they could do because their rights were violated. And now that's going to bring in like you said before, you guys, you're bringing in, the Tucson, you're bringing in the sheriff's department, the individual, just like you guys stated before.
Yeah.
That's when everybody gets held accountable. And it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. But it's just to me, it didn't even need to escalate to any of that. It didn't even need to go
No,
there,
not at all.
and that's, I think any normal judge literally would look at that and go, not happening. This is,
I think Alex expected it to go as it did with Juice, smooth. And
right.
it surprised him when that happened. And they probably, obviously, it was by design to create fear, and because they knew the rest of them would see this.
Right.
Everyone would see this.
It was almost like this is what's going to happen to all of you if you guys go ahead and continue to do this. It was almost like making an example,
A warning.
And now it's actually, in my opinion, it's actually backfired, because I do believe that can also be a working out thing where they go, look, we know this is probably wrong. However, this, that, and the other, we'll plea it out. What do you want?
And they're used to people pleading it out because they don't have the resources like Alex, 857, and Juice will have. So it's good to, it's like, oh my God, these guys they're going to have good defense attorneys. We're screwed. We should drop this fast.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. No doubt about it. I'm one of the persons that literally would say wholeheartedly that a lot of these charges are going to get thrown out.
Oh, for sure.
And then it's going to be what's going to happen.
Civil rights.
Yes, what's going to happen from that point if somebody is willing to maybe take a pro bono, or maybe go ahead and step up and say we'll get paid at the back end, because then it's going to become about, to me, on a pro bono, you're probably going to look at the back end, and you're going to look at the fact that you're going to say, we'll make a deal.
Pro bono, in the fact that I know it's such an egregious violation that I'll take it free, knowing I'll accept payment in the end, because you're going to make big money.
Then it won't even go all the way through the whole course, because they're going to settle for something. And that's when
each one of them a bit different, though. I think if they do it together, like Alex is worse, and then Juice is the second, and Damien's, so it'd be like maybe 50% Alex, 30% Juice, and 20% for Damien, or or do it individually would probably be the better way, I guess.
Well, a class action has to be more than just one.
But not doing it class action, because they're kind of both on different. They're all on different levels.
Right.
Alex
right. That is correct.
Way more.
Yes, absolutely. And that may be their best bet. The attorneys may say,
or they could do one together and individually ones too, with little caveats about individual.
Yeah, very possible. I mean,
I'm not sure how it works.
I can tell you that it's definitely, for better lack of words, Pima County, to me, the sheriff's department is not in good shape right now.
It's a good thing you brought this up. So afterwards, you say your point. I'm going to ask you a question, but go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Remember when Juice was there the first time, and the Pinal County Sheriff guy called to warn him? What was that? That was crazy. Like, we hate Pima County. Like, when do they call a man on the side of the road, especially a Juice, like I guess, how do you say, a black man?
Right.
When does the sheriff's county from next county over call to warn a guy who's being hemmed up by the sheriff about his rights?
Well,
it's like, this is Pinal County Sheriffs. We hate these guys. If they keep you more than a half an hour, they're violating. And like, when does that happen? They must.
And it doesn't. And that's another person that would be called to testify.
Wow.
To give his opinion, to tell them what he said.
He said his name too.
Why would you make this comment? Well, because in reality, he's going to have to answer why he made it, and he's going to say because it's unlawful.
In Juice's defense. Imagine that, a sheriff going to defend Juice. He's going to have to.
Yes.
Well, his name was Rob. They can find him. His name was Rob.
I think maybe, I guess I would hope maybe as this plays out, and if this does end up going to court, or even if I think that Alex and Juice should subpoena the deputies
Oh, for sure.
Well, they will
And-
be subpoenaed.
And
Yeah,
then say,
that's-
wait, and the defense attorney on the stand should say, what you did, do you think it was right? You answer the truth right there, and you say no. You stand up in court and you say, no, I do not agree with what, but why did you do it? Well, I have a family to support. I have this to support. And the other thing that got my eye was that, what was it? 80% of the deputies said that they didn't have any, what's the word? Any trust in him. They didn't.
A loss of confidence or confidence.
Yes. So
241.
yeah,
No confidence.
no confidence. Correct. That's the perfect word. But that's what I'm hoping happens. I want them to subpoena the sheriff too, because as far as I know, and if anybody knows or let me know. How the hell did they make a new law overnight? You can't.
Yes, you're right. And here's the thing. Everybody in a major lawsuit, everybody is going to get subpoenaed. It ain't going to be like, can they, will they? Everybody that heard or was a part of the story or heard or recorded anything, or officers, deputies, they're all going to be subpoenaed if this goes to a class action lawsuit, or even an individual lawsuit. They can subpoena whoever they want.
Right.
And you're right, Chris, when you're saying they're going to ask that question. Why did you make this arrest, officer? Because we were told to. By who? Because of so and so told us to. But doesn't it go against your code of ethics and your following the rule of law and blah? Yeah, and then you get back to what you were saying, Chris. On yes, well, I don't know. I had to support my family. I was worried about the retaliation. Now all that comes in. Go ahead.
And I get it. And the sheriff, he should be subpoenaed too. And
Well, they will, Chris. Let me just throw in that in this process, there's a discovery process where they get under oath, will have to answer questions under depositions, and they get examined and all that. So it's under oath, they'll get the discovery.
And that comes down to every single deputy that is subpoenaed.
Mm-hmm.
Do they do it because they're not going to lie under oath?
They're not going to
say they're not going to want to be in trouble. I would rather be in trouble with my sheriff. But then that brings me to my next thing. If this all comes out, if this happens the way we're saying it happens right now, there's a big lawsuit and people are subpoenaed and the sheriff's there and his deputies are saying, well, they told us to do it. And, we did it because I have a family, blah, 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 blah. Now your sheriff's telling you to do something wrong. Is this a way to get rid of the sheriff?
I can answer this in a sense quickly. But my opinion is the judge depends what judge you get. And if he likes nanos or doesn't, it's all going to make a difference. Like if he likes nanos, everything's going to stick.
Yeah.
If he doesn't like nanos, it's going to be they're going to be screwed. So it all
right. I mean, if he's in the pocket, if he's in the sheriff's pocket, I mean, then they're in trouble. But
with the sheriff, it being a elected official, it's going to come in. Is it my guy? Is it the judge on the left like nanos, or is he going to be a right guy
Well, here's what you got to remember too, Shibby and Chris, is that even if, let's say, they do get somebody that's not ethically right as far as a judge, they can always appeal it. And then it's going to go higher, and they will go as high as they have to go, as far as they're willing to go, because at some point you're going to get people that are going to interpret the law the way it was supposed to be interpreted. Okay, so that I don't even worry about that per se. I don't. But to answer your question earlier, would they lie? No, they're not going to lie, because look, you already have 241 vote of no confidence from his inner circle. So they're not. It's not like they wouldn't want to get rid of him. And yes, the committee who has him that could have done this earlier when they were looking for that extra vote, right, to go ahead and remove him, which they didn't do, which was their fault. They should have done it. But that committee there, they're going to use this as in, you cost us this amount of dollars. We had to plea deal so that this thing go all crazy, all haywire, and therefore, because of your decisions and your everything that has come out, we are no longer. We're basically firing you. You know,
Yeah, because I'm seeing them thinking that. All the deputies are like, hey, this is our way to get him out of here.
Yes. And I
We
think
have
that's
a
going
way.
to happen. Yes.
Yeah, if we have
Hey,
a
Chris,
way,
I'm-
it's right
Chris,
now.
I'm just going to run to the restroom. I'll be right back in 2 minutes, guys. I'm listening.
All right.
I'll be right back.
And let me ask you this. What do you think of the chances of them getting this bounced out of Pima County to Pinell or Tucson? Would they be able to do that?
It's going to depend, really. Like I said, I think what the worst case scenario is that they're going to have to appeal it if they get a judge that doesn't really interpret the law the way he's supposed to. In other words, he's maybe side or favors nanos for whatever reasons, or knows him or whatever it could be. I could see that they're going to appeal it. But here's the thing. Here's what I don't want to see. And it's not, I don't want to make it sound like, this is me, but this is what I don't want to see. If you're not going to do nothing and you're just going to basically use this as I got my point across, then my God, please don't do anything. Just let them drop everything and go about your business. You now know what's going on. And if you're going to do something where you're going to file a class action, then go the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
Don't half-ass it. Go the whole 9 yards, because the only people literally that you're hurting are other. If you don't go all the way through, if you choose to go and not go all the way through, then what you're doing is other streamers are not having that confidence, or maybe not having the idea that they now have a higher or a bigger voice, a platform. You know what I mean? And so you really want to. What I don't want to see is everything just crumble. If they choose to say we're not doing nothing, we just want all this to be thrown out of court. Hey, kudos. Good, get it done, get it over with, and move on, right? Move on to the next case.
Yeah.
But if you're going to do something, then go with it all full go. Don't just half-ass it, because that does no one no justice. Even the people that are supporting you would be no justice. In my opinion.
I just hope that, I think that Juice, I know he got arrested, but I think Juice, what's the worst that's going to happen to Juice and Damien? So yeah, I get it's the that'll be on their record, right? But Damien has a ticket, so it's either pay the ticket or it gets thrown out,
right?
Or he wins and they throw it out,
right?
Juice, I think Juice is the same way, just kind of looking at his situation. The only one that I really think is going to run into any issue will be Alex. I think his ticket will get thrown out, but it's the felony resisting that's going to hold him up a little bit. But I personally think that's going to get dropped. Or is there anything you can you reduce it to what?
You can reduce it to disorderly conduct.
Yeah, because
that's a slap in the hand as well, disorderly conduct.
Yeah, and if they think, well, you know what, he had this in the past, that in the past, that has nothing to do with what happened that day. So, but I just think he's the only one that's going to have a little bit tougher of a time.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And the only reason I say that is because exactly what you just said, the issue of the resisting arrest. The only way that won't come into play is if they decide that this whole thing was a debacle from the jump, and the judge throws everything out, and then it's just done. Period. That doesn't mean that the people that were arrested in Alex and Tucson and the Juice doesn't mean that they can't still have a claim for civil rights violation. It just means them saying let's just get over and done with this shit before it escalates to something we want to deal with. And so they say we drop everything, everything's dropped, let bygones be bygones, and hope to God, being the law enforcement side, being the Tucson, hopefully to God that these guys don't file a class action lawsuit and they just let bygones be bygones. They could still do that, but I could see them dropping these cases and just say it's done. Okay. The only downfall to that is that by them dropping these charges, that gives a
They're
little
admitting
bit
they're wrong.
exactly
Admitting
They
they're
give a
wrong.
little
I can
bit
see you're
more-
about to say it.
Yes, they give a little bit more fuel to the fire for the streamers that were arrested, because now they're acknowledging we screwed up. You know what I'm saying? And then it's just a matter of longevity, a matter of time before this thing gets resolved.
Right. Well, maybe that. Well, hopefully, with anything. Oh, hey! Breaking news! Breaking news! I have a special guest to join us, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Melanie. How are you?
Hi,
So,
guys.
I have
everybody,
no comment. No comment. I think Chris can fanboy, and everyone will
my
forget
goodness.
my last fanboy. So go ahead, Chris. Mel.
everybody,
Hi, guys.
this is Melly.
Hey, hi, Devil Dog.
Devil
Nice to
Dog,
meet you.
Melly, Devil Dog. Hi, Melly. How are you?
I'm good. Sorry, I've been so busy today with work, and I got your email, so I just wanted to jump on. And Devil Dog,
Hello.
I'm a new fan. I'm a new fan.
Nice to
Stuff
see you.
today,
Thank you.
And you are awesome. And
Thank
yeah, you guys
Devil
have done
Dog,
great
she's
today.
one of my amazing mods.
Hey, my mods, I'm telling you, mods do a hard job because they have to
Yeah.
keep everything in check. They have to
That's
keep
right.
the flow going. And if
Yeah.
you start getting all these trolls, my God, it interrupts the flow. And the flow is everything.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Kudos to you guys, no doubt about it.
We try and keep
And
it positive.
give them you whatever. If I see one bad thing, get them out. You're out of here.
Yeah.
See you later.
Yeah.
I give you-
That's
God,
the nice
I
thing with my mods. I don't even like, they know now. You don't even have to ask me like, hey,
Gone.
I get, or hey, we're having, they know. And when when I remotely think like they're thinking, I'm like, do what you got to do. You know what to do whatever you got to do. And they do. And they always, honestly, and I say this truthfully, they always make the right decision.
Of course. Because you know the ones to get rid of. I don't have to worry about it. I mean, look at all I say in the chat is, hey, thanks for being here. And they do the rest, and I should probably be in there more, but they do a great job.
Okay, that's why you have us.
Absolutely. You guys do amazing work.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. No
God.
doubt.
So it is great. So yeah. So welcome, Melly. Nice to see
Thank you
you.
so much. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for
So
having
yeah,
me.
we're just yapping it up in here. We're talking
Yeah,
a little bit about everything.
Yeah, I'm
gonna
glad
be
you
doing
guys.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I'm glad you guys are talking about what's her name, Elena Moore.
Oh,
as well.
Elena Moore, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
That was yeah. I'm really involved in that case too now, so I'm really happy that you guys touched on that.
Yeah.
It's, but still Nancy's number one.
Right.
But,
Well, it's a tough case
yeah.
for the reasons we talked earlier about it. It really is a tough situation because one is obviously the information will eventually come. So the information is a big deal because that's eventually going to get sorted out and we'll get to hear it. But the problem becomes is how do they pin it to anybody when the toxology report comes out? How are they going to be able to direct? That's the really hard part because you don't have a victim is unalive and you don't have them to speak for themselves. Yeah. So then you become like, you have to take like all the circumstantial stuff. And in this case, maybe the husband's view, you have to take his opinion with it.
Right.
And that's always a tough situation. Not saying that the husband did anything, just saying you always have to like, it's always bad when the victim's not around, I guess.
Exactly, because you're never going to get the full truth.
Absolutely.
And that's the problem. And my first thought, and when Chris asked you about, what if the husband was in charge of her meds and, maybe overdosed her, right? But again, like you had said, we're never really going to know if that was
No.
the case, because she can't
'Cause that
defend
would be a
herself
hard
anymore.
one to prove.
Exactly. Yeah.
The only way you could show something there is if the toxicology report came back and it stated that there was another foreign substance in her body,
Yes.
and then
Yeah.
they were able to. I don't know what the statements were when they did a statement with the husband, but I can tell you that if they don't, if that was covered, like, did you give her anything? No, I never give her anything. She
Yeah.
takes her pills, yada yada. And then they go and they search the house because they'll have every right to, or the apartment or wherever they live, and they search it and they find a bottle of that same type of pill that was in her system.
Yeah.
At that point, now they go, okay, well, they do the checks on who got this pills, where did it come from, and that opens up a whole nother can of worms that could show maybe he was giving her some other, because who else would have done it?
Exactly.
Right? It's still a lot that has to be a lot of stuff in the middle that has to be sorted out, but you have a better chance at getting more of somebody to be held accountable rather than just saying, I guess this one just is one of those rare ones that slips through the cracks. You know?
Yeah, exactly. It's sad, but it's I look back at those videos when she did seem disoriented. She seemed like she was a little bit out of it. It makes you wonder, and just the fact that she was at the Three Rivers Hospital, I believe it was, right? And my question is, did they let her out too soon? But then, Chris, I know you mentioned that she may have even checked herself out, right? And the mental health stuff really hits me hard when I hear these stories. We don't know if that is the case of what's going on here, but just hearing what we know so far, it's really, really sad, if it does end up being a case where it was mental health related. And thank you, Ted. I appreciate that. So Melly, go, thank you.
Go on, Melly.
And sorry, Chad, I can't see what's going on yet there, but yeah, and it does hit home, right? And it just sucks that we may not know the full truth. So
that's the only downfall when the victim always goes unalived in anything. That's always the biggest piece that makes it a hurdle, because you just can't get any information from their side, their perspective, and now you gotta try to find a different angle.
Exactly.
And, so that's always kind of difficult.
Oh, Adrian, I love you too. I just saw Adrian.
It's running through my mind as we sit here speaking about her again. And I'm thinking, like we were talking a little bit ago about her, Devil Dog. She's laying in the ravine with no scrapes, no nothing. It's a ravine. If she fell down it, where's a scrape? Where's a bruise? Because even if there was just minor scrapes, it would have been in that report. She had minor scraping on her leg, but there's nothing. So if you fall down a ravine,
on Jays for Justice, they covered it where you'll be able to tell if the bruising was post-mortem or,
right. And so was she laid there? Or did she sit there and then because what the hell? It doesn't make any sense.
Do we know how long it's going to take for the toxicology reports to come back?
They usually say 4 to 6 weeks. I know the one case that I'm looking at in California, they said 4 to 8 weeks. So that's about right, because there's always other cases ahead of yours, and you're waiting for that to get to your case. But they also do, you got to remember, they're doing it in-house, to my understanding. They're doing it in-house because they have their own testing facilities, if you will. Yeah. So it could be a little bit sooner. But usually what I heard last was 4 to 6 weeks. I would say probably safer bet it's going to be that 8 weeks.
I just want to also bring up the fact of her friend, and I said this in the chat too, if that was my friend saying to me, hey, I'm scared for my life, I'm literally going to drop everything I'm doing in that moment, grab her and say, let's go talk privately.
Right.
Tell me what's going on.
Exactly.
So it boggles my mind. Like, it just, I think of my, putting a friend in that situation, what I would do. I'm going to drop everything to help my friend.
Yeah, of course. Well, then that goes to the point of the private investigator that knows the family and knows the husband and the wife. That goes with him saying if she was the best friend or he said best friend, why did the law enforcement interview her? Okay. And so what brings me to that now, you bringing it up, is saying that, okay, so did she, because when she said it, I don't know if you guys go back and listen to it. When she said it, she said that that she told her that she was in danger, her life was in danger. She didn't really come out and say it that clearly. It was almost like, yeah, well, I did hear her say, she did tell me that, like almost like, is it possible that someone else mentioned that and then it became in her subconscious memory? Because that happens a lot. Somebody tell you something, next thing you know, you'll be talking and you'll regurgitate it out like you were the one that they told, when in reality you heard it from really over here, but you're not thinking about that. Not saying that she was confused and not saying that she was trying to deceive. What I'm saying is that maybe she heard it through the grapevine, because if you go back and look at it, and I'm almost positive, she seemed very like, she didn't come out and just say, yeah, Brian, she told me that she literally, her life was in danger. She didn't say it like that. You go back and look at it, and it was almost like a thought after. Yeah, she did say that to me.
Okay. I'm going to go back and watch that.
Do that, because I know that was something that stuck in my mind.
Yeah.
And I asked myself, because the reason I say that is because then the detective said, or the private investigator said, he said, after he said the comment about, well, did she go ahead? Why didn't the law enforcement interview her? And then he made the comment and said, well, she's claimed to be sick herself. Okay. He said that. He said she claimed to be sick herself. He's telling Brian that.
Yeah.
And then right after that, he says the comment about she claimed to be sick herself. What was the other one? I'm going brain dead here. But nevertheless, the idea was that basically he was basically saying, how do we know that she really knew that? And when she gave her interview, and I'm not doubting her, but when she gave her interview, it seemed like it was kind of like it didn't flow smooth.
It didn't flow smooth, yeah.
Like if you tell me, hey, Devil Dog, if someone comes up to me and says, hey, so and so, I'm really worried for my life, and then I'm telling you as an investigator, guess what? There's no hesitation. I'm telling you, they told me.
They told me, yeah.
She told me just as plain as day, she was in fear of her life. I'm going to make it emphatically that you understand this is what was said.
Yeah.
But that didn't seem like that's the way it flowed coming out from her. And go look at that and tell me.
I will definitely.
I really would like to know.
I'll take a look at it. Yeah, definitely.
It's just a weird, very weird.
Is. And Alicia brought up a point. I just saw a comment that had come up that there was nothing around the area.
No.
Like it was just her, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's, I don't know.
Yep.
I'm so, just like the Nancy case, my mind is just all over the place.
Well, there was like,
so many different situations that it could be, and
did you hear anybody was her phone there, or was she just her? No phone, no nothing?
They didn't say anything about the phone.
No, they didn't say anything.
No phone.
I heard of.
Yep. No.
And
key,
now
remind me, she was clothed though, right? Like she did have her clothes on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
She had the exact clothing on that she was wearing.
Okay.
And now we don't even know if like the phone was in the car or if anything, because he took the car. He towed the car back to his house. But I heard that she wasn't staying with him. She was staying at a friend's house. Now, he reported her missing the next day. Maybe that explains why he didn't know she was missing, because she wasn't with him on the 11th. She was at a friend's house, maybe.
Well, if they were Right, and you're right. I heard the same thing. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, no, I'm wondering why he called the next day. How would he know she's missing if she's not staying with him?
And I said that in our lives when this first came out. I said exactly that. I said, if they were not staying together because they were separated, because that's what I heard, that they were separated. I'm like, well, if they're not together, like living in the same roof, how in the hell would he know that she wouldn't miss in any time?
Exactly.
You know, that's like, to me, that's a red flag.
Why did he take the car to his house?
The friend that she was with, was this like one of her best friends? Like, was this?
I think so.
You know
That's
where
what
my
she
head's
said.
going. You know where my head's
Right,
going
yes,
now is
yes.
thinking that
Yes.
he's having an affair.
Right.
with
No,
the
no.
friend. Okay.
I thought that. Hey,
I didn't
I
want to
thought
go there, but that's
No,
literally
no.
where my head is going now.
I thought that from
Yeah.
the very beginning.
Okay.
Because I thought that maybe when she was looking, but I didn't think so much for her, more so
Yeah.
that she was looking for someone else to see if somebody was with the guy named John Moore in that apartment with the DoorDash.
Yeah.
And so my mind was thinking, okay, she looked in to like see who else was in there. And she did make the comment. She made a comment like, oh shit. And then she said the comment, I thought, and you guys, like I said, it's just my thought, but I thought that second little phrase that she said was something to, she's not going to like that. She's not going to like that.
Oh, and the DoorDash video?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I did hear her say something, and I could not make it out.
I couldn't. And I blared it high. I blared it low. I watched it over. I put the word things so it just says what they
the
say.
Caption, yeah.
Yeah, the caption. And I don't know why, but for me, it sounded something to the effect of, after she said, oh shit. And then she said, what I interpret to be was, she's not going to like that. She's not going to like that. And I thought, well, that goes together.
Yeah.
Oh shit, she's not going to like that. Almost like she was trying to see for somebody she knew if somebody was there with. But then later I hear that her husband and wife were in there at the same time. So then I'm like, well, that shoots
I heard that too.
down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That shoots that theory down big time. So I don't know, but that's what I thought that she said on the second part of that. She's not.
I'm gonna go back and listen to that part
do
again.
That, please, and let me know.
Just send. Yeah, I will.
Let me know. I really want
to too.
I will.
So that's good though. Yeah. Yeah. She's. I'm just. I don't want to wait for the toxicology report. I want to know now.
I really had high hopes that they were going to find her. But
yeah.
Yeah. No,
I was really upset about that.
She's a strange one because, like we said earlier, and yes, I know people in the chat, sorry, we're all over the place, but we started this at 10 o'clock this morning. It's now 4:38. We talked about both Nancy and Elena earlier. Around 10:30, we were talking about them, and we jumped around. And we're now back.
Ironically, it's 2:38 p.m. East, but it's 4 hours and 38 minutes into the live stream.
Gotcha.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. I mean, it's okay to mix things up. I mean,
we're just everywhere.
Talk about Nancy 24/7, but
there
are other cases
definitely
out there
not.
that need attention to.
If you guys are interested, there's a case that I'm looking at. I've been looking at it from the very first day that this was announced, and it's about a woman from Carlsbad, California, by the name of Joanna Ruth Shields. She was out there on some trails out there by
Sequoia National Park.
No, I think this one is it may be Sequoia, but it was over there by what's that famous mountain out there? Everybody talk. I used to live out there. I think I would know.
Redwoods?
St. Helen? Mount St. Helen?
No. This was
Krakatoa?
Anyways, I'll figure it out. But anyways, so she was on a hike. She was a YouTuber. She was worked for a company called Evolve Skateboarding. She was there.
What was her name again? Sorry. What was her name again?
Joanna Ruth Shields,
Okay.
37 years old.
All right.
And she was going down this trail. She was with somebody. They don't know if he was there with her, if he met her there, or if he came with her. That's unknown. There's really no information. It's kind of like this case we're talking about. That's what brought it up. And they were going up the trail. He went ahead of her and went to something like the restroom. And then she went ahead and went to the riverbed to wash up, clean herself off. And you got to understand, she's an outdoorsy person. So that type of thing for them is not a big deal. So she did that. And then a little bit later, he comes from the restroom and he finds her laying face down in the shallow water, face down, nude, or disclothed, apparently not breathing. So he doesn't call nobody. He doesn't call anybody. He sits there, and a lot of the talk is that maybe he's just in shock. Okay. However, some other people that are also hiking, some hikers, they come and they see her. They call 911. That's how they come to figure out what happened. There is no suspect. I'm saying that guy that was with her is going to be the person of interest, in my opinion. But there was nobody there. They have no suspects, and they're waiting exactly for the toxicology report as well. They're waiting to get that back, and that should come any day now. I mean,
I just read it. Yeah. They're still waiting. I just got like a little update that said we're still waiting on the toxicology report.
It's really interesting because I did the whole thing on the background of her. She's a good person, good kid. Everybody had nothing but positive. She was a member of the skateboard community in Carlsbad, California. Her mom and dad worked at a coffee shop. They ran a coffee shop right there at the pier. And literally she was, she's on Instagram. You can still see her Instagram channel. When you go on there, you can see all her skateboarding and videos. Just a really good kid. And all of a sudden she became unalive.
It was the Ventana Wilderness Area in the Los Padres.
Yes, Los Padres. Yes.
National Forest.
Yes, thank you. That's it. And so the idea that there's no information. I mean, they have kept this literally tight with nothing. Now, some of the hikers said when they found her in the water that they thought that she had strangulation marks. Okay, but then later the cops or the investigating team said no, it could have been just ants that were. But I'm thinking, damn, that's a lawful fast for ants to start, biting your neck to create that type of ligature mark,
Well, they don't march that perfectly straight, so I'd like to see the line.
Right. Well, and they didn't show anything. They just said no. It was probably insects. It was probably ants that were biting her. So they ruled that out, but that doesn't mean anything because once they come back with all the other information, they'll be able to determine exactly what happened.
Yeah.
How much water was in her lungs? Right. Did she drown? Why? So there's a lot of things there, but it's a really interesting case. It came out. I'll be honest with you. I was woke up one morning, me and my wife, and we were watching. Was it GMA? And all of a sudden, kapow! They're like, we have this news about going to talk about a victim. But listen, I was like, huh? And so I, of course, doing what I'm doing, I watch it and I'm like, holy shit. I went live that morning, went live and I researched everything I could. But of course, there wasn't a lot of information. And so basically I just brought it out and I've been following that and I've been doing lives on that, just updates on what's going on. But that's the case, I'm telling you, is going to get traction. It's going to get traction when they start hearing who is the suspect. And
sounds good.
Now, I mean, it was very interesting. I fell into this because I used to be in the Marine Corps stationed in Camp Pendleton. Carlsbad is only like two cities down the highway. So it caught my attention. I know where Carlsbad is at. I know where this place that they're talking about. So it was like really interesting, but something you guys might want to check out if you get a chance.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Maybe we
Always
can bring.
looking for other cases to look at too. I mean, like I said, Nancy's number one.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna keep going with Nancy until the day we find something else.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
But
No,
it
she'll be
definitely is
number
nice
one,
to hear
but-
other cases. And actually, Devil Dog, I wanted to ask you a question regarding
Sure.
Nancy, if you don't mind. So
No.
I've been I've been flip flopping a lot about this case and who's involved, who's not involved, all this stuff. I've not ruled out the family. I'm still stuck on that. But the blood at the front door. So apparently, if I'm not mistaken, there was a report that the front door was locked, right?
Yeah.
If they took her out the front door, how was the front door locked? And I'm asking this because I sometimes go to the belief that blood was staged.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that front door being locked, and somebody brought it up in chat yesterday and reminded me of it. Sorry, I can't remember who it was, but thank you. It does bother me. Like,
No.
why was that front door locked?
Why would it be locked? No, that's a good question. It kind of like, why would the back doors be open, propped open?
Yeah,
with
exactly.
flower pots, right?
Yeah.
So the logical thing you would think of investigating that would be obviously that she did come out the front door. The problem is, I think you have to have a key to lock that door.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I think you got a key. So I highly doubt that anybody had a key to take her out and then, do all
Lock the
this
door.
stuff, right?
Yeah,
Doesn't
like
make
you're
any
leaving your
sense.
house to go grocery shopping.
Right. So the other thought was, there was a blood stream. Now, when I heard, I'm not a blood splatter guy, but when I heard, I cannot think of his name, but it's a specialist in blood splatter, and he was talking about the oxygen in the blood,
Yeah.
how close from the ground she would have had to been to create the circles of the blood, the blood splatter, for better lack of words. And so going to that, then I heard, watch the interview room talk about how the blood came out the door, but then all of a sudden it started changing trajectory to the right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that made almost like going back towards maybe if there was a car by that tree on that right side, load her up.
Yeah.
But then that would explain, well, how about, look, at this point, honestly, my take is that literally she had to have come out the front door, or you got to remember this, who was there for about 45 to 50 minutes before everybody else.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to go there.
I know.
But there's somebody that was there 45 to 50 some minutes prior to anybody being there.
And they said the house was spotless.
Yes. House was spotless. And then they said that they never said which door they came in from. They never said that they came in through the garage. Did they see that back gate open and they went and saw the doors? See, there's a lot of information that's not being let out. And that information is so crucial because it would explain exactly what could have happened. For example, if they came through the back, right? If they were there, right? If they were there, and just saying this as an opinion because I don't know, but if they were there and they came in through the back and they cleaned up but didn't get that spot and they took her out that front door, they could have very easily shut it, and if they had the keys, locked the door.
Yeah.
Very plausible. Very plausible.
Mm-hmm.
That's if you think that A or T were or both were involved. You'd have to have them involved for that to happen, because they would have had a whole 50 some minutes to do a lot, and you can do a lot in 50 some minutes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't. LD is my top guy. I look at the guy from Hawthorne, California, with the messages sent to A&T, and the 9-second phone call.
Yeah.
I honestly feel until I get my answers that I've had in the earlier chat we were talking about, until I get my answers answered from LD, and also from A&T and the guy from California.
Yeah.
They're one, and then everybody else is right here. Those
Yeah.
those three are right here. So I think this was literally, honestly, I think this was supposed to be a ransom, a kidnapper ransom that went wrong. And that wrong could have been so many different things. It could have been, I mean, they talked, I don't know if I didn't mention this before, but they have talked, you've heard scuttlebutt, and it's getting traction about a wrench theory, right? A wrench
Yeah.
attack.
Yeah.
And so that also plays, and it does meet a lot of the criterias, excuse me, of what a wrench attack is. It does fit that narrative without a doubt.
Yeah.
And it would make sense because you're using force to go ahead and get the information you want, right? You're using force. So that could explain why she was, for better lack of words, bleeding from somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, that would have left those spots.
So
So
wouldn't there be a trail throughout the house to the
Well,
front door then?
then again, then you go back
We don't
to
know,
if
right?
that is the case, then
Mhm.
they were there for like 55 minutes before anybody else was there.
They could have cleaned it up too, right? Yeah.
Could have cleaned it
I
up.
mean,
Because in the
and-
beginning, I remember hearing that there was signs of a struggle in the house, and then all of a sudden it
The-
switched to it was immaculate in the house.
You're exactly right, because the very first
So
thing
what do
they
you
said, and
believe?
that was through that was through Ashley Banfield,
Yeah.
reported that one of her sources on the inside had told her that there was a struggle.
Yes.
There was a struggle, and it was like, it looked like chaotic in there. Or she didn't use the word chaotic, but basically it was a mess.
It was a mess.
You know, I
was
thought
a
there could
mess.
be two struggles too, because imagine something happening inside and then maybe she was unconscious. They put her down near the front steps to go lock the door, go back in. If she woke up and tried to get back in the house, and they might have kind of bonked her,
Very, very
unfortunately,
possible.
hit her.
But that was
on the
that
nose.
was the thing that she had said. The problem with that is what you're saying is that all of a sudden they came back out and they said, "Oh, it was immaculate in there. Everything was tidy."
Mhm. Yeah.
Right? And then the thought was, well, maybe that blood was from some other time, right? That it was happened earlier, like she was on blood thinner, so maybe she scratched her arm or something.
Mhm.
But we all know Nancy was a neat freak, right? Because she kept everything tidy.
Yeah.
So if Nancy had cut herself out there on that front, I would have to
No.
believe that she would have cleaned it up, because look at all the flowers in the back, look at the front.
Mhm. Everything
She
was
kept everything
perfect.
immaculate.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
So-
also, those are aspiration marks. That's a spray. My
Yes.
mom got sick and she coughed blood up, and I swear to you, it looks like on her bathroom floor mat, it looks identical to those blood straight
See?
down. She bent over and coughed blood in.
So then you go to the idea. So it's really hard to answer that, other than to say, if I'm going with a theory that it was planted and or that they came out of the front door, the only thing I can say is it's very possible that, in all honesty, that
Mhm.
for all better words, A&T somehow were there before everybody else. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Now, one thought I've had, I'll quickly throw in, is maybe she never even went back to the house. Like, I'm just saying, this is one of my many plausible
Mhm.
scenarios. That
Right.
what if Annie or somebody went back using her Uber account, and all you'll see is that Nancy went back to her home, but it wasn't. It could have been any female. You know,
true.
nobody carded her. Nobody gave her fingerprints and checked her. Like, they
Mhm.
just, you pick them up and you go home. Like, what
Where's
if Annie
the
did that to say,
video?
and she never left the house?
Mhm.
And they did that to make a cover to make it look like she was home. They
Mhm.
took her home, and then
And that
Tommaso
is-
was out there and picked her up.
Absolutely, and that's very plausible. That could have been absolutely. My only thing to that one would be the time, if she never came back, but maybe Annie did. Is that what you're saying, right, Shibby? That Annie came
Yes,
back
yeah.
and not her. That's
Yeah.
plausible, because it would show the car being there during the telemetrics of the vehicle, and it
And if
also
they didn't
showed with
search
the timestamp.
Tommaso's, he would have just followed him and picked her up after they could have helped her stage that all and then bring him home. And then she never
mean,
left the house.
You know,
No,
there's
but,
just
yeah.
there's so many things that need to be done if you're going to stage that. I mean, there's.
Right.
I mean, I'm not saying that it can't be
No,
by
no,
no
no.
means, because it
Yeah.
could be, but you have to remember that her hearing aids were on her dresser, her phone was
Right.
on her dresser,
Right.
her purse was on her dresser, right?
Mhm.
So
So they would have returned all that too.
And that's
Good-
where
yeah.
I flip flop. This is
yeah,
where
exactly,
those
and
little things make me like,
yes,
okay, wait a minute. Maybe she was home because of that stuff, right? And
But would it
Yes.
really be hard for them to return all that stuff? Like, I mean, it'd
no,
be pretty
it
easy if
wouldn't
you
be
thought of
hard
it.
to return. It wouldn't be hard to return. The only thing I'm looking at is it's not just that.
Think-
You look
just
at the back
thinking of
doors
doing
are
it.
propped open, right? The
Right.
back doors are propped open. The front door is locked. The blood splats in the front. And what I'm saying is, my God, when you're there and you're doing a crime like that, there's
Mhm.
so much detail that I gotta imagine somebody would have missed something, right?
Right.
I mean, I cannot imagine. I mean, I know the Porsche guy looked like he was cool as a cucumber, right? He was cool as can be, but then he could have been. I'm just being honest. He could have been some dork or something. You know, we don't know.
I don't
that.
think
We
he was
don't
that
know-
bright. I don't think he was
Yeah,
very
I don't
bright.
think he's that bright at all, to be honest. Just
Going to getting those sticks and coming to the camera first
Yeah.
and going back.
so,
Like he would
so
have
I
had a
guess,
multi-tool.
Melly, to answer that, it's really tough, but I would say because of the evidence that is displayed and the blood splatter guy, the expert that came in, stated that the amount of oxidation in that blood, it was fresh. So that to me eliminates that aspect. And that the blood splatters of the size means she was about 12 inches from the ground,
Mhm.
which somebody could have, maybe she was fighting them and somebody struck her right in the gut, which made
She
her
was
cough up
on her
blood.
hands and knees.
And she was on her hands
Yeah.
and knees, so she's that 12 inches away, right?
Yeah.
That would have caused that splatter. And then you still get back to what you've asked. The front door was locked. Whew. I mean, I cannot see family doing that to their mother or mother-in-law. It's just not for me. I cannot
Yeah.
see that.
Yeah,
It's so difficult. How could anybody do that?
it's awful.
But we're in a crazy world today.
Yeah.
Anything is
We are
Yeah.
definitely.
Chris, wait, Double Dog. There's a few people, neurotic people in my chat that want you to know that I think your microphone is dragging on your shirt. So, and yeah, every
You hear
time
me?
you move,
Yeah,
we
we
hear
got
you perfectly. But you're also some neurotic people in my chat were mentioning that it's making a little bit of sound. Not me.
Oh,
it wasn't
sorry.
bothering me.
No, you're good. You're good. I
Just
just
wanted you to
relaxed.
know.
So here's the thing. What do you think the inside of the house looked like? I know you guys were discussing some of it, but I was daydreaming and talking to my son, so I lost.
At first, what Ashley Banfield had reported, that her source told her, her source from the inside told her that it was chaotic, it was a mess.
Mhm.
Right.
Okay, and so everybody just interpreted maybe a lamp falling over, sheets were dragged everywhere. You know, that's the impression she gave. And then later they came out. I don't know if it was Nancy Guthrie or Brian Etten, but they came out. I think it was Brian Etten. They came out and said everything was immaculate. There was
Right.
no mess.
Yeah.
And the
then
reason
like,
I say
where do you
that
go?
brought that up is because Bellaby brought up a good point. Remember Nano said when he saw the inside of the house, what did he do? He called it a crime scene. Remember?
Mhm.
Right.
That's right.
So, thank you, Bellaby. That's a great point. So he saw something that makes it a crime scene. So is he lying again? Or you know what I'm
Good
saying?
point.
Nothing
You know,
has been
what
consistent with
Nothing.
the information that's come out. Nothing.
Right.
That's very true.
So
And can we really believe anything Nano says or any of his little minions?
He's been really inconsistent, no doubt about it.
It's getting. He's just. You know what? If they're watching Pima County, shame on you.
No doubt. I agree
Shame
100%.
on you. I could
No
never
doubt.
work for somebody like that. Shame on you. Shame on you,
The
Nano.
the only-
Shame on you, anyone who supports him.
No doubt about it. The only other thing onto that, Chris, when you were saying about the comment that was presented where he said that,
Yeah.
the only other thing is that Nanos did say that it was a crime scene, but Nanos got there like 6:00 p.m.
Yeah.
I know.
Right?
Wasn't he out somewhere? He was
there.
like he was
Yeah,
out somewhere.
Yeah,
He
he
was
was working out and he was at a basketball game or whatever.
Yeah.
the case.
Oh, he
So
went to a basketball game a week later.
okay, so where? Okay, so the beginning, Nanos wasn't there. He didn't come out right away, to my
No.
understanding.
No.
So
So
it
the
His
wasn't
wife
like
apparently Facebooked and messaged him
there you
to
go.
tell him.
So
what was
you're
going
looking at
on.
about 6:00. I'm just throwing that number out because it's for whatever
Yeah.
reason it's sticking in my head.
Yeah.
6:00 p.m. Tucson time. He was there at that point. Now, somewhere in there. And my thing is, well, we know people were in and out of that house.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
And
oh
if
yeah.
people are doing their work trying to get evidence or trying to figure out and get whatever type of forensics they're going to get, well, it is going to look kind of like a mess, I
Of
would
course.
think, right?
Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
and let's be honest, nobody other than the people, the law enforcement that were in the house and forensics possibly, nobody else would have been in that house at that time. So
No.
it is possible to think that it was kind of messy. And maybe when Nanos came in, when he got there, is when they told him about the blood splatter at the front door. And that's what made him say,
Yeah.
this is a crime scene.
But wasn't it Brian Enton that walked up and saw the blood?
Well,
I'm confused
I
about
asked
that.
that. I heard that. I heard that being mentioned, but when I looked it up, it did say that one of the deputies actually found that blood. That it
Yeah.
wasn't
Yeah.
Brian, but it very well could have been. But here's the thing: even so, either which way you look at it, Nanos wasn't there
Mhm.
till later on in the day.
Yeah.
So that means
That's
he
right.
would have had to have somebody would have had to have said to him, there's blood at the front door. The back
Yeah.
doors were open. Okay. They can't find her. So definitely we have an issue here, right? All elements are there that there's a crime that's been committed. So that could have very well been why Nano said when he got there, we're dealing with a crime scene. Well, no
crime
shit.
scene.
You got blood
Yeah.
at the front, the back doors open.
Duh.
You got a missing person. Well, yeah, you got a crime scene.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So I don't put too much like into that other than to say, and I'm looking at it from if I was investigating that case, if I was one of the investigators, that's what I literally
Mhm.
would have looked at. That's what I would have said. Hey, boss, we got this.
Mhm.
You know, and then he's gonna, of course, go out there and do his little thing and say it looks like we're dealing with a crime. Well, no shit.
Exactly.
You know,
No shit,
so-
Sherlock.
So I don't think that it had anything to do because he was not there in the morning
Yeah.
and he was not there till later in the evening, if
Right.
I'm not mistaken. And if I'm
That's
wrong,
right.
please tell me anybody
No,
because I
you're
don't
right.
remember.
You're right. Because I did hear that his wife apparently Facebook messaged him. Well, I don't understand that. Can't you just call your husband or text him or something? But
Right.
anywho,
Sorry.
but it was like around I think 6 or 7. Those
Yeah,
numbers are
something
stuck
like
in
that.
my mind. Yeah, so he didn't get there till later on. So this whole day, all this stuff is going on. You're telling me like nobody could have got a hold of him earlier?
Oh
to
no,
say,
I think
hey,
they tried to get a hold of him.
Oh yeah.
You got to remember, this was Sunday.
Yeah.
Nanos don't work on Sunday.
Yeah.
No.
Okay,
Nanos
let's
doesn't
be
work
honest.
any day.
I mean, so
Doesn't
I
I'm
say
pretty
that
sure he was at a
like,
party.
yeah,
if I
so
remember.
Yeah.
to me, it's just like I don't expect him really to come out unless it's something like this.
Yeah.
And if it's
Right.
something like this, I expect any sheriff or any chief of police who is running his town, I expect them to be out there. That is their job to get out there.
Absolutely.
Even though they have detectives that were called out, even though I expect them to be out there because this is crucial. This is not a little thing, it's a big thing.
Exactly.
Now, if it was something like, well, there was a broken door, no blood was around, they're not sure where she's at. Okay, have the investigators go ahead and look at it and they'll report back to me and let me know what they see. That's different. But as soon as you see blood splatter somewhere or see blood laying somewhere, now you know, and you have elements like the back doors are propped open, the
Yeah.
front door is locked, the blood is at the front door, no one knows where mom's at. Okay, now we definitely got an issue because that's not normal. And
Exactly.
at that point, you would then say, well, we got a crime scene. We definitely got
Mhm.
hey, sheriff, I just want to let you know, we definitely got an issue. We got blood there, blah, 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 blah,
Mhm.
blah, blah. And next thing you know, he's like, okay, I'll be right there.
Yeah.
And that's,
But then
and
even,
yeah.
sorry, go ahead. No,
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 sorry,
go,
go
go,
ahead.
you're good, you're good.
I was gonna say, even but the whole search thing, like after 2 days they called it off. Like we had a missing girl here about a month or a bit ago. Shibby, I think you probably remember this
Yep.
one. It was an
Yep.
autistic 14-year-old that went missing, and there were command centers everywhere. She was found 2 weeks later. Every single day there were searches, and they found her safe. Creepy though, they found her in some old man's basement. But it's another story. But they found her after 2 weeks. Command centers everywhere.
Mhm.
Like nothing was called off. So a case this what's it called? You know what I'm
This
trying to
big,
say? Like
this notoriety, this
yeah,
big.
yeah, yeah. Thank you. Calling it off after 2 days. It's like
Well,
I don't
and you know,
understand.
it's
Like
like
they
we
didn't
talked
even give
about,
her a chance. Like they didn't even. I don't know.
well, it's like we talked about earlier today. You know, my theory on that was when this note came out, the second
Mhm.
part of that note that they did not release until yesterday, where, and I'm going to paraphrase it. I'll just say it. Where the note claimed she had died shortly after being abducted, and then said it reportedly said that she was buried in nature. Okay,
Yeah.
after her death. So why that's important is because that part was never released.
Mhm.
Okay, they held on to that. So
Hmm.
and Nanos, when they got that when they got that message, that note, I don't know how many days it was, like 3 days later, maybe somewhere in there, two
Yeah.
days, 3 days later.
Before
Yeah,
was it before? Something like that.
yeah. So what? Yeah, I think it was the fourth. So something like that came out. That could have been exactly why Nano said. I'm not defending him by no means, but that could have been why Nanos felt and told the Guthrie family this is what they had to have seen that note. Okay, they had to have seen
Yeah.
it because the detectives would have told her.
Yeah.
They can't hold information from the family, so they
Mhm.
had to have shown her, hey, we have the second part of this ransom is this, but we don't want you to say anything about this just yet until
Mhm.
we try to figure out where we got these notes from, where they came from. Okay, so it's very possible that that's why Nano said, you know what, we're going to scale back. We're not going to have all the massive searchers because in their mind they're saying, yeah, she probably is gone.
Yeah.
Okay, because Savannah did say that she believed the first two were legit. Okay, and so I'm not defending him, but I'm just saying it's possible that he scaled everything back and just kept like what we would call a skeleton crew out there searching for Nancy
Mhm.
remains, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Not her remains, but looking for Nancy, but knowing that it's not a live case, it's more like a recovery case,
Yeah.
you know? And so it is possible that that's why I did it. This is also possible why you didn't hear anything of the family from then on. So you didn't hear the families really say anything. And everybody's
Yeah.
wondering, why isn't the family saying something? Why are they not like looking for their mom? Well, maybe because they were already told she's unalive, you know?
Yeah.
And if that's the case, not that they would buy that, I would still be looking for my mom, make no mistake. And I
Mhm.
think everybody, 90% of the country would be looking for their mom. But it's just that idea that, you know, okay, she's unalive, because you know that any one of us would be screaming bloody murder if a
Absolutely.
sheriff did that to one of our family members. And
Mhm.
the first question would be, what the hell are you doing? Why are you
Mhm.
pulling all this people out of here? Why are you not letting search? Why are you not letting Cajun Navy search? Why are you not? Well, it's probably because he would have to tell them about this note, because
Yeah.
there'd be a liability if something happened to anybody after that. You follow me?
Mhm. Yeah.
He's hoarding that information, and if something happens because people are trying to find a woman who's supposed to be alive, and only to find out later that she is passed, well, that could cause a lot of conflict in legality issues. It's possible. So that was my thing. What I said to you guys earlier on the stream, that I believe that could have been something to think about, because it could be a play in this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean Nanos didn't do things wrong, because he did. In my opinion, he did a lot of things wrong. Okay, a lot of things wrong. Or let me rephrase that. The investigators did a lot of things wrong. Nano should have been there to correct those things that were being done. He should have said, "Hey, did you guys take the floor mat at the front door?" He should have been there to say, "Hey,
Mm-hmm.
did you guys go ahead and clear everything out?" But instead, we're hearing that he was, according to Sergeant Cross, we're hearing that he was pressuring the investigators who are investigating this case to release the house back to the family right away. Well, guess what? 2 days later, they released the house back to the family, right?
Yeah.
And then what do they do? Come back 2 days later and reclaim the house back. So now
That's
you're looking at evidence that anything that's gathered after the time that they went back 2 days later to claim that house again and
Mhm.
try to secure like it's pristine, it's
Yeah.
not. And
It's
so
not.
depending on who was all there,
Yeah.
that's going to show you whether it's going to be evidence. They may not even be admissible anyway.
Yeah. All that stuff would have been contaminated.
It would have been through the poisonous.
Yeah.
That's what they call
No.
it.
Yeah.
Devil Dog, don't you think the first? So if you're telling, or they're telling us, is it took Nanos to go there, 12 hours later and call it a crime scene? Wouldn't you think the first deputy in the house to saw the messed up, if there's blood on the ground and things are crazy, wouldn't he call that a crime scene immediately? Everybody out.
The first deputy that got there, and once again, I'll go back to, you're probably looking at somewhere around 10-month experience, which is really not much. So he goes there, he asks what's going on to the reporting party, the person who called the call in. He goes and talks to them, and he says, "Hey, what do you got? What do we got here?" "Well, our mom's missing." "Okay, like what do you mean she's missing?" "She's not here." "Okay, so has she ever just walked off?" "No, she hasn't. She's never done this before. She's in bad health." I'm giving you a scenario here. "Okay, so she's just never done this before." "Nope, never done this before." "Okay.
Yeah.
Do you see? Did you notice anything? Did you look around?" "Yeah, we went inside, looked in the house. We went around the neighbor, just kind of see if we could find her behind the wash, or maybe she tripped and fell." So what that officer's going to do is he's going to go and he's literally going to talk to them, and he's going to search. "Let's go to the garage. Maybe she fell down." He has to see it for himself, right? He can't take anybody's word for it. He's got to look. So he looks in the garage, doesn't see nothing. Looks in the bedrooms, doesn't see nothing. Goes outside, walks around the house, and you always walk around the house of a crime scene. It's not a crime scene yet, but you always walk around the house.
Right.
So he walks around the house. He notices at the front door, maybe that there's blood there. Now he's getting on the phone, calling dispatch, telling dispatch, "Hey, you want to call out the detectives. We have," and he's not calling on the radio. He's on his cell phone, because you don't want this on Scanner Land. So he's calling on his phone going, "Hey, call the detectives out." And he may even call the detectives himself and said, "Hey, we got blood splatter in the front. They don't know where the mom's at. The back doors were open. The RP said that the back doors were open when they got here. It doesn't look good." And at that point, what's going to happen? He's going to make sure no one's coming on the property. That's what he should do. But he's going to wait for the detectives to get there. So once they get there, they're going to look at that evidence, at that blood splatter. They're going to look at the surrounding. They're going to make the call. "Yeah, we definitely got something." Now they're going to call Nanos and say, "Hey, boss, this is what we got. We got blood splatter. We got the RP reported the back doors were open. So. And now what you have is, now Nanos is going to say, "Okay, go ahead." And at that point, his ass should be on his way up there. I don't think that happened. I think Nanos didn't come out there. And yes, once the investigation team takes over, they are in charge of the case. They don't need Nanos to say, "This is a crime scene." They're telling dispatch, give me some more officers over here ASAP. Call out the forensics team, yada, yada, yada. And not because they want everything on recording, right? Because that shows a time frame. And so they do that. They come out. Now they start separating and doing all the stuff that they got to do. They don't need Nanos to say it's a crime scene. Now, Nanos likes to dictate everything, how things go. He's one of those micromanager types. So, he probably came in there and said that. Why the detectives didn't call for it? Maybe because they never handled a case like this. They've never done a case like this. They've never done a case like, to my understanding, this was the first case they ever done. So,
Seems
well, it seemed like it, right? Everything seemed like it. So the idea is now the detectives get out there, they're saying wrap up, coordinates, the area. Like I said before, I would have done it all the way to the street. I would have blocked the street off. I would have went far beyond the area of not just of Nancy's house, but a little further. I would have let nobody on that street. Okay. And that's what I would have done if I was one of those people. But that comes with time in. That comes with sequence.
Right.
And that's not what these guys had. In my opinion.
I have a question from you. For you, from the amazing AJ.
Okay.
You would like to know, we're dropping you in, we're plucking out Nanos, we're dropping you in his place.
Okay.
At this moment, right now, today, what do you do moving forward with this case?
I'd be handling the case over from day one to the FBI. This is above my pay grade. This is above the knowledge of what my officers have. You know what I mean? I would, if I didn't do it day one, I'd be doing it today. Getting on the phone, getting a hold of whatever his name is. Yes. And I'd be getting a hold of him, and I'd be saying, "Hey, we need your help. Come on out here. We need your guidance in this." But Nels won't do that because he's too proud. But that's what I would do. I would call FBI and say, "We need your help." Okay, I would have done that from day one.
Yeah, and then if you remember, there was an interview with President Trump, whether you like him or not. If you remember the interview, it was, "Hey, I'm here. Reach out. I'll send you whatever you want and whatever you need."
That's all Nanos.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you would have had FBI, CIA, the military. I mean, who would have had whatever you wanted.
The Kohlberger case was a good example. The chief out there got a hold of state police, got a hold of local police around the area.
Yeah.
Okay. Got a hold of the FBI and literally his own officers and said, "This is how we're going to do this." And everybody had a role to play. Looking for a car. Let's look through forensics. FBI, can you see what we can find on cameras? This and this. Can you see what we can do here? They worked like a well-oiled machine. And that's why a lot of tips led to that until they saw a white car. We didn't even know about the white car until they talked about it. Right. So now they're putting this out information. Now you have some highway patrolman stopping a vehicle, right, that fits that description, and actually was saying that he was going back and forth, weaving across the road, and they gave some long story. This is on their way to Pennsylvania. Okay.
Yeah.
Now they go back, and when that white car comes back out and it starts getting released, that guy calls them and says, "Hey, I stopped the white car." Now they also have the sheet from the knife. So they got the fingerprint. So that's a gimme. They already it's not really a gimme because they don't know. I don't know if Kohlberger ever had a criminal case. You got to remember that only gets detected if you have been fingerprinted before. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So when you're put in AFIS or you're put in leads or NCIC, whatever you want to call it, the bottom line is that you literally, you're only going to get a hit if this person has a crime before. Right. So therefore, he may have not got a hit on that. They did have fingerprints, but not a hit. But then now all of a sudden they got a highway patrolman or whoever stopped that vehicle
Yep.
saying, "Hey, I stopped the vehicle with 2 people in there." Well, who was it? Now they pull his information. Now they match his finger thumb. You follow me? Now
Yep.
they got their man. What I'm saying is that everybody, literally in I think it was Moscow, right? Moscow, Idaho.
Yeah. Moscow, yeah.
Everybody there worked together. It was not about
Right.
who's a better person, who's going to get the glory. And that's how they were able to do this. Over here, it's totally opposite. Nanos is saying, no help, don't need any help from the FBI. Now he says, well, we had somebody with us all the time. That wasn't an FBI agent. That was a person that's detached to the FBI to help, right? To basically, you put them off there to basically learn from what their techniques are. Okay, it's what it is. And so this person was not an FBI agent, although she was with the FBI. She works with the FBI, but that's a far cry from being FBI to being detached to the FBI. So he says that to make it sound like, oh no, the FBI's been here all along. No, that's not true. That is not true. So there's a lot of that. That's why this case really went south from the get-go. That's like, to my opinion, Nancy didn't have she probably didn't have a chance, because the note said there's nothing you could do. When she passed, the note said there's nothing you could have done. Okay, so that tells me that unexpectedly either someone hit her or they startled her when they woke her up to get her up and she had a heart attack. God only knows. God only knows. I don't know how all that transpired, but I will say Nano screwed up from the get-go because he knew his officers were very inexperienced. My thing would have been, AJ, I would have called the FBI from day one. If I'm the sheriff right now, I'm calling FBI now and saying, I need your help. Okay. Yeah. And that's what I would have done, because that's the right thing to do.
Right.
But ego sometimes gets a lot of people in more trouble than they think that they're going to get into. And that's what happens,
Mm-hmm.
And who pays for it? The victim pays for it.
Exactly. There's a couple things in chat that I like, and D said, I wonder how Pima County would have handled it if it was an 8-year-old child that was missing.
Well, I'll be honest. I don't know, and I'm going to say this, and I know people may not understand it, but I'm not sure what the difference between an 8-year-old child and an 84-year-old lady. There's two things that are the most important things, maybe three, but 2 things that you don't really mess with, and that's the elderly
and kids
and the mental disabled.
Yeah,
that's right.
You do not mess with that. If you do, that's a no hold bars, right? I mean, everything, we're throwing the kitchen sink at everything because we're going to find you.
Right.
That's just the way law enforcement looks at it as a whole, not as a different areas. As a whole, that's how they look at it. There's 3 things you just do not do something like this to these type of people, because they're very vulnerable.
That's
and
right.
they're very incapable of defending themselves.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And because it's just not morally right.
Yeah.
Nope.
So now that would be what, that from jump. There's no difference.
Yeah, and then I like this one from Menu Rager. If I didn't pronounce that correctly, sorry, but it says, "Shit, it didn't take the cops for 2 hours to arrest Alex." So I thought
right, right? No,
That is
absolutely,
true. Yeah.
absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
Right.
They're wasting time on streamers
Yeah.
that are doing nothing wrong, nothing illegally.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, under the Constitution, nothing illegally, and yet you're wasting time worrying about. And I'll just say it, in my opinion, the HOA putting a bug in Nanos' mind constantly by calling him. And so he's worried more about that HOA than he is literally Nancy. And the problem is that the HOA, in his mind, Nanos' mind, I'll tell you exactly what I think he was thinking. I have to deal with her every day. if I can get rid of these people that don't live here and get them the hell out of here, it's
Mhm.
maybe a lot easier for me to get them out of here than it is to deal with her.
Right.
And now he's found out, oh God, did I really make a blunder? Did I underestimate the streamers? I should have just told her, mind her own business, and I
Exactly.
didn't. And I
Yeah.
think that's why he did that. That's why he targeted. It's like trying to find the weakest link and
Yeah.
then saying, this is the easier way to go. Let's just get rid of these people.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then he
And
only
then
found
that's
out.
that's just giving her power, though, and that's what bothers
Absolutely.
me because
Absolutely.
she literally admitted on Alex's stream that she put the poop on the rocks.
I watched that. Yeah. I
Why
watched
haven't
that.
they gone after her yet? Why does this lady have so much power over this neighborhood?
She's
Like,
probably in
over
Nanos' pocket.
nanos. Like, I don't understand. Oh yeah, that's true.
She's probably in Nanos' pocket.
Yeah.
I would venture to guess because she knows some shady stuff that Nanos has done. In my opinion, I'm not saying it's
Yeah.
factual, but in my opinion, she probably knows some shady stuff that Nanos has done.
Yeah.
Is they're like two peas in a pot, right?
And
They're
she's
going to
holding it
go
over
ahead
his
and watch
head.
over each other, and she knows that when she calls, he better pick up. You know what I'm saying? So
Yep.
it's very plausible that. Now I'm not saying Nanos did anything. I'm just saying, in my
Yeah.
opinion, she knows something on him that's going to get him to jump, because every time she
Yeah.
called, what did he do? He jumped every time.
jumped. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even to the
Corrupt.
point of violating other people's rights.
Yeah.
So that's what I would say to that.
Yeah, she probably does have something on him.
I'm being honest. I mean,
Yeah, you have a really good point, and that didn't even really cross my mind. I mean, I thought, okay, maybe she's like friends with him or something, but maybe that's a good point. It's a good theory.
I mean, look, if you're gonna literally take away someone's rights and put
Mhm.
yourself in this big of a dilemma,
Yeah.
rather than just saying to this person, "Look, there's nothing
Mhm.
I can do to them. They're
Yeah.
not doing anything. They're not breaking the law. They're
That's
not
right.
disturbing the peace.
Mhm.
They're just recording what they're seeing. There's
Yeah.
nothing I can do. Just close your blinds. Close
Exactly.
your gate,
Yeah. If I
and
call
leave
for
it at-
somebody on my street, the sheriff's not going to judge. The cops are not going to come jump and be like,
Right.
"Get out of here."
Well,
Who am
leave it
I?
as it is. But-
Too
but-
bad. It's a public
you know,
street. Yeah, close your blinds.
It's just
You know?
crazy. It's just that's what happens when law enforcement, in my opinion, that's what happens when they forget
Yeah.
not only what their oath to office is, but who their constituents are, who are their citizens, who they
Right.
work for. When they forget that they're bigger, when they
Mhm.
forget that they're not bigger than the people who elected them. Okay, when they
That's
start
right.
getting that big head, and we know Nanos, we know how. I mean, we can see. It's not that we know, but you can see what you see, right? Don't believe your lying
Exactly.
eyes. We see what we see.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. Even when he talks, like he just
Yeah,
he
it's
bugs
just
me.
that
He just
arrogance.
bugs
Okay.
me. Yeah, that
And so
arrogance.
because
It's
of
like,
that arrogance, you just can't go ahead
yeah.
and think you're bigger than the people that elected
No.
you to
And
protect them.
That's because
Alex said
he
something
knows
like that to
he's
one of those cops. Didn't he say something? You're no better or bigger than I am, or something.
Yeah, he said
something.
you're no bigger, you're no
Yeah.
bigger than or
I was
better
like,
than
Go,
me or
Alex!
something.
I'm like, you
Yeah.
tell
Yeah.
him. Like,
The
I love
problem
Alex
is
for
right
that.
now
he
he
just
knows.
has no like fear with that stuff. He'll tell you, and that's what I appreciate about him so much. And I still can't believe what happened. But if they had put all the energy they did into those streamers and getting them out of there, into finding Nancy or finding answers, finding Porch Guy, maybe we would have had answers now. But all they cared about was getting people out of that area. Why?
Day one.
Why? Yeah.
FBI, day one. That was what
Yeah.
should have happened.
They
And
were-
here's the thing. By doing day one of the FBI, you know what you do? You release that stress on yourself. You release that stress.
Yeah.
And now the FBI takes a hold of everything and they run with it. Now
Yeah.
there's not a whole lot of stress to you, and you're not spending and you're not worried about the cost because the FBI is covering everything. Right. And now
And
you have ways to pivot. But when Nanos takes charge and he doesn't let his POI, the contact person that is the person that they hired to actually talk to the media, when he doesn't let that person do their job,
Yeah.
he boxes himself in where he can't go ahead and wiggle out, because he could always say, if it was a spokesperson, he could say, well, they just really didn't really have all the details and the facts. But when he takes that initial contact, he's the one saying, maybe I didn't have all that information, right?
Yeah.
And he can't do that because he's, probably too arrogant to do that, to admit fault. That's what happens.
Yeah.
There's a reason why in every department there is a spokesperson who speaks for the highest entity, whether it's a chief or a sheriff. Doesn't matter. There is, because they know how to communicate.
Exactly.
They know what to say and what not to say.
Yeah.
That's not what Nanos let his people do.
Yeah. But he's just more concerned about doing these private interviews with these media companies or whatever. Like,
because they're his media companies. They're
Like
that was something that Chris Chris McDonough pointed out that I really liked.
Yes,
he called KOBA. He called them out.
I love that. He
that
was
was
like,
great.
we know you knew.
Yeah, absolutely. And he said, hey,
I love that.
I will go ahead and when the attorneys come and ask me, I will tell them who my sources were that gave me that information.
And he pointed it out as they were doing their reporting from the exact same position, standing on the road where all these guys were soft.
Yes.
So why would they break the law?
I mean, it was a slap
the
in their face.
The hypocrisy is
absolutely, without a doubt. So
it's so corrupt. It's just so corrupt. And I think when all this comes out, and I try and stay positive that it will, I think part of us will be like, oh, I knew it. We knew it. Like, we knew it. We knew that there was some corruption going on here. But I think we're also going to be shocked about certain things. I think we're going to be mind blown about certain things. And,
I've always told my chat, I've always told the devil pup investigators, as I call them, I always told them, I believe in my heart of hearts that we have covered the perp. We've covered him. We may not been able to put him in that factual, but we've talked about him. We have covered him. We have literally mentioned his name or her name.
He could have been one of the original reporters showing up, or even a cop, because we've seen that other police officer who showed up that one night. He was charged with some serious crimes.
Yeah.
Who knows?
And so my opinion is we've covered these people before. We've covered them. We talked about them. We just don't have those little nuggets that the FBI and Pima County Sheriff's Office has. That's why we can't. That's why it makes sense, but then it stops. Something stops it from completing that complete of what happened, because we don't have that missing little piece.
Hey, the KVO headline is going to be, we would have gotten away with it if it weren't for these meddling YouTubers, and it'll be
pretty much
Nanos and handcuffs. Nanos and handcuffs. And Scooby and Shaggy and Scrappy will be, and Velma and Louie, or whatever they are, will be standing there.
Now that's also another part of a lawsuit, because of the two videos that they doctored for Alex and Juice.
Yeah.
So, now in the end, they're going to be looking at a lawsuit too, because I would almost make that one of the first one, because that's really making them look horrible, right? I mean,
at least a front page retraction. So apology to Alex.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, that's what I want to see. If they're going to come out with another story after all this is comes out, that the streamers were in the right, they were allowed to be there. If they're going to come back and say, oh, we apologize, probably not.
Well, they would have to retract only for the sake of legality issues. They would have to retract, and they would have to literally, because of public opinion, they would have to go ahead and do that. Otherwise, they are legally bound, right? So I could see them doing that. But then on the other aspect, if they're anything like what we see with Nanos, who you got to remember, these people only do what they're allowed to do, right?
That's right.
They only say what they're allowed to say. So the person who's in charge of that TV outlet, if you will, they control what's going to be said. They control what's going to be dictated out to the people. These people don't just fly off the cuff and say whatever they want. So the reason I say that is because if they're not putting the checks and balances on those people, the reporters and the news people, the news media, then yes, they're in for a liability lawsuit as well. Absolutely.
Right, but they can't though. They can't tell the truth because then they'll lose access to nanos.
That's the point.
Inside,
that's you're exactly
so
right.
they're reading the script, the narrative, just as he wants.
You're exactly right.
They know it's wrong. They know it's screwing the other YouTubers and their own First Amendment rights, because also in the future when they come back, they won't be able to come to work on YouTube when their corporate media fires them and Nanos tries to arrest them. They better not come to YouTube and claim.
Here's the thing:
That's right.
when you're talking legal, no one wants to pay money that they don't have to.
No.
Right? Nobody wants to pay. Hell, I don't want to pay my electric bill if I could get away with it, but I gotta pay it, right? I mean, gotta have electricity. The idea is that no one wants to pay anything that they don't have to. All they have to do is say a retraction and say, yes, we were we now, after doing an investigation, it looks like the streamers really didn't do this and blah 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 and this and that and the other, and it's done. Everything's a wash because they retracted it. Will they or not? That's a different story. But no one wants to pay money. Nobody wants to pay money unless they really truly have to. And this TV station, this news outlet, they don't have to pay money. All they need to do is do the right thing.
That's it.
Here, Devil Dog, I don't want to interrupt you, but Melly, I can't see that. Can you read that comment on the screen for Devil Dog, please?
Devil Dog 88 mic drop facts from
Thank you,
857 Tucson.
Appreciate you.
Damien in the house.
Boom.
Thank you.
Everyone
so much.
go follow 857 Tucson as well.
Thank
Thought
you
you'd like
very
that.
much. Appreciate that, 857. Yeah, I mean, to me, that's how I see it. And I look, I know that some people may not see it that way. Law enforcement, even law enforcement, I hear different mixed emotions from different people from law enforcement that will have a different take or a spin, and I get it. But I think that's when your open mind comes into play. You got to have an open mind. You can't look at it from just like
objectivity.
You
got to be
got
objective.
to have an open mind. And I think that's what I think, honestly, I'll just be honest, what Chris said earlier here on the live, this is going to be a great time to have that conversation on Tuesdays at 10. I really do. I believe that. I really believe that, because I believe that having that conversation that we're having is going to put a lot more light as well, just like everybody else is going to shed some more light into what's really going on.
Absolutely.
I just, that's just how I see it. And that's why, like I said, I'm glad I came on the live.
Me too.
But I was hesitant. But I'm glad I did, because, you
got to meet Melly.
I got to meet everybody here. You guys are amazing. And
I'm excited. I got to meet you, Devil Dog.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like I said, I became a new subscriber today, so I'm really excited to see
thank
your
you
channel.
so much.
I've heard so much about you, and
hey, I just try to give you guys what I know. Some things I don't know. I can't tell you about forensics. That's not my area. I can't tell you about blood splatter. That's not my area unless I research it. But
I don't think blood splatter is all that difficult in a sense too, though. But I hear you.
There's just a lot of nuances.
Right.
But when it comes down to the nitty,
it's pretty obvious in some parts too.
Yeah, when it comes down to the nitty gritty, I put this to my chat. I'm very confident.
I learned a lot. I learned a lot, even just being here for the last little bit, and I appreciate
awesome.
you
That's
so
awesome
much.
to hear, Melly. Thank you.
But guys, I gotta get back to work.
You got it. You got it.
I closed my laptop while I was on here. I'm like, I'm gonna go back to work for a bit now. But it was so nice chatting, and
it was great.
I want to just acknowledge one comment that came up earlier.
Sure.
Kim Wells. Kim, I do not have a channel. And I probably won't have a channel. I'm going to leave it to the professionals. These guys are awesome. Ted, Alex, JLR, Devil Dog, Chris, Shibby, 857 Tucson, whoever else I miss, I'm sorry. But
she'll be on here with me. Don't
You
you
know,
worry.
Exclusively only on all those listed. Exclusively, so you get to each one.
I'll leave it to the professionals. I enjoy getting on the
Shibby.
panels when asked, but I
Bye, Melly.
appreciate you guys so much, and thank
God
you so
bless you.
much
Thank
for
you. Thank you for the
everything,
kind
and
words.
thank you, mods, for everything as well. For always, being
Thank
so
yourself.
supportive too,
Thank you.
and yeah, thank you guys so much, and hope you all have a great rest of your day.
Simple
I'll be in the
Five.
chat. I'll be in the chat. Okay, guys.
Bye,
You're gonna be
Melly.
on the
Okay,
Five, man.
bye.
Simple Five.
Bye.
God
You're on
bless
the
you.
screen.
You too.
Look at
Bye.
Hey,
Thank you.
Shibby,
You're
do
wonderful.
you have 857's email?
Oh, sorry. I think it's 857 live at.
Can you
which-
do me a favor? Can you email him the link and see if he'll pop in? I would love to
Sure,
talk to him.
sure.
I've never got
Is
to
it-
talk to him yet.
Okay,
He's the
is it-
only one.
Is it 857 live
857
at
Tucson.
gmail.com? Or
At,
is it 857?
857 Tucson at
Okay.
gmail.com, I believe.
Well, I think it's live at gmail.com too. So
I got
I would
it.
love
Yeah,
him
I've
to
seen
chat. He's the only one of the group I've never got to speak to.
Ooh.
And that's the last one. Then I got everybody. You know what I mean?
And
So
that's it. Then you can just quit.
That's
You can
the-
just delete your channel after this, right? And we're done.
yeah. I'll hang it up and you'll never see me again. So yeah, it's been nice. But yeah,
Pinnacle
no,
reach.
I think this has been amazing. I would be if 857 could pop in, that would be a great ending. But like you just said, Devil Dog, this weekly Tuesdays. Remember, everybody, if you just got here, it's going to be an every week panel Tuesdays, 10 a.m. So get ready to be with us every week. I mean, I'm not sure every one of them will be 5 hours and 41 minutes, but it'll be a good time. Yeah. Devil Dog. And I forgot to ask you this. If he's working, unfortunately he can't, but Devil Dog, people have been in the chat. Hey, ask her, are you going live tonight?
I was
Right.
thinking about that, and it's usually 5. Yeah, I may just pop in just to say hi to everybody. So
All right.
yeah, I will be going
And then-
live at 5.
I did see some chats that they had asked if you could invite me into one of your lives, and
Absolutely.
I'd be happy as a pig in shit to come
I
in.
will
And
tell
so,
you this to everybody, Shibby, and everybody else, and you, Chris, and Ted. I'm learning to navigate through the computer. Okay, so when I say I'm learning to navigate, it's like you. This I never thought I would do this stuff.
yeah,
Okay, so I'm trying to navigate how to put the boxes and do this and do that, but hell yeah, I'll have you guys in a heartbeat, no doubt about it. No doubt
because
about
like you
it.
just said, man, this is how everything's going to get out, and
Absolutely.
we may not solve the cases, but we're going to bring you as close.
Hey,
and
we're gonna have a good time doing it. I can tell you
Yeah.
that.
And then if it comes right down to it, we can get arrested at our houses too. So, I'm down, like whatever. But yeah, I just think it's definitely going to be fun. And, we've been here for 5 hours and 43 minutes. We're going on 6-hour show, and I expected it to be, an hour or so, and we've covered a lot. And again, it's what everybody wants to hear. Nancy Guthrie, and there's a lot of people that were interested in Elena too. And I can't wait for that final report to come out and be able to say, hey, maybe it was just an overdose by mistake, or maybe it was a heart attack, but they would be able to tell that already, I would think, right? So
Not necessarily. Just really going to depend on that toxicology report, because that's going to say what gave her that heart attack, or if she had a heart attack, or what gave her that spell of being lethargic. Why she was so lethargic, the side effect. So, yeah, no, I mean, look, I enjoy this, man. I enjoy this. I enjoy your guys' company. I appreciate you guys inviting me.
I sent the email. Chris.
okay, he might be working. Somebody said so. I just
he
figured
might
if
be
he
on live. Because what is it over there? He's
not live yet, so it's still early over there.
What is it, like 12 noon?
Yeah, somewhere 12 something. Yeah. So no, I mean this has been great. I mean, a lot of information came out. For people spitting stuff around, you find out new stuff, or you learn something new, and that's how that's how we all learn. So,
Absolutely. Well
and
said.
having you with the law enforcement, like I said earlier, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating stuff, but there's people that haven't been here. Having you with the law enforcement background, that helps out even more. I learned stuff from you today that I was like, oh, that's perfect. And, our opinions, they might be different, but it's.
Hey, everybody is like I tell the chat. Everybody's opinion matters.
Yeah.
Because everyone matters. All your opinions matter. And if you don't feel like you're being heard, or you're not feeling like you're being listened to or whatnot, then you end up closing that door and closing that bubble, and you never hear anything. You're never able to really expand anything. But everybody matters, and that's coming from somebody who literally has been there and done that, like you all, and literally look at everybody as a person. I don't look at anybody like, oh, because I was in law enforcement, that this, that, and the other, or hey, because this person's this or that. No, man, everybody has an opinion. It's only nice when you're able to share that and get some response to it, because then you feel like, hey, somebody is listening to me. That's what matters, man, in my opinion.
And can I add to that? And the exact opposite side of it is we're all just adding plausible scenarios here. So don't pigeonhole us as to what we say one time is our only scenario.
Absolutely.
For myself, I'll speak for myself. I say 10 things and one more plausible than the next. But I hate when people try to pigeonhole me saying this is your only theory and just hold me to it. We're brainstorming, freeballing, hanging out, spitballing. And then we're going to come up with more questions and just talking.
The thing about it is that everybody has a lot. Go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. It's kind of, all I was going to say is because one of these theories is what happened.
That's exactly right. That's 100%. One of these theories is going to pan out, and it's not so much the idea of, hey, we hit it. It's not a matter of that. It's the matter of somebody, this ideas that we're having, one of them is going to be plausible, one of them is going to hit, and it could very be somebody that's listening, watching, that sees something or hears something that passes that information that gets it to that next level. That's why
two theories coming together to spawn an idea of the actual theory we never thought of just by talking. So definitely.
I mean, it's I don't know what else there is to say about
it. Man, I love it. I love it.
Me too.
You got me locked in. You had me at hello.
That's it. So Chris, he's ready to sign. So 10 years of every Tuesday, 10-year contract. Sign right here.
Double. That's it.
Sign them up.
In blood. In blood. Cut it right now. Let's go. Blood Brothers. Let's do it. I'm just kidding.
Amen.
I'm here.
Yeah. But I was just given to see if Tucson could make it in. But I don't.
Yeah, it would have been nice for him to jump on in. But
I'm just giving him a few extra minutes. But
sure, I'll wait a few.
Yeah. So I'm waiting for that toxicology report and.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
If you miss any questions in the chat, I'm just looking through. If I see anything, I'll put it up for you. Okay.
Yeah. I've been kind of trying to follow it, but.
That's for me. That would be a no. Definite no. I'm starving and tired. Maybe I'll go again tonight, maybe, or Ted will want to do something, but tomorrow morning, or Chris maybe later. I don't know. Devil Dog later. I don't know, but
if you're on later, Shibby, I'll be at work, so I'll probably jump on with that. But other than that, I will be watching. Well, JLR, don't forget. JLR has wherever the hell he's going to be today.
I haven't talked to JLR. I haven't really I've listened to his lives. I've listened to a lot of his lives, but I haven't really communicated with him. Or matter of fact, Ted was the first time. Shibby was the first time. You were the first time.
Okay.
I kind of never really ventured out. The only ones that I really that came to the channel and talked and always would plug me in somewhere was 857. And then, of course, the chat was always, they're doing so many other lives that they're throwing the name out there. But if you guys get a chance, plug me in with JLR.
I will.
You
know what? Fair warning, Devil Dog, that he will, if he likes you, he'll keep you on for 4 or 5 hours. So you're so likable. Be prepared. Have a meal, pack a lunch. Have some drinks ready to go. He's going to keep you on for hours, I suspect, because he did the same for me and Chris.
I will literally enjoy the conversation.
No,
And
he'll
hey,
keep you for. You're going to be on the whole show.
Hey,
He's good.
don't say
Yeah,
that,
what
please.
I'll do is when he's back from his trip that he's doing today and whenever, I'll give him a holler and I'll just have him jump on and maybe he can join next Tuesday at 10
Hey,
a.m.
that'd
Maybe
be great.
have him jump on and yeah, he's you talk about a wealth of knowledge.
Chris, his head he's still floating on cloud 9 from JLR calling him. He's got that scoop on me. He's had JLR call his show.
Yes, JLR was on my
go.
show. Well, I mean, just so you know, Devil Dog, I have been dealing with JLR for a while. I help him when he goes tornado hunting in the storms and stuff. I try to guide him into the storm, and Captain Kevman tries to guide him out of the storm, but the JLR wants to see the tornado. So I said, don't you worry. I won't put you in it. I said, I'll bring you around it. So,
you know who you'll find there? You'll find Ted right beside him because I'm going to send Ted right in there too.
I was guiding both of them one day, but so JLR has been it's been a special thing for me with JLR because he's the one that got me on live, and then when I hit his show the last time I was on his live. We were just talking, and just out of the blue, he blew up my channel with his chat. And I went from, like I said earlier, I went from 105 to over 1,000 in about 15 minutes. And he's a wealth of knowledge.
I will tell you one thing that I see with JLR. He is a very good communicator.
Yep.
He can communicate.
Interrogator. He flips it around.
With the best of them. And I say that because he knows, like I was saying this on one of my lives, I don't remember which one, but I was saying on one of my lives that JLR knows how to talk to Sue Ellen. That's why he was able to get Sue Ellen in his corner. He's able to listen and then go ahead and give out that information.
He adapts like a chameleon.
He does.
Situations.
And kudos to him because I think that's what really a lot of people, in my opinion, look, everything in life is about communication, right? Either the lack of or not enough, right? Yep. I mean, we can all agree that even in our marriage lives, in our everyday lives, if you can't communicate, it's hard to build that rapport. You know what I'm saying? So he does that extremely well. And I like that. I like the fact that he's able to pivot. He's able to know, like when everybody was, and I'll just say this, when a lot of people were mentioning Sue Ellen, right? And I mean, let's face it, Sue Ellen was a different animal. And I say that respectfully, a different animal. And you had to know how to tap into her. Okay, you had to know how to make her feel special and yet still able to go ahead and get what you need as far as information
and not piss her off. Yeah,
and he did that. And the thing about why he did that is because he knew that anybody else who didn't do that would not have that 1 minute of conversation with her. You know what I'm saying? And that's special, man. That's awesome. And look, you guys do a great job. Everybody does really a good job. It's just that there's always that one. And when you look at that factor of what he brings to the table, you can see exactly why he's a little ahead of the class. You follow me? Not necessarily in knowledge, but ahead of the class.
Observation.
In the game, in how it's played.
Yeah. Understanding,
and how it's able to
comprehension. That's
absolutely comprehension.
Yeah, but I suspect with Sue Ellen, you get one chance, and if you burn that bridge, I can never see anyone getting it back. If you one little thing, you're done.
That's just how I see it. Okay, and there's a lot. Everybody has their own style. Everybody has their own thing. My thing is just, hey, I am who I am, and that's what I am. You know.
Yeah.
It's what
And
I've
you
been
know,
doing.
Oh, hey, are you Popeye the Sailor Man?
That's it. That's it. That's where I got it
Hey,
from.
You don't live in a
Here's the
garbage
spinach.
can. You eat all your spinach because what is it? How's it go again? I love that.
Oh no,
That's definitely from it.
huh?
That's what he says. I am what I am.
I am what I am, and that's who I am. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
Popeye the Sailor Man. Yeah, I mean, that's the idea, man. It's just when you're authentic and you're honest, you're authentic, you're heartwarming, you listen, you're able to literally give that respect, even if you disagree on something, you're able to agree to disagree. That's what makes it happen. That's what makes it happen. That's when you really in life you excel because you do those things that a lot of people have a hard time doing, in my opinion.
There's a simple way to put it. Speaking from the heart, at the risk of being clipped easily out of context and made look horrible. But the people who know you, your fans, will know when they hear the out of context clips. They'll know it wasn't what you meant.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, like I said, and it's not easy, man. It's for me, it's not easy because I want to. It's like I want to say a lot of things, but then I also know that there's only you got to hit the points where they matter. You got to hit the things that are the most crucial because you may not get that opportunity again to maybe when you're talking to like one of your subscribers or one of the people that are in your channel. If you don't get that point that you're trying to make to that individual, they may never get it back again. You may not get that person back again, to hear what you have to say, So it's crucial. It's crucial. And I value everybody's opinion. I value it. That's just how I am. Call me a sucker. I don't know, but that's just who I am. It's worked for me. Worked for my life,
It works.
Yeah. All right, everybody. I think I'm going to go.
We're gonna wrap this one up because we are shy a couple minutes of 6 hours of yapping back and forth.
I see 3 naps in the futures of these panel guests.
I can see.
As soon as I hang up, I'm going to take a.
I think I'm sleeping in the left hemisphere of my brain already.
I'm just going to be on just for a few minutes, just to say hi to my chat, and kind of let them know how great this was, and
it was awesome.
Encourage them to go ahead and subscribe to all of you all as well.
Yeah,
I know you guys got a lot more people than I do, but you know what? It never hurts to get a few more people in your channel because
definitely
makes you smarter, man. It makes you smarter the more people you have.
So thank you for being on, Shibby, Devil Dog. We'll see you next Tuesday, 10 a.m. But I'll see you guys on your lives, whatever. But again, thank you guys. It was amazing. It was fun. It was great. I thank you to everybody in the chat and all the mods. Phenomenal job today. Phenomenal. Ted, thank you for joining. And Melly, thank you for joining. And then, so we'll see you guys all next Tuesday.
We got to say goodbye to Ted's chat. Ted's chat and mine, too.
Ted's chat.
Jimmy, guys, take care. God bless you all. Appreciate it.
Everybody, every chat involved here today. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chris. Pleasure meeting you, Devil Dog. Pleasure meeting you.
Simplify, everybody. Simplify.
Goodbye, all. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, do you want to kick me out, too?
I'm going to
talk to your people.
Yeah, I'll kick you out.
Yeah, I can leave. Bye, guys.
Bye. Oh.